Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC WM, BBC CWR and on BBC Radio London for this Royal London One Day Cup game between Surrey and Warwickshire on the most glorious day down here in South London. It's genuinely hot today, blue sky, sun beating down, good crowd in already, so very much looking forward to this one. Surrey coming off the back of a win against Durham on Thursday, all the way up to Northumberland, and a very good 9-wicket win for Surrey against Durham, having lost their opener against Leicestershire, and then Warwickshire beating Gloucestershire in good time by 8 wickets in their one game in the competition thus far. So an awful lot to play for, very much looking forward to this. I'm delighted to say, well, it only seems like yesterday that Mr. Richard Wilford was alongside us for the championship game, but he's been a busy man this one. Friday night, Birmingham City. Today, Warwickshire. Next week, I don't think what you're up to next week, Mr. Wilford, no, but it'll be busy. But lovely to have you here, sir. And, well, I was looking at the Warwickshire lineup, unchanged from that opening game against Gloucestershire, and there's an experienced looking feel to this Warwickshire lineup today.
Yeah, there really is. And, you know, it's amazing. I said before, 20 years since I've been to this ground, and now I come twice in 10 days. But yeah, you look particularly at a bowling attack that has Craig Miles, Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dolby all playing in this competition. They've brought in an overseas spinner in Krunal Pandya. The top of the order with Rob Yates, Dom Sibley, Will Rhodes, Michael Burgess. It's a pretty strong side. There's only one out-and-out youngster in it, Kai Smith, who is a wicket-keeper, probably won't keep wicket today. And they were batting him well down the order, but they're giving him some experience. And Ethan Brooks is a young all-rounder, the younger brother of Henry Brooks. He can bat and bowl. He made a 50 in this competition last year. He bowled at the death in this competition last year. So it is a stronger side. When you consider they've got 11 or 12 players involved with the 100, they are showing a bit more depth than Surrey. You've got the equivalent problem.
Well, yeah, and Surrey are unchanged again, but are basically picking from a squad of 12. And what they've said to themselves is that's our 12 for this competition, which I think is a really good way of doing it, actually. And this will be a real test for them today against a very experienced Warwickshire side. But that victory against Durham at Northumberland would have done them the power of good. It really will have done, because that was a good-looking Durham side on paper, but they absolutely bossed the game from ball one. The news from the middle is Warwickshire have won the toss. Unsurprisingly, they've decided to have a bat first. Pitch is slap bang in the middle of the square. Nice colour to it. It was used for the 100, so it has been used already. Boundaries are almost out towards their full distance today. The ropes are just inside the boundary board, so fingers crossed, a high scoring affair. Surrey, as I say, are unchanged, so that will be Ryan Patel and Ben Geddes, then Cameron Steele, Josh Blake the keeper, Tom Laws, Nick Kimber, Nico Reefer, Amar Verdi, Conor McCurr, Yusuf Majid and Matt Dunn. Yusuf Majid has impressed everybody so far in the competition. For Warwickshire listeners, academy player and then signed in for this competition. Cranley schoolboy, still at Cranley, and in the first couple of games, 1 for 17 off 7 overs against Leicestershire, when Leicestershire were cantering really in the run chase, and then 2 for 41 against Durham. So terrific start from that young man.
Was he bowling?
Left arm spin. And okay. Great control.
Left arm orthodox.
Action. Yeah, left arm orthodox spin. Great control. Lovely action. But as I say, you look at this. You know, when I see Pandya in that middle order and there to bowl, I think this is a good-looking Warwickshire side. But I think what Surrey sort of said to themselves was long old coach trip to Newcastle, but all together as a 12, night in the hotel together, then the win and the long coach journey back. I think actually as a sort of getting this group to know each other exercise, it was a very, very good one. So I think, you know, really looking forward to this. I think it should be a terrific game of cricket today.
Who's the poor lad who's missed out?
Nathan Barnwell. So Nathan Barnwell, who's an England under-19 bowler. Yeah. But they're sort of still going with Amar Verdi and with Yusuf Majid as your two spinners, and Cameron Steele with his leg spin. And Ben Geddes, his third game in charge. And I think he captained outstandingly well against Durham. Every bowling change he made was a good one. And he had a slip in at the right time. And very impressive. So yes, very much looking forward to this as Messrs Sibley and Yates make their way out into the middle. Both these gentlemen in good form from the opening game. Yates 87 and Sibley 106 not out.
Considering his audition for his return here next season, Tom Sibley.
Absolutely.
One thing I would say is that you're going to get Plenty of distance on the ball if you're hitting sixes today, because the boundary rope is pretty much at the extremes of the oval today, and as Mark was saying, the trap right in the centre, so run them up. It's an old school. I know that the oval isn't as big as it used to be from that point of view, but there's a little bit of old school run them up today. Twos and threes to be had.
There are indeed. Quick outfield, but yes, there'll be plenty. Running between the wickets will be key today on a hot day as well. So Warwickshire win the toss and decide to bat first. We'll be with you throughout this game, of course, for ball by ball commentary, being joined by Emily Windsor a bit later. So Emily's popping in to see us, which is absolutely terrific. Mr. Brian Halford might make an appearance or two throughout the day. It's going to be Matthew Dunn to get us started from the Vauxhall, and Yates will be on strike, the left-hander. Sibley down there at the non-strikers end. They've got a slip in there. They're a short fine leg. They've got a man on the deep backward square boundary rope. The short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, backward point. And then the third man is Amar Verdi. So Matthew Dunn from the Vauxhall end will come in over the wicket to the left-handed Yates. And the first ball's back of the length. Yates is in behind it. Pushes down to backward point. Reefers up to do the fielding. And there's no run. First game here in this competition, because the opening game was at Guildford against Leicestershire. So first game here for Surrey. And actually for Surrey, they've sort of got the long trip to Newcastle out the way now. So Radlett, and then they're off up to Nottinghamshire as well for their last game. But they've got a bit of time in London now after the long old trip up to Newcastle on Thursday. Over the wicket comes Dunn, short ball, and it just nips back a touch on Yates, who got cramped up for room there. He was shaping up to have a cut, just got cramped up. Mr. Wilford's off next door to do his 11 o'clock update, but then we'll be back for the rest of this game. And as I say, lovely that Emily Windsor, who of course will be plying her trade here for the Oval Invincibles. Opening game for Emily is Thursday night for the Oval Invincibles, but she's going to come and do some commentary with us today. He's only staying down the road. As Dunn, right arm over the wicket with his blonde hair, comes over the wicket to Yates, and first runs of the day as Yates leading edge, looking to whip this through the leg side. It's actually flown off through backward point, and they'll get back for our first run at 3, as we were talking about. There'll be a few of those today because they're big old boundaries here in South London. And first runs of the day off a leading edge, flying off the bat of Yates, and Warwickshire winning the toss, batting first, 3 without loss. And this will bring Dom Sibley onto strike for the first time off the back of his 100 against Gloucestershire. And interestingly, Surrey immediately have a couple of slips in for Dom Sibley. So Conor McCurr in his big floppy sun hat, Ryan Patel are the 2 slips. Ryan Patel took an absolutely fantastic catch off Yusuf Majid, the spinner, up at Newcastle on Thursday. Just trying to get Nico Reefer into exactly the right place at deep backward square is Matthew Dunn. Now he'll come over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley's first ball just lets it go outside his off stump. Just came back a touch, that one, and it's taken by Josh Blake. So lovely occasion this for Messrs Blake and Majid, their first one-day cup games at their home ground. So a very nice occasion for those 2 young gentlemen. Josh Blake's been very impressive behind the stumps, and with the bat against Leicestershire, it wasn't required against Durham, as Matthew Dunn is over the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley again just allows this one to go outside his off stump. Matthew Dunn and Dominic Sibley know each other very well, of course. Lovely to see Matt Dunn back on bowling. He's had a bit of an injury-plagued season as Mr. Dunn, but excellent to see him back. None for 31 against Leicestershire, but bowled very nicely against Durham. 2 for 39 off his 6 overs against Durham on Thursday. Dunn is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley tucks this one into the leg side. That's going to run out towards Nico Reefer at deep backward square, and Dominic Sibley is off the mark. And Warwickshire, after the first over, are 4 without loss. 3 to Yates, 1 to Sibley. In this Royal London one-day cup game here on BBC WM, BBC CWR. BBC Radio London, and on the Surrey live stream, of course, if you're watching the pictures on the Surrey live stream. So Nathan behind us is doing all the bits and pieces there and pressing all the right buttons. It's looking very, very concentrated there. Focused, I think, is the word. And as is Tom Laws down there in the distance from the pavilion end. Never seen Hayden looking this focused, apart from when he's playing with his cameras and his buttons behind us. Doing a very good job. 2 slips are in there. As Tom Laws from the pavilion end, second over, coming into Dominic Sibley, and Sibley's forward and will get a single. Just turns this one into the leg side. That rolls up towards mid-on. The captain, Ben Geddes, does the fielding. Sibley will just wander off for a breather. He'll move on to 2, and to strike comes Rob Yates on 3. Mr. Wilford is making his way back, having, well, done his first update of the day, and also got himself one of our very frothy coffees today. They are extremely frothy, as Tom Laws comes in over the wicket to Yates, and Yates forward he comes, just plays this down onto his front pad, I think, rolls away into the offside. Ryan Patel comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Can't complain. A little bit of coffee, beautiful day,
It
bit
is
of
a
breeze
lovely day,
outside.
isn't it? Well, you drove up this morning.
It was an early start, but very quiet on the roads, and beautiful driving along the river.
Oh, yes.
Before coming over Vauxhall Bridge.
Over the wicket once again comes Laws. That's down the leg side. This will be wide signal. Nicely taken by Josh Blake, diving away to his right. So 1 more to the total.
And very kind of yourself and Surrey to arrange that we can park on the ground, because I appreciate that's like gold dust.
Good.
In this
Quite
sort of
right
area,
too.
isn't it? So very good
right
of them.
too.
Very hospitable.
Quite right too. Yeah, he was actually quite quiet when I walked from the tube this morning. As over the wicket comes Laws. Oh, that's beaten the inside edge of Yates. That's done enough. That has nipped back and bounced. And Yates was looking to force that off the back foot. That's beaten his inside edge. So there's a little bit there for Tom Laws in this second over. Of course, new ball at each end. But that one definitely did just nip back and bounce. So that's encouraging. Good bounce and carry into the gloves of Blake as Laws over the wicket he comes once again. And Yates is up on his toes, punching down towards Kimber. He's in there at backward point and there's no run.
I suppose with the white ball there tends to be a little bit less variance, doesn't there? But it must be quite odd for the batsman if the white ball from one end is doing a bit and the other white ball isn't doing anything at all. I suppose that's no different from when you've got a bowler who swings it and a bowler who doesn't, but it must,
Yeah, oh no, absolutely.
There must be days that happens.
In over the wicket again comes Laws, and Yates drives thick inside edge. Second one of those now for Yates, and round comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding, whips it in over the top of the stumps. I did admit to you this morning that I had a bit of a shocker on the sartorial elegance front in that I purchased myself, I went to a charity shop and purchased myself a shirt, and then when I was putting it on, the buttons seemed to be sort of the wrong way round, as in over the wicket once again comes Laws. This is drilled into that backward point position by Yates, but it's a good bit of work from Kimber, who gets down to his right quickly to do the fielding. End of the over, 2 gone, Warwickshire 6 without loss, but I've actually purchased myself a ladies shirt.
Oh.
Yes, but it's very nice. But
I mean, let's be fair to you, it stops short of being what we might classify as a blouse.
No, exactly, thank you.
It is indeed
Pale
a shirt.
blue.
It's just buttoned the wrong way.
It is, and when I was trying to put it on this morning, I was thinking, this is all very odd. But then I've realised now that I think a lady's shirt got into the men's shirt rack.
Okay.
You see, but
it fits you.
It's very nice.
You look fine.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Wilford.
You know, I don't see a problem with it. It fits your metrosexual look. As start the second over, Matt Dunn into Sibley. It's going to hit him high up on the pad. It'll be signalled as a leg bye. Umpires Mohammed Syed and Paul Nichols for this game. So They run through 7 without loss.
The other thing with the competition as well is that, you know, with the umpires, you see a lot of umpires that possibly you've not seen before. Lovely to see James Treadwell the other day at Guildford umpiring away.
You can predict who the players are that are going to turn up on the umpiring circuit later on. Extraordinary, isn't it? Done into Yates, pushes forward into the offside. The cover fielder is in very short Cameron Steele, and he's rapidly onto the ball and throws it back to his keeper.
Yes, as I say, we had James Treadwell and then we had Rob White up at Durham as well. So very nice to see those gentlemen doing their stuff out there in the middle. But it's a good crowd in today. It really is. I think a lot of people are going to make the most of this weather and some very good cricket. Yates
awaits once more, and he tries to turn this off his hip, and he's either got pad or leading edge on that. Hard to see in this lovely sunshine, but it's going to go down as a leg bye, so he's tried to clip it down the leg side. They get their second leg bye of the over, and the score goes to 8 without loss. I'd hate to get into a controversial moment very early in the day, but it's almost like people will come to watch cricket if you put it on a sunny day at the weekend. You know, just, you know, put it out there.
Yes, it's tended to work that in the past as well.
Yeah. Curious how people used to come on sunny Sundays to watch cricket a lot. Sibley forward in defence, a little bit cautious, and it spins a bit behind him, but away to the right of the stumps as he looks at it. It's a good start actually, this, from the 2 opening bowlers. Dunn and Laws, they've done experience enough. Laws playing a lot of cricket this year. In the championship match, bowled really well in the first innings against Warwickshire. Second innings showed his inexperience a bit, but that's all part of the learning curve. I think it looks a very good bowler, very repeatable action, which is part of what you're looking for, isn't it? Dunn comes in, flexing his knees, Sibley, and then he flexes a bit further to get underneath the bouncer. That'll be the one for the over.
Yeah, I think at Durham, sorry, were cock a hoop, because you were looking at the top 4 of Durham. So you had Alex Lees, Graham Clark, Scott Borthwick and Nick Maddison, and you thought, wow, that's, you know, you got Clark and Lees, who were the 2 top run scorers in the competition last year, and Lees obviously now playing for England. Borthwick is very experienced, and Maddison, you know, he's an international player, and they were 51 for 4.
Done to Sibley, looks to fend this off. It's got up a bit more than he might have expected there. There is some pace and bounce about this. You would expect that on one of the central strips at the Oval, and that will go down as a maiden, I think, because both the runs that were scored off it were leg byes. So probing over from Matt Dunn. Warwickshire 8 without loss after 3, having chosen to bat first.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a bit of gardening going on between Yates and Sibley out there in the middle. Well, that one did get quite big on Dom Sibley. Played it very nicely. But yeah, and then I was looking at the scorecard from Warwickshire's game, and it looked a very good performance, that from Warwickshire. Gloucestershire 264 and then Warwickshire 265 for 2. So very professional performance that from Warwickshire in their opening game. Oh, now what's happening here? We've got somebody who's sort of got themselves stuck in front of the... I don't know where they're going. Oh, it's a couple of the stewards trying to get a young mum and her sibling across to their seats, I think.
Okay.
I think they were hiding there for a minute. As Tom Laws, over the wicket he comes from the pavilion end. That hits the thigh guard of Yates as he's looking to flick that one into the leg side. Hasn't quite found his timing yet, Mr. Yates. 3 off a leading edge. And Warwickshire move on to 9 without loss in this, the 4th over. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire won the toss and decided to bat first on an absolutely glorious day down here in South London. Fingers crossed everybody's put their sun cream on and got their hats and plenty of water, because it's very hot out there. As Laws over the wicket, he comes to Sibley, and Sibley will turn him off his pads out towards the backward square. There's Nick Kimber to do the fielding. Sibley moves on to 3 with that single, and Warwickshire move on to 10 without loss.
Nice to see there is a floppy hat on the field. It's owned by Conor McCurr, who continues this season's Surrey trend of having a seam bowler in the slips.
Yes, indeed. He's been doing that throughout this Royal London One Day Cup comp. As over the wicket comes Laws. Oh, and Yates drives. And again, there's a little bit of movement there for Laws, because that's flown off the outer edge of the bat down to Nick Kimber. So it's a good start, this, from Dunn and Laws. Very tight, testing, probing start.
Is it reasonable to assume there aren't many natural slippers in this team? Because Ryan Patel tends not to find the slip cordon in a championship game. I don't think he fielded there much the other week, and he was in at second slip. Over
the wicket once again comes Laws, and this is cut by Yates. He's firmly put this one away. Little bit of width on it. There's the timing from Yates. That whistles off for our first boundary of the game. And Surrey moving on to Warwickshire, moving on to 14 without loss. Yeah, it's a very good point. I think, you normally, the usual suspects in championship cricket for Surrey, and just doing this off the top of my head, are Jacks, Jamie Overton, Ollie Pope. Now Ryan Patel does do a bit of slipping, as over the wicket comes Laws to Yates, and Yates is forward and just opens the face, guiding this one down to Yusuf Majid below us. The third man, they'll pick up another single, one more to the total. Burns, of course, as well. So yes, so Conor McCurr is in that. Patel took an absolute screamer off Yusuf Majid and Durham off the spinner. It was a wonderful catch, it really was. But yeah, the two sort of that stand out in this side are these two, McCurr and Patel, as Laws is in, and that's down the leg side. This will be signalled wide. Sibley getting nothing on that, and Warwickshire move on to 15 without loss.
It's interesting because most teams have got 2 or 3 players who want to be in the slips. McCurr fielded a bit in the gully, I think, in the championship match, so he's not used to being in those sort of positions.
Well, he sort of took over from Jamie Overton, didn't he, when he had to sort of go off with not only his finger but his foot as well, poor lad. As Laws is in to Sibley, and Sibley is forward, pushes this one into the covers. Up comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding. End of the 4th over, best one as yet for Warwickshire, 8 off it, and Warwickshire 16 without loss after 4 overs.
I think Rob Yates is taking a little while to get used to the pace of the pitch. There won't be too many he's played on that have got that little bit of extra zip on it this year. It's been a difficult year for him in the championship, not least because he's not been allowed to open the batting, which he did so effectively last year. 5 championship hundreds opening the batting last year. Had the bat at 3 this year with Alex Davis coming across from Lancashire, and he's just not managed to get a score. Batted beautifully at Cheltenham, 87 off 65 balls, and his confidence may just grow. Had a half-century in the T20 as well earlier in the year, as he looks to angle the first ball of a new over from Dunn down towards third man, but it's too square, and Reefer does the fielding, who spent a lot of time on the field in the championship game last week. Nico Reefer.
Is that only last week?
God, 10 days ago, isn't it? It finished.
It seems like forever ago, but it is only last week. Goodness gracious.
I've been since then. You've bought a lady's shirt.
Yes, indeed, I have. Yes, I've been to Durham and back in a day, Newcastle and back. Took 6 hours to get to Guildford.
A little clip towards mid-wicket by Yates, but finds Patel. In that time, I've seen 2 football matches, some Commonwealth Games hockey, a very tiny bit of rhythmic gymnastics because I was busy doing other things, and watched some squash practice in the main arena for the squash. Those courts are weird. It must be very weird smacking a squash ball at a crowd that you can see.
Yes, through the glassy
and they can extend it.
Can they?
They've got a glass court that they can extend.
God, technology, eh?
That's done. Bowls down onto the pads of Yates, but again he doesn't time it, and it's fielded by the bowler on his follow through after it thunders into his pads. Because they want a slightly wider court for doubles. So it just slides across, makes it slightly wider, and it's not been used, this court, since it was at the Gold Coast, and it's been flown over,
especially for the Commonwealth.
Because it was used in the last Commonwealth Games, and now it's being used for this one.
It seems to all be going extremely well, the Commonwealth Games, from what I've seen on the telly up there in Birmingham.
Touch MDF, it seems to be. As this ball back of a length is guided nicely in front of square by Yates. They'll have to run these up. It is a long boundary, and hurtling after it there is Cameron Steele, and they'll get their second 3 of the day. We said at the top you have to run some 3s today. On a warm day, that'll keep you going. Yates 11, 19 without loss, but that was just neatly played, didn't overhit it. Just used the pace of the ball to steer it through the offside.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire here today, from what we've seen so far, from the pitch and the conditions, they're 300 minimum, I would have thought today. for Warwickshire. Something up over that I would have thought would be the game plan, but you never know. As I say, with Surrey, when Durham batted first on Thursday, I don't think anyone saw 181 all out on the cards.
No.
And an early finish.
Well, outgrounds are always a bit unpredictable. Sibley stands tall, flexes the knees. Short ball in towards his pads that he just guides down into the leg side. Steele scuttles in from short mid-wicket, and they get another single. Takes the score to 20 without loss.
Saw a few of the highlights of Warwickshire's win at Cheltenham, and he did look very fluent, Tom Sibley, in that innings, as did Yates.
He's been very keen to play white ball cricket for a while, because I mean, if you don't, then you do quite a lot of sitting around once you're not part of the England setup. And their schedule certainly come under the spotlight. The amount of cricket that they've played in the last 12 months. That's almost dragged on by Yates. Ball across the batsman, across the left-hander from Dunn. And again, he's tried to guide it in the offside. Got an inside edge, may just have caught his pad. He looked back at his stumps with a little bit of concern, and the arms were raised by Dunn, but he's got away with that. 20 without loss.
Yeah, and again there, Yates probably just getting used to the pace of this as much as anything, and almost dragging back onto his stumps. But Tom Laws it will be to continue from the pavilion end. Miss Windsor might be a little delayed because she's engrossed in the bronze medal match in the T20 at the Commonwealth Games.
Which isn't going very well, by the way.
In over the wicket comes Tom Laws to start this 6th over to Dominic Sibley, just turning it into the leg side is Sibley. They'll get a single, and Sibley moves on to 5, and Warwickshire move on to 21 without loss.
England 100 for 8.
Are they?
With a couple of overs left. It's never quite looked right in that tournament, England, actually. It's been odd. They were winning without impressing up until the semi-final yesterday, when India took it away from them in the first 20 minutes. That 50 off 23 balls by Mandana at the top.
Yeah.
That did for them, really.
Yeah, I saw
they were chasing the game from that point on.
Yeah. Over the wicket comes Laws. Yates drives down towards backward point. Conor McCurr, good bit of work from him. He's out from slip, but he dives to his left. And there at backward point to do the fielding. Otherwise, I think that would have whistled off to the boundary rope. So, good bit of work that from Conor McCurr.
It's not an easy piece of fielding to do that at all, because it's bouncing in front of him. Tall man, he got down and scooped it up two-handed like it was easy.
Good bit of work from Conor McCurr in his floppy sun hat, as this one Yates gets a bit of width on and guides it off down towards third man, and Yusuf Majid does well. Good dive, slides, gets the ball inside the rope, and then gets the throw in over the top of the stumps. They'll pick up another couple. 2 more to Yates, 2 more to the total. Yates will move on to 13. Warwickshire in the 6th over, 23 without loss. But yeah, Peter May stands filling up all the time, and the MAR Galadari stand, and the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, as in comes Laws, and this is pushed by Yates down towards backward point. There's the big figure of Conor McCurr again, striding up to do the fielding, and then to our right in the green seats, lots of people sat in the sun. So genuinely hot day today as well, and I believe next week Mr. Wilford is getting hotter.
Oh,
we're back to heat wave territory.
Heat wave part 2. It's not going to be as hot as last one, is it?
I don't think so, but it's still going to be warm.
Okay.
As Laws over the wicket he comes, and Yates drives inside edge past his stumps, and this could run away down to the boundary rope for 4. Amar Verdi does well. Dives, gets it inside the rope. I think Yates completely lost where that had gone for a second, and now they've picked up 3, our third 3 of the day already. But there's been a couple of those from Yates, looking to drive thick inside edges. But he picks up 3 more. He'll move on to 16, and Warwickshire move on to 26 without loss.
I feel he thought that was going to go for 4, but it actually, the inside edge also took some pace off the ball. And as a result, it was never quite going to get there, was it?
Good chase from Verdi. Didn't get a bowl at Durham. Will be champing at the bit to get one today, as Over the wicket comes Laws to Sibley. He's looking to work it leg side, hits the thigh guard, steals quick, gets round, throws to the bowler's end. But Sibley is safely home. And the running between the wickets has been very good so far from Messrs Yates and Sibley. And 6 overs gone. And Warwickshire move on to 27 without loss.
Yeah, good call that from Rob Yates, good early call. And Sibley was always going to get home at the other end. Steady enough start, laying the foundation. There's decent depth in this batting order with Rhodes, Burgess, Lamb, Pandya and Ethan Brooks to come. And we'll be interested to see if young Kai Smith gets a bat at some point. Not getting a bowl the other day for Amir Verdi, it's continuing a very difficult season for him, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's been a year that he's wanted to kick on. He's been on the fringe of England's plans and he's not seen any championship cricket here. It's start of a new over from Dunn, and he's gone through Sibley there, and after a long thought the umpire has given him out, and Dominic Sibley is really quite taken aback by that decision. The umpire has still got his finger up now, but it's 27 for 1. It looked pretty full, it looked pretty straight. Sibley was coming down the wicket and it's hit him low and in line, and there's not a lot wrong with that. If he hasn't got a nick on it, and I can't see one, that looks about right.
I thought that was very tight straight away, but obviously Dom Sibley wasn't happy with it because he sort of looked at his back pad height. That was sort of an international sign of is that high, but the finger went up, and Surrey will be delighted with that to get rid of Dom Sibley pretty early in the piece, just the 7th over. But no, it looked a good shout. I think it hit the back pad. Good length delivery. And Dominic Sibley's not happy as he makes his way up the stairs, but has to go. And Matthew Dunn has the wicket. And as I say, from a Surrey point of view, they'll be delighted with that to get rid of Dom Sibley.
From his reaction, you're looking to find what might be wrong. You're looking to see what might... And he's come down the wicket a little bit, but he's hit him so low on the pad that I don't think he's got the height as defence. The line looks good. And it just, the decision took a long time because the umpire wanted to be absolutely sure in his mind that he was out. But I don't think he can have too many complaints. He might be frustrated at missing out here because he knows he'll get some grief on social media for the fact that he hasn't made runs against Surrey when he's about to come back here. But yeah, it looked a decent shout.
Yeah, it was one of those that was immediately it hit the pad. You were the umpire was definitely in the game. That was the thing, the umpire was definitely in the game there. And the finger stayed up for a long old time.
Once the finger was up, it was up for a while.
It was.
It was up to stay.
Absolutely.
So Will Rhodes will come in, made 40 off 42 balls in the win at Cheltenham with a 6 and 5 fours. Got through his full allocation of 10 overs that day as well. Does tend to come into his own in this competition. Bowled the last 10 overs from the City end in a win against Leicestershire last year. 10 overs off the reel. Overs 31 to 50 as it were. And his first ball is down the leg side and he's going to go flying through for 4, and it's going to be given as leg byes. So it's just clipped his hip on its way through. 31 for 1. Bit of pace about that from Matt Dunn.
Definitely. And Messrs Norwell, Miles, Hannah Dalby will be interested in this one because that has got through at good pace, hit the thigh guard, flew off down to the boundary road. He's always a cricketer I've really liked, Will Rhodes. I think he's an extremely talented cricketer.
See if he tries to use the commentator's curse there, we'll see. As he leaves the ball alone outside off stump. And Josh Blake, by the way, had no real chance of cutting off that ball that had come off the hip of Rhodes. He had one of the more vigorous warm-ups that I've seen a wicketkeeper have for a long time. Proper full-on wicket-keeping practice. The ball being fired at him out of a machine.
Yes, the old machine firing.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Will Rhodes early in his career for Yorkshire. And just thinking, oh, this is interesting. Just had a bit about him.
He's quite an old-school cricketer in a way. Does everything to a good standard. As he turns the ball through square leg for his first run. 32 for 1, and he was tremendous leadership last year, and the fact that things have not been so good in the championship this year, it means again fans vent their anger, don't they, these days? And he's taken quite a bit of flack for it, but he hasn't had the bowling attack available to him that he had last year. They haven't had the top order runs that they had last year, and I can't believe that's down to him. As an individual, he's performing okay, and he's a good captain. Done the bowler Rob Yates now, and again it's into the pads. Hasn't quite got his line right at the tail end of this over. Yates runs the first hard, but there will only be a single.
Well, Rhodes can't score the runs and take the wickets for everybody else. He can only do what he can do with bat and ball.
You look at, compared to last year, they've lost the bulk of Liam Norwell. He's barely played this season. He's not been at full steam. He got 50 wickets last year. They've lost the experience of Tim Bresnan. Craig Miles has been less effective because of the fact they haven't got that quality of bowling ahead of him. He's done his in and left alone by Rhodes outside off stump. Danny Briggs has not performed to the standard that he did last year. So we saw it here, that whenever Warwickshire are in a bit of a hole in the field, Will Rhodes has got very little choice other than to throw the ball to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who gradually gets run into the ground if you're not careful. And he's always willing. I mean, Ollie's always going to come back for more. And that's the change. You lose the wickets of Norwell by and large, the presence of Bresnan, and a lot of the wickets of Miles. You're going to struggle.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. 100%. And we saw it in the championship game here, didn't we? That actually, arriving on that final day, nobody was quite sure what was going to happen. And then the quality of Kemar Roach turned the entire thing on its head.
With a little bit of an umpiring assist as well.
Yeah, yes, without a doubt.
The Sam Hain verdict was astonishing.
I know, it was. Tom Laws from the pavilion end is in, and this is tucked away by Yates into the leg side, and they'll pick up two. There's a little misfield there from Nico Reefer, which enables them to get back for a couple.
And to stress, by the way, detracting not at all from what was a brilliant spell of fast bowling.
It was a horrible decision.
Quick swing bowling from Kemar Roach on that final morning, the likes of which we had not seen in the previous 3 days. It was exceptional. It was international bowling of the highest order, plus one really rotten decision.
Tom Laws is in, and driving his Yates out there towards cover. Kimber doing the fielding on the bump ball. Somebody in the crowd shouted yes there for the ground catch. Just one person shouted yes.
I hope he's not got too many sat around him.
No, I know.
He's looking a bit shamefaced.
Hopefully on his own with that shout.
Yay!
And then everybody staring at you as it's actually a dot ball. But there we are on the live stream. There's the crowd. They're all enjoying themselves. And we're getting a change in the field here. They're going to swap Kimber. Geddes is swapping himself with Kimber. So Kimber goes up to mid-off, and Geddes is going into a short extra cover position for Yates on 19 as Laws is into him. Yates drives, and round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding.
It was a little triple switch because Patel has ended up in the position that Kimber was. The skipper's gone into Patel's position and Kimber's gone into the skipper's position.
This is what I like about Ben Geddes. He spots things. I think he's put himself in there because we've seen a couple of times with Yates driving, a little bit away from his body, as over the wicket goes Laws, and there he is driving again down towards backward point. Great work from Conor McCurr again. They'll get a single. It's good running from Messrs Rhodes and Yates. He's on to 20. I just wonder whether he's also thinking with Yates sort of still just getting used to the pace of this, whether he could just drive one uppishly, and Geddes is the most athletic, so he's got himself in there in that short extra cover position. He's keeping himself in there for Rhodes as well.
It's interesting you describe that as good running, because when McCurr fielded it so cleanly, you're thinking, oh, this could be interesting if there's a direct hit, only to realise that both batsmen were pretty much already home. They'd gone on the bee of bang, as they say in the athletics.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even a yes or an, it's just a look. You get so used to each other and the way you go about it that it's sort of almost sort of paranormal. As in over the wicket comes Laws. This is left alone outside the off stump. Is that the right word? Telepathic. That's the one I'm looking for there, Mr. Wilford.
Sorry, you went all a bit sort of Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny on us for a moment.
Sorry about that. I meant telepathic, not paranormal. I think paranormal is sort of ghost hunting, isn't it? Yes. A
ghostly presence shimmered over the oval as they came through for a quick single.
Yes. Sorry about that. As Laws is over the wicket here to Rhodes, and Rhodes again just lets him go. outside his off stump. So this good tight start from Surrey continues. 8 overs gone, 36 for 1. We've only had the 1 boundary so far. 3 all-run threes, 1 boundary. So a good tight start on what looks a good pitch. It's bounce, carry, pace, right in the middle of the square. And yeah, I think Surrey will be happy with this. Warwickshire will just think to themselves, well, we're ticking along at 4.5 at the moment.
So now you've suggested you do realise the ECB will embrace this as a new way to get more people who wouldn't normally come to cricket in by combining the 100 with Britain's most haunted.
Oh, it might work.
It could happen. Yvette Fielding will be umpiring.
Oh, marvellous.
Done to begin a new over and driven up towards mid-off with no real timing. Kimber is in quickly to do the fielding and there's no run.
I've only ever seen those programmes a couple of times, and yes, I don't want to sort of have the paranormal protection society onto me or whatever they are, but I'm never quite convinced.
No. I mean, I think they do rely a little bit on members of the public who are quite suggestible.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
Funny that.
In again comes Dunn, and he's driven into the offside. Squarer this time. McCurr does the fielding. Again, no run. I am curious, you see, I hate to pair these things together because people who are into them will get really annoyed, but it's the same with hypnotism, and the idea is you need to be quite suggestible and then you play along because you're not really yourself, are you, if you're meant to be hypnotised. I would be quite curious to find out whether it's real. I'd be quite curious for somebody to hypnotise me. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's something you could do on air one day. That would be absolutely marvellous. No.
Well, that passed BBC Health and Safety, I don't know. Short ball from Dunn. Very quickly onto it was Yates, but the field is set for it. There's a man on the practice wickets out on the mid-wicket boundary who hurls it in and keeps them down to a single. Tom Laws positioned out there. 4 overs into his opening spell. 37 for 1.
England finished 110 for 9.
That'll take a bit of defending. He's a used wicket, mind you, and with the amount of sun that there's been, Grandstaff have done wonders again. The amount of cricket that's been played there in the last 10 days. Unbelievable. Dunn just back of a length, guided down into the slip corner. Oh, and the non-striker had committed so far down the wicket, and he looks quite relieved that it's not a direct hit there, Rob Yates, as he charges back. And McCurr has his hands on his head. Yates thought this would be a comfortable single, but he hadn't realised that Rhodes had guided it not far enough to the left of slip. So as much as we've commended the speed of their running, and on that occasion Yates had overcommitted.
I think that it sounds strange to say. I think if you watch that back, that throw from Conor McCurr swung.
Possible. In again comes Dunn, turned off his hip this time by Rhodes. Comfortable single. 38 for 1. Can happen, particularly if your instinct is to put your fingers either side of the seam, which Conor McCurr's would be, and you throw it straight enough, it could well.
I think that swung. I think that started off heading directly towards the stumps and then swung. And I think the other thing, he'd have been in 2 minds about, do I let this go, or is someone going to get to the stumps to take the bails off, because he was a long way down.
He was, and if it was a direct hit, he was in no man's land. Yates defends the ball out into the offside. Very sharp across the field is Cameron Steele to do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. I'm with you. I think Surrey will be reasonably pleased that in this opening power play we've had 9 overs so far. Warwickshire 38 for 1. They'll feel that they've held them in check so far.
They do, and they will. A lot of batting in this Warwickshire line-up, but Surrey will be pleased with their solid start. This from the bowlers, and Messrs Dunn and Laws. Again, they started very nicely at Durham, and they've started very nicely here against Warwickshire, but very early days, of course, in a 50-over game. 50 overs is a long old time to bat. If you tick along nicely at 4 and over as a batter, and you bat the whole 50 overs, even I know you could get a double 100. Here is Tom Laws, and forward goes Rhodes, plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. This is the start of the 10th over. We've had a double 100 already. Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson, yeah. He really
100
against Worcestershire, wasn't it? But it's interesting, you know, you've got time to rebuild in 50 over cricket. I was listening on Sports Extra to the Hampshire-Worcestershire game during the week, and Hampshire really started badly but muddled their way through and got enough in the end.
In goes Laws, and this one's cut down to backward point. Good bit of work from Ryan Patel away to his right, because that was well timed by Rhodes, but Ryan Patel away to his right hand side. I have to say, Surrey looked very lively in the field this morning. Immediately Conor McCurr was diving away at backward point, and then that was a very good stop there from Ryan Patel, and we saw Yusuf Majid diving and stopping at third man as Laws is in, up there on the toes of Rhodes, who pushes this one straight back up the pitch, ricochets away after Laws puts his hands down, and Cameron Steele does the fielding.
There's quite a few teams now keep a stat, don't they, in terms of runs that should have been conceded, runs that were prevented, and they come up with a number at the end of an innings. And it may be that they're at zero, sorry, that they haven't conceded any they shouldn't have done. It's quite hard to measure that because it's close enough for him to make the stop, but it's still a really good clean stop that he's made.
Over the wicket once again goes Laws, and Rhodes just lays back, opens the face, guiding this one down to Yusuf Majid, who's got a good arm. I wouldn't take that on. That's the other thing I've noticed with this young man. He's got a lovely sort of elastic, whippy throw.
That's quite flat, that, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And bail high.
Yeah, and he's a natural. It's the first time he let the ball go at Guildford, it flew over Josh Blake's head, but it was like it was going at a rate of knots, and you think, and he's just got a nice, elastic, natural way of throwing, and it really does rock it back over the top of the stumps as Laws round the wicket he comes. And Yates drives back down the pitch. Laws gets a fingertip to it. Almost went back onto the stumps there. I wonder if he was actually trying to deflect that back onto the stumps. But it was well struck by Yates.
So your fielding statistician is probably giving them positives for that one, because I've got a feeling if that beats him, it's straight enough that it probably goes all the way for 4.
Yep.
I think he got plenty on that. It's a good piece of fielding by Laws.
It is. Off his own bowling as well. As round the wicket he comes once again. Driving. Oh, there you go. That is why Ben Geddes is in there. Exactly what we talked about with Yates. That wasn't too far away from Ben Geddes. And that's exactly why, when he did it, I mentioned his captaincy. He spotted this from Yates here. And that one was uppish from Yates. End of the over. 10 overs gone. And Warwickshire are 39 for 1. Just the single off that over. So very nice stuff from Messrs Dunn and Laws. We're getting our first change in bowling though. Nick Kimber is coming into the attack. Picked up a couple of wickets up at Durham on whenever it was, Thursday. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15 for Nick Kimber.
The man broad in the shoulder, not a dissimilar physique to Conor McCurr, I would say. Might be slightly shorter.
Well, played against his brother, of course. He plays for Leicestershire in the opening game. The two Kimber boys went, and he caught his brother out as well, which I'm never quite sure whether you do celebrate that or not. He was quite subdued. Yes. He was quite subdued.
Kimber caught Kimber. I like that. And he's going to be bowling first of all to Rhodes. It's down the leg side. They will appeal in the hope of there not being a wide called. It may have clipped a pad strap or something on the way through. Certainly Will Rhodes doesn't look terribly perturbed that it isn't a wide.
Yeah, I think definitely just flicked his pad, didn't it? Nicely taken by Blake, who has been very impressive behind the stumps.
I wanted to have a go on that wicket keep fielding machine thing.
I'm sure we could set it up for you, Mr. Wilford.
It would have to be with a tennis ball.
They do that here for the T20. They fire tennis balls off this terrace out of a bowling machine for the crowd.
Oh, tremendous. This time he's too far outside off stump, and the umpire thinks about it and then gives a wide. He does like to think, our umpire, Mohammed Syed, in the 2 main decisions he's made today have come after considerable contemplation.
Yes, indeed. And Kimber's just asking the question. It's during the T20 at half-time, they fire tennis balls off this terrace for members of the crowd to try and catch.
Oh.
Which is always very
entertaining.
entertaining.
Are you ever tempted to go out there?
No. Absolutely no chance.
No?
Nope.
Oh.
I wouldn't mind firing the balls out.
Yeah, that'd be
quite
good.
Fun.
Kimber outside off stump, dab down towards the gully. There'll be no run. A bit of an unnecessary shy at the stumps, which actually then hits Rob Yates at the non-striker's end. McCurr chooses not to put a hand up by way of apology.
I tell you, Conor McCurr has been very lively in the field, though, hasn't he, so far? Ball's been following him around, diving all over the place. Very good stuff.
I was just thinking about the crowd and being on the outfield taking catches. I have a thought that I'll come back to if, providing nothing immense happens off this delivery from Kimber. Goes in once more. That's bounced a bit and rocks out the way of it, does Will Rhodes. And whether he thinks that ought to be a wide or not, I don't know, but that got through at head height for me. I think it was fine. I was going to say, when they have the home run derby, or indeed home run derby as they call it in Major League Baseball, they have kids on the outfield trying to catch the ball if it drops short. Just there'll be a dozen, 15 of them in the outfield. It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, brilliant.
And the excitement if they catch it, 'cause it's during the actual contest itself. Yeah. I think it's rather sweet that they do that with their mitts on. This is dabbed again down towards Gully, and this time McCurr throws it at his keeper.
The one I always remember was the Saracens one for an awful lot of money, wasn't it? Drop goal from the halfway line, and it had to hit the crossbar.
A drop goal.
Yeah, and they thought no one would do it. All the players had tried it.
That takes a lot of skill.
Exactly. Players had tried it. First game, lad walks out at half time, absolutely nails it. First up, yeah.
Tremendous.
I'm not quite sure what the insurance on that was.
Exactly.
There would have been a bit of panic, I think.
Rhodes leaves a ball outside off stump from Kimber. Yeah, they do insure against wins in competitions like that. In American basketball, of course, it tends to be the halfway line shot, which is doable. Yeah, it is doable. And I used to practice the halfway line shot.
But I always remember that he walked out first bloke. Players had tried it.
That's magic.
Not been able to do it at all. I think he'd had a couple as well, and then absolutely nailed it first up.
What are the chances? Wow. And again, Kimber again steered down towards the gully fielder, and Will Rhodes is absolutely fuming with himself. I think it was just a wide off that over, wasn't it? 40 for 1. Warwickshire after 11. Umpire has the ball back. Such is the way with the 2-ball system. I'm going to say the odds on a member of the public, and even if it's somebody who's played a bit of rugby, a member of the public steps onto the pitch in front of a crowd and a drop goal from halfway hits the crossbar.
Yeah, amazing.
The odds against that would be
amazing.
Astonishing.
Well, I think they did it because obviously it was so difficult. That's you don't want it obviously to be very easy.
And you do it for a really good prize.
Absolutely. I think top of my head, it might have even been $1 million or something like that. And the worst one I've ever been involved with was after Surrey's famous bowl-out win in the T20, they decided in one of these games to get members of the public out to have a go at half-time. And I had to host it as Conor McCurr from the pavilion end into the attack for the first time today. Well, very nicely at Durham did Conor McCurr, and he's immediately on a goodish line, goodish length, and that's pushed away by Yates down towards backward point. And I think we had 6 members of the public, and it was like a bowl out. You had to hit the stumps, and I knew we were in trouble when who was it who came out? Otis Gibson. They were playing Durham. Otis Gibson came out and was marking out his run for the start of the second innings, and nobody had hit. So at that point it was like, right, we better get off here. But it didn't half go on. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr again, and Yates lays back, cuts this one for 4. That's a lovely shot. Just gave himself a little bit more room there, Yates, and that's pinged away past a diving Ryan Patel, and our second boundary of the day. And Yates moves on to 25, and Warwickshire move on to 44 for 1.
It is, even the pros find a bowl out hard because it's not a length and line that they normally bowl.
Nope.
And it's often your part-timers find it better.
Running towards us once more is Conor McCurr to Yates. Yates drives up towards mid-off. Oh dear. And Amar Verdi has completely misfielded that on the edge of the circle. He's just missed it, and that's going to run away for 4. So not a great moment that for Amar Verdi. Just completely took his eye off the ball. Puts up an apologetic hand to Conor McCurr, and that's 4 more to the total. But yeah, it's gone straight through his hands and straight through his legs, so he won't want to see that again.
I think that sums up where his confidence is this summer. I think so. To be honest.
48 for 1 Warwickshire. As in again goes McCurr, and Yates turns this one into the leg side. Cameron Steele tumbles away to his left to do the fielding, and there is no run. We had a Nigel Bibmead at BBC Radio London. It was the golf competition down at Docklands, and Danny Kelly did his show live from there, and they had one of those simulators for a holiday to the Caribbean nearest the pin.
No.
And Nigel, live on air, put it to within an inch of the hole and won the holiday. As in over the wicket once again comes McCurr, and Yates has tried to guide this one that was a little too close to him to guide, and went past the edge and into the gloves it went of Blake, moving away to his left-hand side. He didn't go. I don't think he went on it. I think he gave it away again.
There are two things to bear in mind here. One is BBC guidelines would have made that really difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
And the second thing, I think you feel a certain pressure not
absolutely.
to as well.
But it was a hell of a shot. He plays a bit of golf, but
that's outstanding.
Yeah, as McCurr is in once more, another short ball, and this one's pushed away down towards backward point, and there is no run as Ryan Patel does the fielding away to his right. 12 gone then, and Warwickshire 48 for 1. Yates has 29 and Rhodes has 3.
It's like with the raffle at the end of season dinner at Edgbaston. I reached that point where I think, I must buy a raffle ticket. There's some good prizes. And then when it's about to be drawn, I'm thinking, I hope I don't win. I don't want to go up there and get a prize. I know people are going to be saying, put it back.
Yeah.
Well, why put it back?
I quite enjoy a raffle. I quite like drawing a raffle. That's always quite good fun. Sort of turning it into an FA Cup style drawing of the balls for the raffle prizes.
I sometimes get a bit sarcastic about the prizes when I'm drawing a raffle, which can be a bit of a problem. We're going to see start of a second over for Nick Kimber, and Will Rhodes has struggled to get going here. He just jabs at the ball and it goes towards the short mid-wicket Patel. And particularly when it's sort of a function for it's a small time function and people have brought raffle prizes, and it's some smellies that they've been given for Christmas the year before. I will tend to point that out, and they can get quite upset.
Oh, absolutely. Well, everybody's done it though, haven't they? Could you donate a raffle prize and sort of the Christmas present you didn't really want still in the box?
Kimber, and that's lifted a little bit past the top of the bat of Will Rhodes, who now comes down to have a good look at the surface in front of him. Jabs at where he thinks the ball's pitched, and then somewhere else where it might have pitched.
It's a nice delivery from Nick Kimber. Real bounce, movement.
He stayed over the wicket against the left-hander, so he's getting that angle.
Coming across the left-hander, isn't he? And that's nicely bowled by Nick Kimber.
I'd be tempted, if I was Ben Geddes, the way that Rhodes has started here, to give Kimber a slip. So it comes in again. And that again has gone past the bat of Will Rhodes.
That's a lovely length from Kimber. It really is. And I think Ben Geddes will get tempted in a minute if he keeps doing this, because Rhodes has genuinely played at that. Bounce, movement, nice carry into the gloves of Blake. It's good bowling this from Nick Kimber.
Sorry, is it because it's the One Day Cup that the captains haven't got the earpiece to know what we're telling them to do with the field? Because it often happens in the Championship, doesn't it?
It does.
Maybe he won't do it because it's the opposition captain who's batting, but Will Rhodes is finding it hard out there. He pushes forward to a fuller ball, but again doesn't time the drive, and it's picked up by Steele at short extra cover.
I think this pitch is doing a little bit more than everybody expected. I think there is pace and bounce and a bit more movement than everybody expected. So we've seen, because those two from Kimber have done enough at pace. So I just think now this is a case of getting through this bit. Be interested to see what happens when spin comes on as well.
This is a full toss down the leg side and will be signalled as a wide. 49 for 1. Which night was this track used for the Thames Derby?
When was that? Was that Tuesday? Was it? I can't remember.
the only match, I think maybe it might have been Thursday.
Was it Thursday?
So the tournament started on Wednesday with the Trent Rockets.
Righto.
So it's had a bit of time to stew since then.
And it's been hot as well, that's the other thing.
So the Invincibilis were playing here on Thursday. As this is full and driven by Rhodes, and he's got that one absolutely flush. It wasn't too far to the right of the fielder at mid-off, but it whistled past him for 4. And that brings up the Warwickshire 50. It's taken them into the 13th over, but they're 53 for 1. Will Rhodes progresses to 7.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? I think that's the shot of the day so far from Will Rhodes. What makes it so good are those first 2 balls of this over as well, where it did nip around, and that was a lovely, lovely firm shot through the covers for 4.
There was a bit of feeling about that, wasn't there? I think he'd become quite frustrated and bogged down at Rhodes. Now he's reaching for a ball outside off stump, and that's going to be signalled as a second wide of the over. Kimber has bowled a couple of outstanding balls in this over. 2 wide deliveries. The one down the leg side was a full bunger that I don't think pitched it past the stumps. There's a little bit erratic. 54 for 1 the score now.
Well, it's had a bit of everything so far in this over from Nick Kimber. A couple of absolute pearlers, as you say, and then that wide bump and a boundary. Comes in again, broad-shouldered down the leg side, and that will be a 3rd wide of the over. 14 extras on the board, incidentally, in the 13th over. There have been a few well-struck leg byes amongst them, but there's also been a bunch of wides now. Just to say that New Zealand women off to a flyer. 42 without loss in the 4th. Only chasing 111.
It's quite surprising, isn't it? But England do look like they're going to miss out on a medal. There were 1 or 2 controversial selection decisions before the tournament, and then they lost Heather Knight to injury. It's not been a smooth tournament for them. Full ball onto the pads of Rhodes, turns it behind square, and he'll call Rob Yates through for 2. He has to get the wriggle on as well. He sprints, but then it goes past the gloves of the wicketkeeper. As Josh Blake can't quite suck it in, and they get through comfortably for the 2. End of the over. That was the 12th. Bit of acceleration now. 57 for 1 Warwickshire, with Yates 29 and Rhodes 9.
Yeah, and they'll settle for this Warwickshire at the moment. I think both sides will, actually. I think Surrey will be pleased with the way they've gone about it with the ball. I think Rhodes and Yates have worked out that it's not going to be as straightforward as they probably thought on this surface, because, as I say, bounce, carry and a bit of movement. It's Conor McCurr from the pavilion end then, coming into Yates, and Yates, he loves that shot, and he just lays back, opens the face, guides it off down towards the man. Kimber's quickly round to do the very beautiful bit of keeping that from Blake. The throw was on the half volley. Beautiful bit of glove work that from young Mr. Blake. But another single for Rhodes. He moves on to 10. Yates, apologies. It's my first viewing of the Invincibles sign.
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused what the N and E are. Are they meant to be like snakes or something? I'm trying to think what the cricketing connotation of that is. As in over the wicket comes McCurr. That's left alone by Rhodes outside his off stump.
Well, this is where you're making your mistake. And again, somebody from the ECB is going to throw a bat at me for this, but you've got to appeal to the non-cricket fan. So I'm imagining it's something to do with Game of Thrones. I don't know. Is it that? Is a sort of serpent from that? I don't know.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm sure it isn't, but it's a possible explanation.
Yes. Maybe it's just a bit funky. A funky way of doing your N and your E. As over the wicket comes McCurr, and this one's tucked away off his hip by Rhodes out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up the single. That'll be 1 more to the total, 1 more to Rhodes. He moves on to 10, and Warwickshire move on to 59 for 1. We've got the DJ stage away to our left, so I might nip in there during the interval and
looking to play,
mix the wheels of steel. Got the old back catalogue in the bag here, so might do a bit of that. As over the wicket once again is, McCurr again, it's bounce as much as anything. It's a bit close to Yates, that, to be cutting.
What are you going to give us then? Status quo?
Well, no, I always like sort of, when I had a friend who used to have a mobile disco, and he used to quite enjoy sort of doing the announcements of if you're driving a Ford Escort registration of 312YJ, could you move, please? You're blocking the catering ban. And now, Depeche Mode, as this one's driven straight back up the ground by Yates towards mid-on, and there is no run. So yes, that sort of thing. But well, it's a very good stage, isn't it? Way to our left.
I just like the fact that you're not confessing what you said off air you'd be playing, but that's fine.
Oh, Manilow?
Yeah.
Everybody knows this with me. Oh, there'd be Manilow in there.
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl.
Oh, well, the best of got me back from Newcastle on Thursday night in the car. Is in over the wicket once again. Oh, it's McCurr and Yates again. It's that bounce from McCurr. Yates is again trying to go down to third man. Uppercut, beats the edge. He loves that shot, does Mr. Yates. And it's taken by Blake away to his right-hand side. End of the over, 14 gone, and Warwickshire are 59 for 1.
How many times did you have to listen to that through? 5, 6 times? Oh, blimey.
Yeah, very good it was. And that followed up with the Maverick soundtrack.
Okay.
Which, I still haven't seen the film, but I've got
but you like the soundtrack?
Yeah. So,
okay.
I took my daughter to see the new dinosaur film the other day.
Good.
Out after 20 minutes.
Oh, she didn't like it either?
Great, no.
Oh, okay.
No, we went 10-pin bowling instead.
There is something quite empowering about leaving early. Although I once got cross-examined in the theatre when I was leaving at the end of the interval by a member of staff. As Kimber begins a new over, he's driven by Rhodes up towards mid-on and there's no run. I'll do one more ball, then I'll scoot to do a 12 o'clock and return rapidly. It's a performance at the Birmingham Hippodrome of Sunset Boulevard, in which Faith Brown was playing the lead role, and it was declared in the pre-publicity that when Andrew Lloyd Webber heard her singing the songs, it made him cry. And we could quite believe it, but for all the wrong reasons.
So were you crying as you left?
we were a little bit nonplussed by the experience. We were talking to friends until the end of the interval, and then we thought we'll go then. Back at the length and outside off stump, and with not enough foot movement really, Rhodes just prods it out into the offside for a single. Warwickshire are 60 for 1. They're in the 15th over now. 30 to Yates, 10 to Rhodes. I shall be back shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Wilford. He's off to do his midday update. Well, I was one of the very few people that went to see the short-running Cliff Richard musical Time, where they had Laurence Olivier sort of on a big globe. But that didn't last very long, as McCurr isn't bowling because it's Kimber. Comes up into the block hole of Yates, and Yates, full face of the bat, checks this one up towards Ben Geddes, stood up there at mid-on. So if you're just joining us, good afternoon as it is now. Warwickshire winning the toss, batting first. Dom Sibley has gone. LBW to Matthew Dunn for 5. Rob Yates has 30. Will Rhodes has 11. Surrey have been very disciplined with the ball so far. Pace and bounce and carrying this wicket as Kimber is over the wicket forward. Comes Yates and pushes a good length ball out towards Cameron Steele. In there at extra cover. Does the fielding, and there is no run. Nice breeze going across the ground at the moment. Perfect day for cricket this. Blue sky, sun beating down. One flag flutters on top of the flagpole, on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Very nice day for cricket as Kimber is in over the wicket, and this is short, and this is pulled off the hip down towards fine leg, and there's Amal Verdi, and he'll do very well, get round, do the fielding. He'll feel a bit better now after letting that one through his legs off Conor McCurr. Just a couple of runs there to Yates. He moves on to 32, but got round quickly here. Verdi in a good dive and got a good amount behind it, and then got to his feet quickly and got the ball back into Josh Blake. Yates moves on to 32, 62 for 1. There's Kimber. He's in over the wicket, short ball, and Yates is pulling in front of square. This will whistle away for 4. A lot of time there. Banged in by Kimber. Halfway down, it just sat up. And Yates was waiting for that. And pulls it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. 15 gone. And Warwickshire 66 for 1. Yates 36. Rhodes has 11. Conor McCurr will continue from the pavilion end of the ground. Just looked up again, and well, the MAR Galladari stand really filling up. People sensibly though sat underneath the middle tier to get some shade, but those who like the sun, they'll get a whole day of sun sat there because there's not a cloud in the sky. As McCurr, 16th over, is into Rhodes, and Rhodes just gets cramped up by this one. Plays it back up the pitch, and McCurr does the fielding off his own bowling. But yes, those who want to sit in the sun, you've got a whole day of sun today and next week as well, because there's another heat wave starting. Nathan Barnwell's just jogging around with something for Nick Kimber as McCurr is in, and this one leading edge from Rhodes was looking to work that towards mid-wicket. It flies off a leading edge down towards third man. Kimber's throws over the top of Blake, but Steele does the backing up. Yates will come on to strike on 36. 67 for 1. Rhodes moves on to 12. Back on to strike comes Rob Yates as Conor McCurr is in over the wicket to Yates off his hip, turned into the leg side. Cameron Steele potters round to do the fielding, and there at mid-wicket they'll pick up another single. Welcome back to Mr. Wilford. That was a quick update, Mr. Wilford.
I timed it reasonably well, and it included some Strictly Come Dancing news into the bulletin at BBC Commentary Warwickshire, which was BBC CWR as it is now, which was very interesting. I haven't seen it come up online yet though.
Ooh.
So I'm just double checking it. So I do enjoy the announcement time of year for who's going to be on Strictly.
Ah, yes, yes. As in over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr, and forward goes Rhodes. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, I suppose we are heading towards September now, aren't we?
We are, yes. So they've announced the 6th celebrity today.
Oh, excellent.
And very exciting, it's Ellie Simmons, and that's going to make it a very different dynamic.
Absolutely.
I mean, she will be so enthusiastic.
She's brilliant, Ellie Simmons.
So,
yes. I've seen her on the telly doing the swimming at the Commonwealth Games, as this one's tucked away down towards fine leg off the thigh guard, in fact, that is, from Rhodes, so that'll be another leg by.
It's the second West Midlander to be announced, actually, which is quite nice, because we have a former BBC WM colleague who's on Strictly this year, which is really weird. So we're looking forward to that. But Richie Anderson, who does the travel on Radio 2 in the mornings with Zoe and Ken Bruce, and does a lot on the One Show, he's on Strictly this year.
There you are. In over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Forward goes Rhodes. Yates, apologies, and plays this one out towards extra cover. End of the over, 69 for 1 after 16, because of course cricket sort of went through a phase of having winners.
Well, I mean, Darren Gough was very good, but I think the standard has raised since then. Mark Ramprakash was just exceptional. And do not forget the cricket connection with Harry Judd.
Yes, indeed.
Because he's a very fine cricketer.
He is indeed.
And it was one of those things that, like, because the family loved Strictly, and when he was announced, I was saying he could win it. Why do you say that? Look, because he plays cricket. Yeah. Well, you're not, said footwork.
Yes,
it's all about the footwork.
Absolutely.
We're going to see some spin.
Yeah, Amar Verdi into the attack. So this is good to see Amar Verdi into the attack. Didn't get a bowl up in Newcastle, but into the attack now is Amar Verdi. Nathan Barnwell is out there as well. He's doing some 12th man work for Nick Kimber, who's gone off after his bowling.
It's a bit of an up and down 3 overs that for Nick Kimber. But, most of the matches are progressing at a similar rate today. I was just looking at the scores while I was briefly in the other box. Apart from poor old Leicestershire, who are having an absolute nightmare of a day at Sussex. There were 6 down in 13 overs.
Oh dear.
45 for 6 they are in the 15th now. But that's going to be a long old day for Leicestershire. So Verdi, off spinner, bowling round the wicket and driven up to long off by Will Rhodes, who just take the single that's on offer straight away. Picked up by Yusuf Majid, and they're through for another single.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Verdi get a bowl today. Bowled against Leicestershire. It was a bit of a thankless task, really. 3 overs, none for 20, so he'll be hoping to get a full allocation in today, Verdi.
Quite a lot going on in this run-up. Swings the ball, bit of a flick of both hands, and then in blocked out into the offside by Rhodes. He had one game away on loan at Somerset, didn't he? And that didn't go terribly well for him. Was going for 6 and over.
Well, I think that was when Jeaton got his 100, wasn't it? So I think it went terribly well for anybody, really.
No, it's a fair point. This one's just back of a length, but Yates trying to guide it down towards third man, which has been his favourite shot today. Hasn't got the bounce right at all. Very neat glove work again from Josh Blake, who's been exceptionally tidy so far. Just one throw that went through his hands. That was being covered anyway. Straighter delivery, just steadily forward. There's Yates, who is certainly having a good look at Verdi in this first over.
He might like having a couple of left-handers as well to bowl that first up, Verdi.
The rough isn't just from today outside their off stump, it's from the Invincibles game as well. He just rocks back and forces the ball up towards long on, where Reefer is housed. Oh, that's not Reefer, is it?
Nathan Barnwell.
It's Barnwell.
Yep.
No, it's right. I was done by the fact that 27 and 29 are rather similar numbers.
They are.
71 for 1.
Yeah, he's down there, Mr. Barnwell. His sunglasses on, I think.
And Rhodes awaits the next delivery. Tries to steer it wide of Steele, but Steele is quickly to his right to field. Good start for Verdi, that, just to get him into a bit of rhythm, build his confidence. Just the 2 singles coming off that over. 13 Rhodes, 38 Yates. Warwickshire 71 for 1. It's all a bit of a phony war, this first hour and 10 minutes.
Yes, actually. Nobody's really wrestled the initiative as yet. I think the interesting thing is both sides will be fairly pleased with where they are. So nobody's sort of, as I say, sort of taken the ball by the horns as yet. As it will be McCurr to continue this shorter run of his these days. We've seen the same thing with Jamie Overton. To great success, of course, the shorter run. 18th over. Conor McCurr is into Yates, who drives into the covers. There's Ben Geddes to do the fielding, diving away to his right-hand side.
It's interesting because I really observed the shorter run for McCurr, and I think I probably was off air if he discussed it during the championship game. But he's arriving at full pace.
Yeah.
It doesn't need any more than that. He looks in rhythm.
This is exactly what Azam Mahmood had said to Jamie Overton. He said, you're not going to lose anything by coming in off a shorter run. As in over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Oh, and that beats Yates' outside edge as he's looking to force off that back foot, but there's good pace there again from Conor McCurr. Liam Norwell will like the look at this, I would have thought.
Yeah, although Norwell would tend instinctively to bowl a fuller length than this. This is more the length that Craig Miles will bowl. But that's the beauty. For me, that's as good a ball as we've seen all morning, because you've got to play at it. It's nibbling around off stump, but it's then coming away from the bat a little bit.
As over the wicket again comes Conor McCurr. Oh, looking to pull his Yates off his hip top edge, I think that is, over the top of the keeper. Down below us, Yusuf Majid gets round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple more. So 2 more to Yates. He moves on to 40, I think that is now, at 73 for 1. How has Mr. Pandya settled in, Mr. Wilford?
Well, okay, he bowled fine in the week. He wasn't needed as a batsman. He's very enthusiastic about being here. I think it's a good idea. They needed a spinner to play anyway.
As driving for 4, emphatically down the ground is Yates. That's the best shot he's played. It's a lovely straight drive. Held the pose, whistles off for 4. Yates moves on to 44. 77 for 1. That's the 50 partnership as well between these two. One nice way to bring it up. Slightly overpitched by Conor McCurr, and Yates jumped all over that.
Never moved after he struck it as well. He just knew that was delivered to the boundary. Doesn't need to err on the side of full, McCurr, actually.
And he comes once more over the wicket, and forward goes Yates, pushes out into the offside. Up comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. No, I'm looking forward to watching Mr. Pandya have a bowl.
But the legend is that he wasn't expecting to come over at all. Although it's not, a bad thing to be around with the hundreds on, although the Indian board don't like Indian players playing in it. But he was encouraged by the fact that Washington Sundar came to play for Lancashire. They're big mates. And I think their families get on and everything. So across he came.
This one's forced off the back foot by Yates, down towards third man. He'll get a single. He's thinking of two because there was a little misfield from Barnwell, but the ball actually just went straight in front of him, so he was able to pick up and hurl it in to Josh Blake. End of the over, 18 gone, and 78 for 1 are Warwickshire, with Yates on 45, Rhodes on 30. I think it's terrific to have him in the competition.
Well, the other reason is that Warwickshire's first 4 spinners are all in the 100. So you've got Danny Briggs, of course, Jake Lintott, Jacob Bethel, and Dan Mosley, who bowled a lot in this competition last year. Rob Yates will bowl spin, but you don't want him as your front line spinner. Amar Verdi to continue into bowl to Yates, forces him off the back foot for a single out towards the deep cover fielder, who is Nico Reefer, who's very agile in the field. He's got the physique of an athlete, as Reefer.
Just glides, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Even when he walks, he just looks very relaxed and athletic.
Looks very comfortable out there in the deep, as he was when he was fielding his 12th man last week. This next ball forced off the back foot by Rhodes, quite straight, and Verdi's able to fall on it to his right, and to prevent any addition to the score, it remains 79 for 1. Comes in from a good 8 yards or so. That's short outside off stump. Rhodes is content to flick it back out to Reefer again for another single. 80 for 1, Rhodes to 14.
A little bit of drift there for Amar Verdi. It's a bit too short, but there was a little bit of drift there for him.
Yeah, he was well short of the length that he needs to be bowling at. Not really put anything above the eye line of the batsman just yet. Maybe he'll be tempted to do so to Yates now. And that is floated up a little bit more, but Yates drives it further in front of square, but it just means a bit more business for Nico Reefer, who gets it nicely on the bounce to bail high just in front of the stumps to the wicket keeper. 81 for 1. But again for Verdi, so far he's only conceded singles. In his first 10 balls he's conceded 5 singles. Ben Geddes will be happy with that. And he does nothing here as well, as Rhodes looks to flick it round the corner and finds short fine leg. Rhodes is at odds with himself a bit here, in that any positive shot he plays he's finding a fielder. Apart from that one lovely straight drive, or sort of straight extra cover drive if you like, for 4, he's not found gaps today, and he won't here either. Again he's trying to steer it for a single. Look at him flicking his bat through the dirt. Can't get going, Will Rhodes. He's 14, Yates 47, Warwickshire 81 for 1 after 19.
At the moment he's cutting a slightly frustrated figure. Here's Will Rhodes. Again, that one just up on his toes, punched it straight into Patel at short mid-wicket. So Kimber's back out there now, so Dunn's nipping off. So off goes Matthew Dunn, up the stairs and back into the dressing room. So Kimber's up there at mid-on. Barnwell will stay out there for Matthew Dunn. So Barnwell down at third man. And Conor McCurr to bowl the 20th over of the piece. Coming into Yates, and Yates cracks him off the back foot and up and over the top, down to the third man boundary rope for 4 to bring up his 50. So back-to-back 50s in the competition now for Rob Yates. 63 deliveries, and that one was nicely put away, a little short and a little wide. He does love that shot, and goes over the top of backward point and away for 4, and it's on to 51. 85 for 1.
Yeah, quite deliberate that time to go the uppish route, Rob Yates, and he'd picked the right boy, split the field nicely.
McCurr is into him, and he's driving. That's an even better shot. Through extra cover on the up. The chase is on from Tom Laws. Brilliant from Tom Laws. The young man sprinting round, diving full length and keeping it just inside the boundary rope, and Yates will move on to 53. 87 for 1, but that was a lovely shot from Rob Yates. He sort of found his timing during this innings. Took him a little bit of time to get used to the pace of the pitch, but he is now, as McCurr is into him, and this one is clipping away into the leg side. We'll just get a single as Nico Reefer gets the ball in. One bounce over the top of the stumps. Warwickshire 88 for 1. Rhodes will come back onto strike on 14.
Yates gives the impression that he wants to go through the gears now he's reached 50. He's suddenly become very, very busy indeed.
Well, there's definitely runs to be had out there today. Just might take you a little bit longer than you thought to get used to the pace of the pitch, as McCurr is into Rhodes. Rhodes finds a single, just gets up on his toes, turns this one into the leg side. We'll take one more. Rhodes moves on to 15. Warwickshire moving on to 89 for 1. Back onto strike comes Yates. So after this over, 30 to go for Warwickshire. So they're laying a nice platform here. Oh, Warwickshire just beginning to take the initiative a touch at the moment. Oh, the visitors, as in over the wicket once again comes McCurr. Oh, now Yates is pulling. Top edge, high in the air, and taken by Yusuf Majid. Down below us at fine leg, and Yates will be annoyed with that, having just got to his 50. It's a good catch from Yusuf Majid down to our right, but McCurr has the wicket, and Yates goes for 54 just as he was beginning to go through the gears. But Yusuf Majid with a good catch. Yates gone, and Warwickshire are 89 for 2.
A smart tactic from McCurr, because in his previous over, Yates had tried the pull and got that top edge over the wicket-keeper's head that he got a couple of runs off, and that one has hurried him again. You can see that he was on the attack. He wants to take that shot on, and the top edge that carried a long way. Majid, I suspect, was a little bit nervous under that. You know, on a stage like this, playing in front of a crowd, probably the biggest crowd he's played in front of, and he's judged that really, really well. Horrible catches to take that early in your career, but that's a good wicket for Surrey when they really needed the breakthrough. 89 for 2.
Yep, very good. 66 balls and 6 fours for Rob Yates in that innings of 54. But yeah, it was definitely beginning to go through the gears there. Michael Burgess makes his way out there into the middle to join his captain. But yeah, it would have been the thing for Yusuf Majid as well there, was he had a bit of time to think about it, but he took it very safely down to our right hand side.
Is that a good thing to have time to think about it? I never know whether it is.
Terrible. Absolutely
yeah, that's
dreadful.
what I thought, you see.
I think that, you know, you sometimes see people take unbelievable catches where the ball's screamed off the bat and then drop an absolute, what people would call a sitter, because it's gone straight up in the air, and you've got plenty of time to think, now, am I in the right place here? Oh, where's that gone? Oh, who's that in the crowd? Oh, I wouldn't want to drop that. Oh, no. As Conor McCurr then. First ball for the right-handed Burgess, and Burgess turns McCurr down into the leg side with a nod back towards Conor McCurr. End of the over. A successful one from Conor McCurr. 20 overs gone then. And Warwickshire in this Royal London One Day Cup game won the toss, batted first, 89 for 2.
It was a 5th list day half-century for Rob Yates. He's played 10 matches, batted 10 times. He's got 489 runs, which is not too bad at the relatively early stage of his career. Turns 23 in September. His first-class average has dipped below 30 this season, but already 6 first-class hundreds to his credit.
Yeah, I think he'll be just annoyed, won't he? Because he's just beginning to get going. But as you say, good bit of bowling from Conor McCurr to get rid of Yates.
Well, somebody's got to make a good score, you'd think, for Warwickshire to get up to a competitive total here, and it's not going to be Will Rhodes, because Verdi, I think, has drawn an edge from him there, and it's been taken neatly behind by Blake. It's a double breakthrough, 2 wickets in 3 balls for Surrey, which really changes the complexion of the game. Will Rhodes, who never reached any degree of fluency, has gone for 15. It's 89 for 3, and that's just a little nick behind to the wicketkeeper.
Catch, because it's off the inside edge. Really good catch from Blake, because it's bounced and a little bit of turn, and that changes things now, because Rhodes goes straight after Yates, 2 fresh batters at the crease, and you can see what that meant to Amar Verdi. Nice catch from Blake behind the stumps, and good bit of bowling from Verdi. They're going to have to rebuild again here now, Warwickshire, because they suddenly find themselves 89 for 3 in the 21st over. And Surrey will be the happier of the two sides now.
It's going to be, by the look of it, it's going to be Krunal Pandya who comes out to bat.
Excellent. Plenty of time.
Interesting to see him come out early.
Yep. Probably because there is plenty of time to go, isn't there? So may as well have a proper bat.
Join Michael Burgess.
That does change things, because it was Warwickshire beginning to take the initiative, and now Surrey taking the initiative, and they're going to get a slip in straight away for Pandya. He looks very keen, actually. He's gone out there, and he can always sort of tell from the body language of the players when they get out there how keen they are for the battle in front of them. And he's marched out there and doing all his stretching exercises, left-handed of course.
So yeah, that's third left-hander in the top 5 for Warwickshire in this match. But it'd be interesting to see him bat for the Bears for the first time as he faces Verdi, and he's looking to cut this, and it's a good tumbling stop at point to prevent him getting off the mark. You want to keep him quiet. 31 years of age from Gujarat is Krunal Pandya. He's played right around the world. Very fine T20 batsman, full of ball from Verdi, stabs at it towards extra cover.
Well, of course, the Pandya brothers, hugely talented cricketers.
He's the older of the two, but less successful, I suppose, in a way, but still a very fine player. And he will get off the mark now by driving the ball up to long off for a single. He averages in List A cricket 37 with the bat. So 200s and 12 50s. So he's no stranger to playing a good hand in List A cricket. 91 wickets he's taken as well, an average of 31, with the best of 6 for.
Well, his brother is sort of the rock and roll cricketer, isn't he? He really is. And it's good to see him bat bowling again, because of course he went through a bit at a time where he couldn't bowl hard it, but he's bat bowling now and bats. But this gentleman is a very fine cricketer.
He's off the mark. Burgess isn't yet, as he faces Verdi for the first time and works the ball through a vacant square leg. Sliding stop by Geddes, but Burgess off the mark. 91 for 3. But rebuild very much the order of the day, which is what Mark was saying.
Absolutely, and it's just changed the whole dynamic. Those 2 quick wickets for Surrey, all their hard work, it's got rewarded for it now.
Back round the wicket to Pandya, who steers it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. New Zealand's women are about to take the bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games cricket against England. The scores are level, and they've got 50 balls left to get the other single.
Oh dear.
They've gone about it very quickly. Sophie Devine is 50 not out. That's all gone a bit pear-shaped for England at the tail end of that tournament.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? So the 2 games, the semi and this one, not gone the way they would have wanted. So Verdi and Blake, little chat there after the good work from Blake off Verdi, and now we're going to get Yusuf Majid into the attack. This will be a big moment for him here with a crowd
at the Oval.
At the Oval.
Wow.
He started very nicely in his one-day career. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19 against Leicestershire at Guildford, and then 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41 against Durham.
So 3 wickets at less than 20 apiece as a teenager.
Pretty good, isn't it?
You take that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I think, by the way, this is a really good piece of captaincy by Ben Geddes. As much as Conor McCurr took a wicket in his last over, with Warwickshire having lost 2 in quick succession, Get the young man on there.
Good time for him to bowl again. So Yusuf Majid from the pavilion end will start left arm round the wicket to Michael Burgess, and Burgess drives him straight back up the pitch, and Majid does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run, but he's got very nice control, this young man. Couple of paces, then round the wicket he comes, tosses this one up. That's driven by Burgess down the ground towards long off. It'd be a thrill for him to bowl at Pandya.
Yeah,
Isn't it? There's
wow.
one more to the total.
You're looking at an IPL star standing at the other end.
Absolutely. Might try and get a bit of a chat with him as well at some point, I would have thought. So Burgess moves on to 2. 92 for 3.
Two youngsters who are running every row of the top tier of the Galadari stand at the moment.
Oh, they are. Good on them. Yes. Well, they are. That'll keep them fit. As over the wicket. Oh, it's Yusuf Majid. That's the edge of Pandya's bat. No slip. Flies off down towards the third man boundary rope. It was the quicker one. It was nicely bowled. And now the third run. Burgess has to get his skates on, but that was nicely bowled by Yusuf Majid. And just turned Pandya around a touch there. His head shot back. He picks up 3. And 97 for 3 now. Burgess comes back onto strike on 4.
May have played for a bit of turn that wasn't there on that occasion, whether a deliberate arm ball or not. Don't think it did a lot.
Yusuf Majid is round the wicket to Burgess. Again, just drives nicely down the ground. Does Michael Burgess. One more to him. He moves on to 5 now. Scoreboard's not bunched. So I think the scoreboard's had a bit of a turn here.
It's going to catch up by... There we go.
Well, we're back. 96 for 3.
It has to do with a ball at a time to catch up.
Yes, and Pandya back onto strike on 4. They've got the slip in now. And as I say, it was in there that he took an absolutely wonderful catch. Ryan Patel on Thursday at Newcastle off this young man. Yusuf Majid is in, and Pandya, he's trying the little paddle sweep here. It hits the front pad, rolls away in front of him.
He's come in ready to be busy, Pandya. And I mean, I don't even know whether he knows how inexperienced the opposition bowler is, but wanted maybe to get on top of him as quickly as possible. 96
for 3 in the 22nd. As Yusuf Majid is in, and a wristy cut from Pandya, but straight down to Anwar Verdi. Tidy first over, again from Yusuf Majid, 5 off it. 22 overs have gone, 23 remain for Warwickshire. They are 96 for 3.
The decision to send Pandya in ahead of Lamb might be a little bit down to the fact that there's a lot of spin at the moment. Oh, at the time it was only Verdi, but perhaps no surprise therefore that Yusuf Majid was thrown into the fray very quickly. So Verdi bowling in his sunglasses. Will be very pleased with the work he's got through so far. And that was a very good wicket of Will Rhodes. That's a bowler's wicket, not getting hit into the outfield. That was a proper good delivery as he's hammered here by Burgess, and that is a very good parry by Patel at extra cover, because if he doesn't lay a finger on that, that is hurtling to the wet ropes for 4, but he keeps them down to a single.
Did very well there, did Ryan Patel. In a way he got too much of a hand on it because it ricocheted firmly away. So it's almost like he sort of good strong goalkeeper there. Ryan Patel.
Yeah, good wrist, got it out for a corner.
Yes.
Get a chance to regroup your defence. 97 for 3, 4 apiece to Burgess and Pandya, and it's Pandya who faces Verdi. Just back of a length, it's an outside edge, is it? There's an appeal for LBW. They'll come through for 2, and we'll see whether there's any further signalage from the umpire. There isn't. It's going to be 2 off the bat of Pandya, who is on to 6. 5 of those runs have used the full breadth of the willow. Roland Butcher will be offering up his practice bats right away.
Well, those safely got to Cardiff.
Good.
So
that was one of the stories of the week.
Mr. Toby Radford's coming to collect them at some point. So I looked after those for 3 or 4 days.
Verdi outside off stump, pushing forward is Pandya, sends Burgess back. No run.
Out in Jersey at the moment.
Yeah, he's at the sort of Associate Nation tournament.
Yep.
Not called that anymore, are they? But something similar. Driven into the offside by Pandya. Should only be the single out to Reefer, and that's the Warwickshire 100. It's taken them well into the 23rd over for them to get to 3 figures. Pandya on 7, 100 for 3. Well, you'd have to recalibrate a little bit what a score's going to be here. It may be that this is 250, 260 territory.
Yep, absolutely. And
that might be game on at that score. Might not be easy to get there. Surrey have bowled well and they've fielded well. They've backed up their bowlers. Only misfield was that of Verdi, who then has come on and bowled really well. Pushed square by Burgess. And there's no run. Umpire is pointing to something at this end underneath the media centre that might be bothering Krunal Pandya. As Burgess awaits Verdi once more. This is short and it's going to be pulled by Burgess over the head of short mid-wicket, who's quite glad that it cleared him, I think. And they come back for 2. Steele has taken a big divot in the outfield and looks a bit second-hand for the experience. And he's just shaking his right leg and picking up his divot, which the ground staff will be pleased about. But short mid-wicket, he's just happy to have escaped with his life there. I think it was Geddes. It's fired over his head. Burgess goes to 6. At the end of the over, 102 for 3.
Yeah, that was almost evasive action, really, from Ben Geddes. Now, the umpires are getting together and they're pointing down towards this end. So there's obviously something that they're going to have to get a member of the ground staff. I don't know whether it could be something reflecting, but I think we're going to have a slight delay here because the umpires are passing on a message to the ground staff. Might be something glinting in the sun. Just looking at scores from elsewhere. Essex going very nicely against Northamptonshire. They're 164 for 1. Lancashire 69 for 4 against Derbyshire. Hampshire going very nicely against Kent at Beckenham. That'll be a good pitch. 142 for 1. Somerset 109 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Of course, lost by 10 wickets to Nottinghamshire. All out for 110, I think it was, against Nottinghamshire. So we've now got Martin, very fine man, a member of the ground staff, is on his mobile phone running down below us, because I just wonder whether there might be something hanging down or glinting in the sun, which the batters are picking up from the Vauxhall end.
It feels like it's something like that, isn't it? Whether it's on the front of the press box, could be potentially.
Glass could be reflecting. As Yusuf Majid continues from the pavilion end, and this one's pushed by Pandya out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So yeah, Martin is making his way down below us as Yusuf Majid's in again. Nicely bowled once more as Pandya's forward. After this over will be not quite at halfway, actually. This is the 24th.
You went one too soon then,
I did, very much so. As over the wicket again is Yusuf Majid, and this is swept by Pandya down to deep backward square. There's Nico Reefer to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. Pandya moves on to 8. Warwickshire move on to 103 for 3.
Pandya already suggesting he wants either a fresh pair of gloves or a drink. I wasn't quite sure which.
I think, and
he hasn't been out there very long.
I think he wants a towel as well. He was sort of signalling for a towel as well. As Yusuf Majid's in and laying back and cutting his Burgess into the turf and up again. And Cameron Steele gets round to his left to do the fielding.
He looks in belligerent mood, Michael Burgess.
He's a very watchable batter, I always think, Michael Burgess. He's worked his game out, hasn't he? Strong man. Hugely improved cricketer, Michael Burgess. Very good behind the stumps, isn't he? Fine batter as he drives again out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Well, a number more of the ground staff are being dispatched. Here they come, 5 of them. So 5 of them are making their way down to the Vauxhall end. Another single there for Burgess. He's on to 7, 104 for 3. Here they come. The ground staff. It's almost like being back at the Commonwealth Games. This is driving straight to extra cover. is Pandya, all along the floor. Conor McCurr does the fielding. End of the over. 24 gone, and Warwickshire 104 for 3.
I mean, I can only speculate, but maybe the ground staff have decided the only way they can prevent this problem is by standing in front of it.
Oh, could be that, yes, absolutely. Well, they're all wearing dark clothes.
Oh,
no, it's the boundary board, it's the advertising boards.
Oh, okay.
The sun's glinting off those, I think.
That could be it, couldn't it?
Because they've got
the ones in front
silver,
of the covers.
Yeah, the silver tops. So they're moving that. I suppose they could be advertising something with a white background. I don't know, but all the banging and crashing you can hear below us is the advertising boards being put away now.
Yeah, and they're kind of, to create the impression of how they are, they're a little bit like, you've stood a trestle table on its side.
Yes.
And they're tucking the bits that stand them up underneath, and then laying them on top of each other.
Yeah.
Leaning on top of each other.
Anyone who's ever been to a village hall sort of dinner, it's a bit like that at the end, or a kid's party, when you're tidying up afterwards with the trestle tables. It's a bit like that.
Please allow time
to
put all the trestle tables away before the end of your booking.
Yes. Well, I'd have thought it's our main sponsor, that, looking at the other end of the ground, and it is white writing on that.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it was glinting as well. And they've done that in record time. Very good work there.
I love the fact they got a round of applause for it.
Well, they're quite right.
That's tremendous, isn't it? Well done.
Well, they've
you put some hoardings down.
I would say that's a 200-metre run round, and then put the trestle tables down, and then make your way back.
You know more about running than I do, but
that's definitely a games record for the trestle table dash.
And in a new British all-comers record. They don't talk about that anymore.
No.
Amaverdi's going to go round the wicket to the right-handed Burgess, who makes room and forces the ball off the back foot out towards the cover boundary rider. Tom Laws, who's been grazing out there, looking wistfully at the decks from the 100 DJ cabin. 105 for 3.
Leicestershire now 77 for 7.
That's a bit of a recovery.
Yes.
You're going well now. Verdi, about 4 paces before he starts his run-up. A whirl of the arms, and Pandya tucks it. Do you know what? He's only pushed that, and it's rolled quite quickly into the outfield. There's a bit of timing about that from Krunal Pandya, probably for the first time since he came in. The very busy Reefer is around to do the fielding.
Durham 95 for 3 against Middlesex.
Yeah, quite a few teams are 3 or more down, it seems, today. Don't think anybody's going to do an Ollie Robinson today, anyway. Verdi floats this up and is driven through mid-on and up to long-on. The fielding's done by Yusuf Majid. 107 for 3.
Worcestershire 94 for 3 against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Yeah. Playing quite a bit of cricket at Scarborough this year.
Yes, indeed. Well, Surrey were there for championship cricket, followed by Hampshire, and then one-day games as well. So if the weather's like this in Scarborough, it'll be ideal.
Don't fall into the trap of calling it that other word, though.
No, they don't like it.
No, don't blame them. This is very wide outside off stump from Amaverdi, and trying to cut it there was Pandya, and it goes, I think, under his bat, past the wicketkeeper, and is taken very neatly at first slip by Patel.
Yeah, everything happened there for no runs.
Well, he's bailed out his keeper there. That was awkward, though. I mean, I'm not criticising Blake. It's very awkward at times when there's a lot going on. As Pandya pushes forward, won't get a single here because rapidly in his steal. And Verdi is 5th over here. 1 ball left in it. 1 for 16. This is a really encouraging start for him to this game after what has to be the most miserable season of his young career so far. And I'm kind of assuming that, but there's not many opportunities. This is back of a length, and he's picked out the field of Pandya. He cuts it, he wallops the back of his bat with his left glove, and just the 3 singles off that over. Good start from Verdi. 107 for 3. You know, he's got to be itching to kick on with his career, and he just hasn't had that opportunity this year.
No, and he was the main spinner when Surrey won the championship in 2018. He hasn't played a championship game this season, so yeah, he'll be better for this, will Amaverdi. Chancing away down there to Ryan Patel, one of the nicest lads you could ever wish to meet, MR Birdie.
And wherefore Mr. Moriarty?
He out at the 100.
Is he?
For someone, and I can't remember who it is.
How big are these squads at the 100 this year, by the way?
Thousands of people. Yeah.
Is he going to play any cricket in it?
Hundreds. 107 for 3. Well, I don't know. I suppose he might.
Would it not be better for his development, if he hasn't got a game in the next couple of days, to play in the 300?
Yeah, you would have thought so, but... Yusuf Majid from the pavilion end is coming in, left arm round the wicket. Forward comes Burgess, start of the 26th over. And there is no run. Off the first ball of this 26th as Yusuf Majid's in again, and Burgess lays back and cuts this out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Nico Reefer doing the fielding out there. Burgess is on to 10, 108 for 3.
There's no bubble this year.
No.
Is there any reason not to get some of the young players who are on the fringes of 100 squads some cricket to keep them in rhythm?
Yeah.
Or get them in rhythm, in some cases?
Well, obviously Surrey playing no overseas in this competition this season either. As Yusuf Majid is in, forward comes Pandya. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run again. 2 men back on that leg side boundary rope for Pandya. The old slog sweep. Yusuf Majid over the wicket he comes to Pandya, and Pandya's forward, and this one just squirts out into the offside. Just held a bit, that one, I think, from Yusuf Majid into his 3rd over, none for 8. Lovely action that Yusuf Majid has as he's in here, and Pandya's driving, lovely shot, just over pitched, a touch from Yusuf Majid, and those wrists of Pandya making sure it went to the right of extra cover, and whistles off to the boundary rope. Pandya's on to 13. Warwickshire move on to 112 for 3.
There's a real whip about this shot and a very rapid follow through. Really throws his hands at the ball. There's Colonel Pandya.
Yeah.
Best shot he's played so far.
Yeah, that was a good shot. There's Majid over the wicket he comes again, and Pandya gets one that just hops on him a touch. Good response from Yusuf Majid. End of the over, 26 gone. So 5 off that over. Warwickshire 112 for 3, but experience here from Burgess and Pandya just taking a little bit of time over all of this after those 2 quick wickets for Surrey. Yates for 54, Rhodes for 15, and Sibley was the first to go. LBW to Matthew Dunn for 5. Someone's going too fast up the Harleford Road.
Yeah, that's you're not going to be very popular going at that speed along there.
Not at this time of the day, you're not.
Very pleased that the route that Satnav had sent me was perfect for arriving at exactly the right gate. It was marvellous.
Oh, very good.
As the ball is driven back to Verdi, who fields in his follow-through, just tumbles to his right and lets somebody else pick the ball up for him while he goes and dries his hand. I'm here with Brian from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. He said, "Where are we going to go in?" I said, "Alex Stewart Gate," and he immediately said, "Oh, that one." I said, "Yeah, exactly." Perfect it was. This is pushed forward in defence by Burgess with a resolute 90-degree left elbow.
I saw you upon arrival as I was leaving the ground, funnily enough.
You were,
ironically.
You were craving a good caffeine hit, I think. Off to a local refectory. As again round the wicket to the right-hander, and Burgess has clipped this between Verdi and the short straight mid-wicket for a single, 113 for 3.
Well, our first port of call closed. Second port of call closed.
Oh.
Ended up back at Vauxhall Station, actually.
Oh.
Third port of call open.
Thank goodness for that.
Yes. So, it seemed that London was waking up a little later today. Nothing really before 9 o'clock-ish.
I think London had a heavy night last night, maybe. Forward comes Pandya in defence. Verdi continues to do well here. Pandya himself might be looking forward to a bowl on it. I think the odds of Rob Yates having a bowl has increased watching the 2 spinners.
Surrey's also got Cameron Steele, of course, in their ranks. His leg spin.
Let's see if Geddes is tempted by that soon. Pandya Pushes forward, out in towards the covers, no run. The Bears also have Matt Lamb, who bowls leg spin with his idiosyncratic run-up, which I think you've seen. I think you've had the pleasure.
Yes, it's marvellous.
It is. When he stops halfway through. This is floated up a little bit more. Pandya is not tempted. Outer half of the bat to backward point, and no run. Just a single off that over for Verdi. 6 overs, 1 for 17. He can be delighted with that. Ben Geddes is going to have a bit of a decision to make, though, as to whether he wants to keep a little bit of him back. We've only had 27 overs. Or whether he wants to just get him through here. You know, if he ends up with 1 for 27 or something like that, you'd think, well, cracking.
Perfect.
But if he's going to use Cameron Steele as a third slow bowler, he needs to bring him on sooner rather than later.
It may be that he uses a bit of Ryan Patel, and Cameron Steele might not bowl in this. It would be very interesting to see. But I think with what he's seen Yusuf Majid and Verdi doing, Steele gives it a rip. No doubt whatsoever about that. So it'll be fascinating to see how he manoeuvres his overs here. Ben Geddes, he's actually moving down to a short third man position for Yusuf Majid to start the 28th over, coming in from the pavilion end to Burgess, who very neatly and tidily just drives this first one down the ground. I think he wants another glove. Michael Burgess. Pandya's virtually changed his entire kit twice since he's been out there, and he's only on 13 and has been out there for 25 deliveries. So if he stays in for a long time, well, there you are, you see. As in over the wicket comes Yusuf Majid, and this is knocked back down the ground by Pandya. He'll get a single. Yusuf Majid dives to his left, gets hands to it. They're through for one more.
So the problem is that Krunel's used to the pace of life of the IPL, where they can make 20 overs last 2.25 hours.
Exactly.
Which I wish they wouldn't.
Strategic timeouts as well, of course, in the old IPL these days. Majid is round the wicket. Oh, and Burgess slog sweeps. It's a good shot from outside his off stump. Doesn't get all of it, but gets enough of it up and over the top of mid-on. And Paul Steele, a Surrey physiotherapist, their fine man, does the fielding as it potters over the boundary rope for 4. And that will move Burgess on to 16. So first real piece of aggression from Michael Burgess from outside his off stump, slog sweeping that away for 4.
And it sent mid-on back to long on immediately.
Yusuf Majid is in, and Burgess drives in down towards long off. He'll take another single. It's good batting from Burgess. 1 to 17 he goes. 120 for 3 now. Ben Stokes was at the game on Thursday, watched the whole thing. Had a bit of a bowl in the breaks. Paul Collingwood as well was there.
Ben Stokes, that England Test match captain who doesn't want to see a reduction in the number of county championship games. Is that Ben Stokes?
That one.
Good lad.
Yep.
Good lad.
Left arm over the wicket again comes Yusuf Majid, and this is pushed down the ground by Pandya up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I was very pleased to see that. I mean, it was a one-word but hyphenated comment that he tweeted, but it made a lot of difference to a lot of people this week.
It certainly did. Once again does Pandya. Yusuf Majid is in, and forward he goes. Pops this one into the offside. Tumbling stop by Conor McCurr. End of the over. Here come gloves for Michael Burgess. 28 overs gone. Warwickshire 120 for 3. So these two now have put on 31 after those 2 quick wickets of Yates and Rhodes for Surrey.
Should we have a strategic timeout? I mean, let's call it what it is in the IPL. It's your unique opportunity to decide when the commercial break's going to be. It's got so little to do with strategy.
As one of the great men said, how many sets of tyres does one man need during a strategic timeout? But what I've said with it is, what is great is seeing all the sort of legends of the game pottering out to have a chat, because they're all there.
Oh dear. It's an entertainment business, but an emphasis equally on business. Reverse sweep attempt of the first ball of Amar Verdi's new over, but Burgess has managed to hit it straight along the deck to Yusuf Majid, who picks it up, thankfully. 120 for 3. This pair have now added 31, so they've begun the rebuild reasonably well. Both in the teens. Burgess increasingly trying to be positive. Clips this off his pad straight to Patel at short mid-wicket.
Definitely. He's just... Yusuf Majid. He's just moving around the crease a bit more now, is Michael Burgess.
I'm thinking inside out over extra cover may not be too far away here. Verdi approaches again, and that's down the leg side and will be swept. Good start position, you know. They're going to come through for 2 on the arm, just about. If it had been a direct hit, that would have been tight. But great start position from Nico Riefer, who had anticipated where Burgess was going to hit that. He was already on the move, and then an excellent throw. The only downside is he doesn't look like he's entirely feeling 100% off the back of that.
Got a bit of a hobble on now.
Yeah. They rattled through for 2. I think the scorers have only given them 1 for the time being, as Burgess turns another ball into the leg side. And that will be 123 for 3. The scoreboard has got to catch up with what we've got on our screen, I think. Burgess has 20 they've got there now. Pandya on 14. The scorers are almost directly opposite us. Pretty much looking on our eye line at the far end with the little light that flashes. Pandya stabs forward, plays it behind square. He's not been good at pushing singles, Pandya, particularly so far. Warwickshire could do with a bit more of it, particularly against Verdi. Who's bowled really well, still going for under 3 and over. As Pandya, well, miscues that horribly. Looks at the bottom of his bat after that. That was an awful sound, wasn't it?
Might want to change that bat as well.
There was absolute clunk.
Yes.
And it rolls apologetically back down the wicket to Verdi. 7 overs, 1 for 20 for him. 29 overs gone for Warwickshire. You're listening to live cricket, courtesy of BBC London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, of course via the BBC Cricket homepage. I'm Richard Wilford, Mark Church here. Emily Windsor will get here when she's finished celebrating New Zealand winning the bronze medal. That's not quite what she was after, was it?
No,
not quite.
Not at all. Getting herself ready for the opening game in the 100 for the Oval Invincibles women's team on Thursday night here.
Maybe the charms of the South Bank might lure her to stay there.
Could
I don't
do.
know.
Well, she's only walking up from there, but you know, she did WhatsApp me yesterday to say, would you be? Yeah, absolutely. I think she had training yesterday.
But you know, the thought of having a little slimline tonic water at the understudy.
Oh, lovely.
Underneath
on
the National Theatre.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much. Now, Tom Laws is coming back into the attack to bowl the 30th over from the pavilion end. Michael Burgess will be on strike on 20. 123 for 3. Warwickshire. So Tom Laws from the pavilion end coming over the wicket to Burgess. Short ball. Burgess in behind it. Plays it solidly. Straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Off goes Burgess for a little wander towards square leg. And he'll settle himself down over his bat once again. I always feel, although it's quite warm today, but I did actually have a sit yesterday and witnessed a wedding taking place. And I thought, what a lovely day for it in the evening, as in over the wicket once again comes Laws, and this is punched off the back foot by Michael Burgess up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But I thought, what a nice day for, or anything like that, barbecue or a village fete or a social gathering.
It's very handy. You've just reminded me it's my anniversary on Tuesday.
Oh, Mr. Wilford,
I'm spending it by going to Norwich and back. But
quite right too, absolutely. As over the wicket comes Laws once again, and this is flashed off the back foot to Ryan Patel, and there is no run. Will Mrs. Wilford be listening in?
No,
I think no.
She has literally no interest in sport whatsoever.
Right.
So, which being married to me, I think it's just served to calcify that position.
Yes.
But
no, not at all.
But it will be 26 years on
batted.
Tuesday. That's not a bad effort,
well
is it?
batted.
It's not a bad effort.
Very well batted.
Yeah, I really have the impression that once you've got that far, you might as well stick at it.
And Laws is in, and that's just bounced a bit more on Burgess, and that beats the outside edge. That was nicely bowled by Tom Laws. Burgess was looking to cut that, and it got big on him. He's ended up off his feet actually there, did Michael Burgess.
Fancied the uppercut, didn't he?
He certainly did. No thought of taking Mrs. Wilford with you to the football as a sort of anniversary treat?
I think she'd rather have her teeth removed.
Right, in over the wicket once again comes Laws, and this is pulled by Burgess for 4. He's got hold of that one, Michael Burgess. Really did roll the wrists on that. And that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. 127 for 3, and Burgess on to 24. Not sample the delights of Carrow Road.
Carrow Road is a fine stadium, but no, she'll do a day's work and jolly along my daughter when she gets. Oh, she won't be getting home from school. She's the school holidays, so she'll be trying to keep her on the straight and narrow. That's what she'll be doing.
Laws is in again to Burgess. Burgess drives this time out towards Reefer, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up one more to the total. 128 for 3 at the end of the over. So 20 left here for Warwickshire. I think Surrey will be very pleased with where they have Warwickshire at the moment, and Warwickshire will just be hoping that these two continue, because they've rebuilt pretty well from 89 for 3 without any risk at all so far. Mrs. Burgess and Pandya.
And Burgess has set himself up here. He will be frustrated if he doesn't kick on from this sort of start. A couple of good knocks in this competition last year, and you're quite right to say he's really improved all round in the last couple of years, both in his batting and his wicket keeping. But a lot to admire about Burgess this season as Verdi continues right on round the wicket. He's trying to play the reverse sweep, but it was a ball that was quite wide to do that with. He does well actually to control it well enough to get a single out towards what in theory is the cover boundary before he reversed. 129 for 3, Burgess to 26.
Right, he's about to become Michael Urgis, because the B on the back of his shirt's about to fall off.
Oh dear.
Yes, sort of flapping in the breeze.
Verdi sees Pandya push forward. There's never a single there. Steele was advancing rapidly. He's sent back by Burgess.
Yeah, Michael Burgess obviously came through the Surrey system as well, and he's just got better every time I've seen him play, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Surrey have had so many good wicket keepers. It was understandable he didn't quite make it here as Verdi floats it up, and Pandya, interestingly, just pushes it out into the offside. He's very cautious against Verdi. He's bowling with nice rhythm. Leicestershire will wonder how they let him get away, because he had a spell there.
And Sussex.
And then Sussex, he was really beaten out by Ben Brown, who subsequently left. This is floated up outside off stump, cut to backward point, and he can't beat the field. That's a good stop from Ryan Patel.
With the signing of Alex Davis, was there any thought that Davis would keep in Championship cricket, or?
It's well, depending. That's not the way that Paul Farbrace tells the story. I'll explain after this ball, because it has been borne out since as
bold.
Verdi doesn't bowl, because I think Pandya has seen something standing up. Davis was promised the gloves for white ball cricket. Burgess was told he'd still be the Championship wicketkeeper. Right. That's what we're told, and that appears to be what Burgess was told. As Pandya is driving a very full ball into the offside, almost yorked himself with that. Another good over this from Verdi. And then Burgess came out, gets 170 in the opening game against Sussex. Next home game he gets 178. Yeah. Nearly got a century at Headingley. So he's made it not a debate, basically. Pandya off the back foot will force a single to wide long off. Just the 2 singles off that over. Another excellent one from Verdi, 1 for 22 in 8 overs. 130 for 3 Warwickshire with 20 overs to go, and it used to be that you doubled the score after 30 overs to work out where the team should be. Actually, it's 31 overs gone now, but 260 might be what we're looking for.
Absolutely.
So the area where it becomes more difficult, the Burgess-Davis thing, is that the way that Michael Burgess plays, he'd be a very good T20 player that didn't get a look in. And Alex Davis didn't have a great campaign with the bat. He kept wicket really well. And of course he's away with the 100 now and plays in the 100. They're both very good cricketers. You'd want them both. I mean, they've quite often fielded 3 wicket keepers, because Chris Benjamin is also a wicket keeper.
Well, Surrey went through a stage of that as well. Almost put a team out that was all batsmen wicket keepers at one point. It's going to be Tom Laws from the pavilion end of the ground, coming in over the wicket to Pandya. Pandya pulls, toe end of the bat. That just rolls into the leg side. Cameron Steele does the fielding. Oh, Emily Windsor's arrived, Richard Wilford.
Oh, my word.
Oh, there she is.
She's in the house.
She is. She's been out shopping. She's been down the West End.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, without a doubt. Been out shopping. Staying on the River Thames. As over the wicket comes Tom Laws then, and short ball, and this one's pushed down towards backward point, and there is no run. But
I'll tell you what I'll do. Shall I disappear for half an hour?
Yep, lovely, and we'll get Emily Windsor straight into the into the breach.
I might as well make way for greater knowledge.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You know.
Well, there's no need for that. Just hoping that Mrs. Wilford wasn't listening in to that last 10 minutes of conversation. As in over the wicket once more then is Tom Laws, and solidly forward goes Pandya. Plays this one out into the offside. So lovely to have Emily Windsor here. Southern Viper, but of course now an Oval Invincible, getting geared up and ready for the opening game Thursday night here at the Kia Oval. And let's hope these work after all this big build-up. There you are, Miss Windsor. As in comes Tom Laws, and this is whipped by Pandya up towards mid-on. Oh, and Kimbers dives straight over the top of it, but he's got something on it, and they're going to sprint 3 here. It's very good running by Pandya and Burgess, and they'll pick up 3. Pandya's on to 18. And it's 133 for 3. Emily Windsor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I made it finally.
What a joy. Now, yes, because you were watching the bronze medal game in the Commonwealth Games. I think it's fair to say it didn't quite go the way England would have wanted.
No, it certainly didn't go to plan, but I'm actually really happy for New Zealand. I think they're sort of a really good side, an international side, and it's the highest they've come in a sort of World Cup competition.
As Laws is in, and this is punched by Michael Burgess out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Nico Reefer does the fielding out there. 1 more to the total, 134 for 3. Yes, so New Zealand, well, you have to say, absolutely hammering England in that bronze medallion match. So the bronze medal for New Zealand, and for England, I think just a couple of bad days at the office, really. The semi and the bronze medallion game. I'm really making that sound rather exciting. Medallion, bronze medal game, as this is pulled by Pandya out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single. 1 more to the total, and Pandya 19 keeps a strike. 32 gone, 135 for 3.
Yeah, I think that medal would have meant a lot to the England girls. Obviously, it's the first time they've been in a format like that at Commonwealth Games, and there's obviously some players like Catherine Brunt, for instance, who are towards the end of their career. So in 4 years' time, probably not going to be in that again. And I think they should have done better, really. But as you said, just almost peaked at the wrong time in the tournament and lost some form in that last group game, semi-final, and then their 3rd, 4th. But
great final, though.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that this evening. I still think Australia are going to take some beating.
Yeah, absolutely. But India, there's a stat flying around on Twitter about the World Cup where India, hang on, it was something about the first game and the last game, the result turned round. As here is Amar Verdi then coming round the wicket, and this one's hit straight back down the ground by Pandya. And he's timed this nicely. Round comes Conor McCurr to do the fielding. We'll let Emily Windsor settle in here, because she's actually been watching the Commonwealth Games. 137 for 3. And apologies, 136 for 3. Just the single. Burgess comes back on to strike on 27.
What is happening here? It's quite slow going.
Yes,
isn't
it is.
from
Well,
Warwickshire?
Surrey have bowled well. Pitch has got a bit of bounce and turn and pace to it, as this is a reverse sweep from Burgess. That's nicely played, and that's down to the boundary rope for 4. Spinners have done a very good job, Messrs Verdi and Young. Yusuf Majid again, who's an academy player, who's been signed up for the comp for Surrey, and that was nicely played. But Burgess is just beginning. It's an obvious thing to say now after he's played that shot, but in the last couple of overs he's just begun to look to take the initiative. But when Messrs Yates and Rhodes were doing that, they both fell in the space of a couple of deliveries. Yates for 54, Rhodes for 15. And these two now have added 51, so that was the 50 partnership. As Verdi is round the wicket to Burgess, who's forward and pushes into the offside, and round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding, and there's no run. So yeah, Burgess and Pandya here just had to do a bit of a rebuild, and now, as you'd know all about, just beginning to go through the gears, Emily Windsor.
Best part about 50 over cricket.
Absolutely, you've got a bit of time, haven't you? This one's turned away into the leg side by Burgess. She's thinking about 2, but Cameron Steele is up to do the fielding. Whips the ball in over the top of the stumps. They'll pick up another single. And Burgess on to 32, 141 for 3. I suppose this is your home ground at the moment, isn't it, Emily Windsor?
Yeah, I only had a couple of days training. We trained a couple of days ago cricket, and then we had a nice running and gym session yesterday.
Oh, that's nice for you. That's very nice. As Amar Verdi is into Pandya, and Pandya drives down the ground towards long off. Conor McCurr does the fielding.
But what I saw yesterday, so both Warwickshire and Surrey were obviously getting a chance to have some time in the nets before this 50 over game, and Warwickshire have the best. It's like a football tennis net. I've never seen.
They had it out this morning as well.
I want one of them in church.
Yeah. Well, go and ask, because driven by Burgess out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up another single. One more to Burgess. The end of Verdi's over. He's bowled very tidily today, as Amar Verdi. 1 for 30 now off his 9. And there are 17 overs to go. 143 for 3. So they'll be wanting something up around the 260 mark from here. Well, Warwickshire. So when did you get together then?
We got together on Thursday. So we came to watch the men's game,
yeah.
And that was unbelievable. The atmosphere here was absolutely rocking, and what a game of cricket it was as well. So that sort of set the standards really, and we can't wait to get going out here now.
Yeah.
And it's obviously the men are playing tonight, the Oval Invincibles at Warwickshire, but yeah, it's an amazing ground, isn't it? And it's good to see a nice crowd in as well today. It's going to be a well-used facility for the next sort of 4 weeks.
Not half. There's a test match as well around the corner as well. So there's a lot of cricket at this ground over the next few weeks. Conor McCurr from the pavilion end is going to come in over the wicket here to Burgess, who's flicking him off his hip down towards Amar Verdi at fine leg. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 144 for 3. Accommodations all right, is it?
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Settled in all right. Yeah. Good.
Got a nice. I'm on the 14th out of 15th floor.
Lovely.
So out the way.
Nice view of the Thames, is it?
Do you know what? I've actually got a view of this ground. I'm like a corner room facing this way. So
that's all right.
From my room, I could see the crowd in the pavilion.
Very nice. As in over the wicket once again comes McCurr, and Pandya swinging at this. He's almost swung himself off his feet, bottom edge. And that's flown past Blake and down to the boundary rope for 4. Not where he intended, but effective from Pandya. He moves on to 25 and 148 for 3.
Yeah, what I've seen of Conor McCurr actually on the county circuit when he's played against Hampshire, I really like the look of him, that extra pace. He's not afraid to bang it in, and he does look to trouble the batters, and I think that's a compliment to this Surrey attack.
Yeah, he's coming off the shorter run now as well. Doesn't lose any of his pace. He's in and driving his Pandya into the offside, and there is no run. In the last championship game, he sort of got a call at 10:15 because Dan Worrell went down in the warm-up. He wasn't even in the squad, and then came second over, picked up a wicket, got runs as well. So he's a very good cricketer, is Conor McCurr. He's had a few injury problems over the years, but still a very young man, and still got a lot of cricket to be played. As he's in over the wicket here to Pandya, and left-handed Pandya tucks it into the leg side. Cameron Steele does the fielding, and there's no run. So settled in, good kit, nice stash, is it?
Yeah, lots of it as well.
Good.
Hopefully there'll be some kids in the crowd that can take some of it towards the end.
Very nice.
Yeah, and it's a really nice group as well. Quite a lot of them are the South East Stars, so the predominant sort of selection of the squad are from there.
As over the wicket once again is McCurr, and Pandya. This is a shot. He hasn't got all of it, but he was tucked up for room, but still went through with the pull shot. Those wrists. It's a good chase. I think Nick Kimber's done pretty well there. He's kept it inside the boundary rope, but Pandya picks up 3, but Emily Windsor, for all the world, he looked in completely the wrong position to play that shot. Still managed to get it up and over the top of mid-wicket and picks up 3, and the 150 comes up.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was going to play a back foot punch, and all of a sudden just sort of chipped it over that mid-wicket fielder. Luckily he got enough on it to clear him.
And Burgess, very good partnership. There's 62 it's worth. Conor McCurr is into Burgess, solidly forward he comes. To a good length ball, the end of the over. And 16 have gone, 16 left, apologies. 34 have gone, 151 for 3. So as a group, you're sort of getting to know each other, aren't you? You know each other, but playing together, I mean.
Yeah.
Because last year, of course, you were up at
Trent
Rockets. You were Trent Rocket last year.
Yeah, so I think there's 3 of us at the moment. So Lauren Winfield Hill, Sophia Smell, who's a late call-up, a young left-arm spinner from Western Storm. Us 3 are the only people that aren't stars in the group at the moment. The South Africans arrived today, so Dane van Neerkerk, Marizanne Kapp and Ishmael's come down. So we haven't met them yet, but we'll meet them at training tomorrow. Then it's obviously Susie Bates to come in fresh with a bronze Commonwealth medal, so full of confidence. I think she joins up with us on Tuesday, so yeah, we're all getting to know each other and can't wait for the others to come.
Amar Verdi to bowl his 10th over and the 35th of the innings, and this is cracked by Pandya out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Nico Riefer does the fielding. Throw comes in, one bounce over the top of the stumps. I suppose in a way that's quite nice, isn't it, to sort of settle in rather than it all being right, walk into the room, meet everybody for the first time and off you go. And
I feel like as well, the South Africans, the only time I've ever seen them or met them is on a cricket field, and they look fiery, scary, but I'm reassured that they're really nice
they are lovely.
The field.
They are really, really nice.
Yeah, no, it has been nice to sort of get to know everyone.
Verdi round the wicket, and this one looking to work leg side is Burgess, pitched outside the leg stump. Appeal from Amar Verdi, but Burgess stays where he is, and there isn't a run. But Verdi here very good. Didn't get a bowl at Northumberland on Thursday against Durham, but here he's going to bowl his 10 off the reel, and this is good to see from Amar Verdi. As in round the wicket he goes again. Burgess is sweeping. I thought he bowled him round his legs there for a second. Wide will be the signal, and Blake couldn't take that cleanly, but wide the signal. How's the first training gone then? First sort of hit and run and all that good stuff.
Well, I dislocated my finger.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, but don't worry, it's going to be fine.
Good.
But I've never dislocated a finger before. You rock up to a new team and out it pops.
As Verdi is in, and forward goes Pandya and plays this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
But yeah, no, it was good. It was just sort of one of those sort of settling sessions. We'd all had sort of a little period off as well, sort of a week off, so just getting back into the swing of things, really, getting to know the coaches from my perspective. Round
the wicket again goes Verdi, pushed down the ground towards long off by Pandya. He'll get a single. There's Cameron Steele to do the fielding. One more to the total.
I really like this field Verdi has to Burgess, actually, because he's obviously coming round the wicket, so coming on the angle, and because he played that reverse, they've put 2 backward points in, and they've left mid-wicket open. In the last 2 deliveries, he's trying to access that onside and not been successful.
Verdi's into him again. Here he is sweeping straight out towards Nico Riefer, who does the fielding out there at deep backward square, and one more to the total. It'll be your first look at a few of these Surrey players.
Yeah, and Warwickshire ones as well. I think this is the beauty of this competition, isn't it? Seeing the young talent that's coming through. And I think, obviously, from a Hampshire perspective, that's where I usually do the commentary. Tom Prest was one who came out of it last year and has really kicked on these last 2 seasons. Around the wicket again goes Verdi, and driving is Pandya down the ground towards long off. They'll take the single. There's Cameron Steele to do the fielding. And one more to the total. So we're sort of just ticking towards the big explosion at the back end of the innings, but they'll want these 2 there for that. And like Amar Verdi has bowled his 10 now, 1 for 36, so very good, because he's had a difficult season this season as Amar Verdi, so very good to see him bowl his 10, 1 for 36, and that's the applause for Amar Verdi. He'll feel a lot happier about everything now. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36, 157 for 3. For me, they've got to try and kick on now, both these batters. They've got to go up a gear at least. They want to get around 250.
Conor McCurr is in, short one. Brilliant take from Blake as Pandya looked to hook that, and that was quick from Conor McCurr. What a take that was from Josh Blake. One-handed. He's been terrific so far, Josh Blake.
It's quite small as well behind the stump. Full jump and dive.
Well, he was working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation and now got himself a contract. So,
wow, that's a story.
Yeah, it's a great story. Great, lovely fella as well. As in over the wicket once again. Oh, it's Conor McCurr, and Pandya's looking to cut once more. Gets nothing on it. Taken by Blake off his feet away to his left-hand side. So it basically is the story of don't ever give up on trying to do it, because he's managed it now. And as I say, he's 40-odd in the first game against Leicestershire, and he's kept very tidily.
Where's Ben Folkes?
But B Folkes, I think, is having a bit of a time off at the moment. Yeah. As in over the wicket once again is Conor McCurr. This one's turned into the leg side by Pandya. He'll move on to 32, 158 for 3. I think with the Test series coming up as well, he sort of had that little run of championship cricket as well, and had been diving all over the shot, and fingers were getting a bit battered. So I think he's quite understandable. And what Surrey have sort of said here is, you know, the squad of 12 they've got at the moment, they're going to be the 12 that do the bulk of the work as well. So Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to Michael Burgess. Burgess is forward. Took a bit of pace off that one, I think. Conor McCurr, but just had to check the shot. It rolls up towards Matt Dunn. So they'll pick up another single. But yeah, Burgess is what now? Being 41 balls, Pandya 53. What they won't want to happen is what happened with Yates and Rhodes, where they were doing this and then both went in the space of a couple of balls. Conor McCurr is into Pandya. Oh, Pandya's looked to run this one down to third man. Again, it's bounce from Conor McCurr. A bit of pace in this pitch. Should be fun.
Yeah, there really is, and McCurr's really utilising that where he's hitting the pitch, hitting it hard. Surrey have their field set as well, square of the wicket behind square foot for allowing him to do that and saying to the Warwickshire batters, okay, hit me over the top. That's a high risk shot with the length that he's bowling.
Yes. Conor McCurr is in. That's short. That's hooked high in the air by Pandya for 6. Wow. He's got hold of that one. Conor McCurr's had a word with him after that, but he's got hold of that one. Nick Arifa just watched it soar over his head at deep backward square. As I say, Conor McCurr had a quiet word there with Pandya. It won't have bothered Pandya very much, but he has got hold of that one. He really has. I'm not sure he got all of it, but he got enough of it. And away for 6, and 38 to Pandya. That's our first 6 of the game. And 165 for 3, Emily Windsor, after 36, Warwickshire.
Yeah, hopefully that's the start of Warwickshire kicking on. I think from a Surrey perspective, it's important that they find a way to break this partnership, because when these two are set, they've got the platform to explode.
It's very good of you to come and see us on your day off. I was delighted when you said.
Well, you know what, it's a day off, because quite a lot of the Selfie Star girls are quite local to home.
Yeah.
They've gone home. Then I had a bit of work to do. Then I was like, I don't want to be doing work all day.
No.
And I felt this was, you know, a perfect opportunity to come and look at the ground in a different light as well.
It's lovely to see you. It really is.
And of course, see you, Churchy. That's exactly right.
Yeah, well, you don't need to add that bit in. You could have gone with that for the start, but you forgot to, so that's fine. No, we wonder whether you might get distracted on the way here by the walk along the Thames and sort of sitting out with a coffee.
No.
Do that a bit later on. There's some nice bits of London to go and see.
Yeah, I'm going to meet actually some of the London Spirit girls at Vipers of Charlie Dean, who I play with. So we're going out for dinner tonight, which will be nice.
Where are you off to?
I'm going their way.
Ooh,
so
where are they?
The other side of Hyde Park.
Oh yes, they're up near Baker Street, I think. Here's Cameron Steele into the attack. So Cameron Steele into the attack with his leg breaks to bowl the 37th over. And the first delivery, Burgess pushes out into the offside. Geddes does the fielding, and there is no run. Well, the weather's meant to be like this for the next week, which is terrific, as Cameron Steele is in and backing away and cutting his Burgess down to Amar Verdi, who tumbles over there at a deepish backward point to do the fielding. They'll get a single, and that'll be one more. So nice start this from Cameron Steele.
Is he the Cameron did he used to be on the Hampshire staff?
Yes, he was, and then in Durham, and then he signed for Surrey this time last year. Yeah. So yeah, bowls his leg spin, but bats 3 in this competition for Surrey. But yes, he was at Hampshire for a while. As in over the wicket he comes once again, and this one's whipped by Pandya off the back foot out towards deep backward square, and they'll take the single.
Who are the ones to watch in this Surrey side in terms of sort of the youngsters coming
Yusuf
through?
Majid has been very impressive. Academy bowler, left arm spinner, signed in for the competition, and has just got great control. He really has. As this one's driven down the ground by Michael Burgess towards long on. They'll take another single, 1 more to the total. Delighted Ben Geddes is captaining. He's still a very young man, Ben Geddes, but he's in charge and seems to be relishing that opportunity. And the other one, Matthew Dunn's back. Now he's had his injury problems as Mr. Dunn. He's still got a lot of cricket in him, so it's very good to see him charging in. Obviously Tom Laws has impressed everybody. Josh Blake, as I mentioned, now behind the stumps. As in comes Cameron Steele, driven by Pandya, beautifully away through extra cover. There's Conor McCurt sliding down to our right to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to the total. So from a Surrey perspective, opening game against Leicestershire at Guildford just didn't score enough runs, but good Durham side they played against on Thursday and won by 9 wickets. As Conor McCurt, shout here from Cameron Steele for an LBW as Pandya was on the back foot looking to run it down towards third man, hit the back pad but outside the line. And the end of Cameron Steele's over. Tidy first over that from Cameron Steele. 37 gone. 171 for 3. So you look at the two sides on this, and Warwickshire, a lot of experience, and they've played a lot of one-day cricket. Surrey, not that much. So it's a nice match-up again there.
Yeah, and I think what's exciting with the younger players is they've got nothing to lose. No. In these games, it's basically a fresh opportunity. It's an opportunity to show what you can do. To an extent, you don't have that extra expectation that senior players have on you, and that freedom. And I think you see young players coming through in the women's game and men's game now. They're fearless, aren't they? And I think opportunities like this can really set you on a platform for a really good career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're enjoying it. Now, here he is. This is young Yusuf Majid coming in for his second spell today. Left arm round the wicket from the pavilion end. Forward goes Pandya.
Good pace.
Yeah, he's got lovely action and just very nice controllers. In round the wicket he goes again, and here goes Pandya. Lovely shot. Down the pitch he goes, up and over the top of Matthew Dunn and away for 4. So Pandya, who is very experienced of course, and he'll move on to 45. And he's beginning to look a little dangerous now, is Pandya. He obviously relished the opportunity to come in at 5. And when he got out there, I said he just looks like he wants to bat here. 175 for 3. But fine cricketer. As I say, brother's a bit more the rock and roll star, I think, as this one's turned by Pandya into the leg side. They'll pick up another single. Pandya moves on to 46. 176 for 3. Michael Burgess back onto strike on 38. But yes, I was looking at all the invincibles. I'm still trying to work out the N and the E in invincibles up there. Does that replicate anything, or is it just funky as this is driven by Burgess in there to extra cover?
I've never noticed that, Church.
I'm trying to work out a cricketing connotation to it, but I think it's just
the extra bit of spice.
Yes. As Majid is in, that's short, cut by Burgess out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
It's like the difference between hot and extra hot.
Yeah.
In Nando's. Am I allowed to say that? Should we say other
there
restaurants?
Other chicken shops are available, but they're not quite as big as that one. Yeah, I don't like that on if I go there. I just like my chicken as it comes. As in round the wicket again comes Yusuf Majid, and this one's pushed by Pandya down towards backward point, and there's no run. End of the over from Yusuf Majid. 38 gone now. 177 for 3. Still the go-to choice of the cricketer, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've had, well, I'm probably not allowed to name restaurants, but we've been out 2 nights in a row and we've gone to probably the 2 classics of a cricketer.
Oh,
Can you guess the other one?
Very good. Let me think. Italian?
No.
Oh, that would be where I go. Here is Cameron Steele. And
It's a classic, Churchy. Come on.
39th over. As this one's cut off the back foot straight into extra cover, and there's no run. Give us a clue. What sort of food?
Noodles.
Oh, yes, I know the one you mean. As this one's a full toss from Cameron Steele, whipped into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single. And 178 for 3. I always struggle in those places, though, because of the old conveyor belt thing that goes round.
No, I think you could be thinking of the wrong one.
Oh, is it the wag?
Yeah, wagon.
Right, that one.
Where's there a conveyor belt?
I think some of them have that, as this is driven down aerially by Pandya towards long off. There is Conor McCurr to do the fielding. 1 more to the total. I think I'm right in saying that, or am I thinking of the one that has a yo in it?
Yeah, I think you are.
Because you can sit round it and then you take your bits off, don't you?
That would stress me out as
Right,
well.
yeah, well, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. As here is Cameron Steele. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Tosses this one up. Just a bit of dip on that to Michael Burgess. So I think we're sort of shaping up to drive that one straight down the ground. And then it just dipped on him a second. He's just ended up pushing it straight back down the pitch to Cameron Steele. Tosses himself a catch as Cameron Steele, and then he's in again. And this one's driven by Burgess up to mid-off. Quick single as Matt Dunn has a shy at the stumps. Emily Windsor with the hit them away to our right, but Burgess is through for the single.
That's what the coaches, that's what they do, the drill they do all the time. They stand where the batter obviously would, hit it to you at mid-off and mid-on, and want you to run in, hit the stumps.
Yeah, it's best of it I've ever heard of that was Laurie Evans, actually. As in over the wicket, it's Cameron Steele. And this is cut by Pandya. He's trying to hit the gap. Actually, Yusuf Majid does very well there because that spun off the turf at him at backward point, and he dived to his right to do the fielding. Cameron Steele, good quick over, tidy over. That's the other thing. Cameron Steele tends to whip through his over very quickly. Just the 3 runs off it. No, it was during the 2009 Ashes Test match here. And I was sat. Surrey game had finished early, so I think they got beaten at Colchester by Essex from memory in 3 days. So a few of the players were coming to that day of the Test match, and it was the last day of the Test, as it turned out to be. And it was Flintoff's run out, where he ran Ponting out. As here is Yusuf Majid, and cutting is Burgess down towards backward point. There's Ryan Patel to do the fielding, and there's no run. And everyone will remember he was batting really well with Mike Hussey, and they were on the chase, and everyone was thinking. And then he hit, and as Hussey hit it and called Ponting for the single, as slog sweeping is Burgess. He's got a lot of that. He really has. And that's away, 1 bounce for 4, because that's a big old carry out there. And it made a resounding thump out the middle of the Burgess bat. And Burgess moves on to 45, 184 for 3. But as he hit it, Laurie Evans, who was sat behind me, I happened to be near where he was, he just shouted, hit him. At which point Flintoff picked up and threw the stumps down. As Majid's in again. Here goes Burgess once more. He's just going to go after the young man a touch. Here is Burgess. It's good batting this from Michael Burgess. Pandya's applauding from the other end.
This will make Gedders think as well as a young captain. They're going to start to change the way they play.
Well, the partnership's worth 99 now. They've done it very well. They really have.
Change of field.
Yeah, he's going to send a man out, Conor McCurr, to deep mid-wicket. So the logic here would be either go for it again and make sure you middle it this time, Michael Burgess, or just tuck one into the leg side, take a single and bring up your 50. Always going again with the sweep. It's hit the pad, rolls down towards Amar Verdi, and there's no run. I'm going to leave you at the end of this over. Emily Windsor, bring Richard Wilford in. And then You do another half hour with him, and then you can have a break. I think you and I are going to do an interview at some point today as well, if that's all right.
Of course we are.
This one's cut by Burgess, out to the sweeper on the cover rope. There's his 50. Been a very good one, this, from Michael Burgess. Impresses every time you see him play these days, does Michael Burgess. 55 deliveries, 189 for 3, and the 100 partnership. And Surrey's concern at the moment will be, these are two very good players who are in now. 189 for 3.
Yeah, they can kick on from here. The scoreboard's just starting to accelerate.
Pandya has driven this one uppishly down towards long on. They'll want 2 again here. They're going to come back for 2. It's good running. And that will move Pandya to within 1 of his first Warwickshire 50, because he's 49 not out. End of the over, 40 gone, 10 remaining. Emily Windsor will be joined by Richard Wilford. But a few thoughts from Emily Windsor on what she's seen so far and where she thinks Warwickshire will go from here. And then she will be joined for the power play, final 10, by Richard Wilford.
Yeah, it's been impressive from these two Warwickshire batters, Burgess and Pandya. They're just looking to kick on. They obviously built a partnership and they now have that platform to move quickly. They got wickets in hand, which is key in any white ball cricket at the end, because the lower order, the middle lower order, can be so destructive when there's a platform to build from. So I'd say Warwickshire in a very good position here. 10 overs to go, 191 for 3. They got to be looking at 260 plus, at least from this position.
Afternoon, better switched on, isn't it?
Certainly is. It's nice to be here. Obviously very happy with how these two have played.
Yeah, they've rebuilt it, because those 2 wickets in quick succession had them in a spot of bother for sure.
As that's whipped down to fine leg for a single by Burgess. He'll move to 51.
It's good to catch up with you. It's been a few years since we sat up at the Rose Bowl, the Aegeus Bowl.
Yeah,
with Kev James for a championship game.
It's an unfamiliar ground, this one, but nice to be here. But yeah, no, it's really nice to see you. And because we're obviously north and south, we don't often collide much, as Cameron still with his leg spin in to Pandya bowls. That's pushed into the offside. And that will be his maiden Warwickshire 50. He'll raise his bat to the changing room. And Burgess applauds and comes down to shake his hand. 192 for 3.
Yeah, first 25 were really watchful from Krunal Pandya. Got a couple of edges early on that he got away with, but he's got increasingly impressive. That 6 that he slapped round the corner off McCurr, that's really got him going a bit, hasn't it?
Still to Burgess, that's hit, driven past extra cover. Mid-off's coming round. Does the fielding, they come back from 2. Great running from the pair. They really are going up a gear, putting their foot on the accelerator now. Burgess to 53, 195 for 3.
Yeah, I think they're going to be thinking 280 here, and that's going to take a bit of acceleration, but I don't think it's impossible from where they are.
2 batters in, a great playing surface is still the leg spinner in again off the back foot, played into the onside. That's gone quickly between mid-wicket and mid-on, so they'll come back for a couple. Burgess to 55, score 197 for 3.
We were saying at the start of the day that it's a very big boundary all the way around with a central wicket. You've got to run your 2s and 3s hard, and that's what Warwickshire have done from the very outset as well.
It really does make it a difference. As Steely, and that's all loose delivery. That's a full toss on leg stump, and that's helped over a short fine leg, and that will be 4 to Burgess. He moves to 59. 200 up, is that right?
It is, yep.
201 for 3.
So now they've got the platform. 9 overs to come after this. 1 ball in this over, but they'd be thinking they can go 10 and over from here. The modern game suggests that it's possible, particularly with the 2 batsmen set, as you were saying.
Still in, that's a full toss again, hit down the ground. Will just be a single, as Pandya's waving ferociously to his dressing room. I think he's after a drink or some gloves. Scored 202 for 3. And that's the end of the over. That's 41 overs gone, so 9 overs remain. What your middle order? Have you got some firepower in there?
I mean, with Pandya coming in when he has, that means Matt Lamb can still come and he scores very quickly. And Ethan Brooks is a good young all-rounder, the younger brother of Henry Brooks. Then after that it's the tail enders, albeit that Miles and Norwell can give it the long handle. But these two are really important, and Burgess had a good season, made big runs against Surrey in the Championship in the first match of the season, scored 170 in that game. Albeit again, must stop using that word, but he was 67 not out when the 9th wicket fell and ended up with 170. So
wow.
That was a day.
Is that the day? Was it Hannon Dolby at the other end?
That was the one where Ollie took 67 balls to get off the mark.
Do you know what? That almost impresses me more than 170. Like, that is serious concentration.
He's batted for about 8.5 hours this season in the Championship. He's only scored about 70 runs. But he's used up a lot of time. He's had 2 century partnerships with Michael Burgess, on each occasion shepherding him to hundreds that have gone on to be big ones. They're going to bring Dunn back now. Matt Dunn bowled the first 5 overs from this end, from the Vauxhall end. He's coming on the pavilion. He's still got 5 overs possibly to bowl, which would be every single one from that end, which is a big responsibility at this point of a one-day innings. There's still 3 more overs for the youngster Tom Laws, who's very impressive. There's still 3 more overs available for Conor McKerr. Potentially Yusuf Majid has 4, but he's only 17 years of age, so I'm not sure they'll go down that line again.
Yeah, that last spell that he just bowled, Burgess really took after him, managed to get a couple of boundaries. So I imagine Surrey will finish with their pace bowlers.
So Dunn to bowl to Burgess, and Burgess is looking to launch him over mid-wicket. Doesn't get a lot on it, in fact gets nothing on it, because it's going to be signalled as a leg by umpire Nichols. 203 for 3.
With that shot, it doesn't look like he's holding back now, does he? He was really going for that leg side boundary, which had 3 fielders out on it. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a long on.
I don't think he's got a list 800. I shall double check that, Michael Burgess, but feels like an opportunity. He's given himself the opportunity, hasn't he? He's 60 not out.
Striking at 100 now as well, so bringing that strike rate up.
Pandya, the left-hander, a lot of space on the leg side. He's looking to launch it through the offside. That's a great shot. The speed of his hands, he's hit that through extra cover. It wasn't a square cut, it was a back foot slap, really. But he's got plenty on it.
This exactly there, that bat speed. And the timing, just absolute bullet off the bat. And well deserved 4. He's got that maiden 50 as well. When you get past that personal landmark, your confidence builds and you really feel you can kick on, especially when you've had some time at the crease.
And his first innings for the county as well. Turns the next ball off his pads. They run the first one hard, and Pandya is determined to get back for 2, and he will quite comfortably. 209 for 3. Pandya to 56. The slightly more old-fashioned scoreboard's got a bit stuck, but the one next to it, they are quite close together, the scoreboards at the Oval.
Got one to our left as well. In luxury, we got 3.
I know. I have to lean forward for that one, though. And the sun's shining on it a bit awkwardly. But the other 2 visible to most of the crowd, and a good crowd in at the Oval today. Pandya stabs the ball past the bowler here, just punching it off the back foot for a single. 210 for 3. You've been doing a bit of TMS lately, haven't you?
Yeah, done the England South Africa Women's Series, which was pretty one-sided to say the least, with England performing as they had, and it's been nice to see some young players being brought into that. But yeah, really enjoyed that opportunity. I'm doing the England-India Series at the end of the summer as well, the women's, that is, and a few games in the 100, which will be cool, and hopefully keep popping in to see Churchy on my days off.
Just to stir him up a bit. Dunn approaches once more. Burgess is making room, looking to lift it over the point fielder. It floats around for a while. Reefer wonders whether it's going to carry. It isn't, and they come through comfortably for 2 more. This is becoming a very productive over. They've taken 10 off it. There's 1 ball to come. So that notion that they can go 10 and over here on in is being borne out here.
Yeah, and I'd say if they don't lose wicket, that 10 and over is going to slowly build to 11, 12s, 13s, because it's always harder to get going when you're new to the middle, and these 2 have been here. They've both faced over 60 deliveries, so we're seeing the ball pretty clearly now.
Completely overdone, and he's going to be lashed through the offside by Burgess. Reefer's got some ground to make. They're going to run hard and come back for 2 more. which takes Burgess to 64. Pandya has 57, and with 8 overs to go, Warwickshire at 214 for 3.
And the other thing that's so good about this partnership is the left-hand, right-hand combination. When, as a fielder, as a bowler, you're constantly having to adjust your line or quickly running in the circle. That constant movement just unsettles you a little bit. It doesn't allow you to just hit that area of the pitch that you're looking after. As Churchy's crawling under the desk.
It's because he was going around without any shoes on.
I'm impressed, Church. He's in sliders. He's down with the kids as well.
Oh.
But don't worry, he's out now. He's off.
He's turning up in sliders. That's very London, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, he fits right in.
He does, doesn't he?
As the leg spin of Still, that's worked up to mid-off by Pandya. It'll just be a single.
Are we going to call him Boho Chic?
What, Churchy?
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know who that is.
Well, no, but Boho Chic is his look sort of thing. He's sort of bohemian.
He has a look, doesn't he?
He has, yeah.
Do you know what I'd love to see, Churchy put a top knot in?
Oh.
As Still bowls, and that's a full delivery. It's dipped on Burgess, and they can't come through for a single. A rare dot ball. 215 for 3. 7.4 overs to go.
If I was to put my top 10 things that are wrong with modern life, the top knot for men is in it.
What's your thoughts on the old, the new hairstyle is Still in? Burgess goes for a reverse sweep, and he's hit that well. Fantastic shot, deep cover, won't get round, and that's 4 more to Burgess. He moves to 68, and the score 219 for 3.
Yeah, outstanding execution there from Michael Burgess. Picked his spot, hit it firmly, didn't try and overhit it. Steered it to safety. What's the new hair do? Because obviously I've not got any hair, so it's not really.
It's not the mohawk. What's it called? The mullet.
Oh, the mullet's back in, but with really sort of sharply shaven sides. Yeah.
Still in this time, sweeping into the leg side. Will just be a single out to the deep square leg fielder. 220 for 3.
It seemed to become very popular in Australia first. I remember during lockdown, one of the first sports to get going again was NRL, Australian Rugby League. And the mullet was back in a big way there. I think it's horrific if you're asking my opinion. If I had hair, I wouldn't do that.
Still hits him on the pad. He's come down the pitch, Pandya, so won't be given out. And they'll come through for a leg bye. 221 for 3. Still was about the only one appealing. Very excited.
The umpire would have to be guessing, wouldn't he? With the batsman that far down the wicket. As to where that was going to go.
44 on his back then, Still in, bowls quicker into the pitch. That's pulled away into the leg side. Long on, won't get round. That is fantastic timing from Burgess. And the score moves to 225 for 3.
And in the end, they took 11 off that over. So again, back-to-back double-figure overs. The power of Burgess has been really striking about his batting this season in all forms of the game. Well, he didn't get to play in the T20, but both in the Championship and in this innings, the cleanliness of his striking. And he's not overdoing the aerial route, is he? He's trying to get over the ball and find those gaps.
And the ability to hit 360, he's shown it here as well. I haven't seen him play, but he's hit all around the ground. He's got the skill of the reverse sweep, which really makes the bowlers think, the captain think, because they want to block that off. But even blocking it off, he still backs himself to hit it through. So he's certainly a great player to watch.
Very much typical of the modern day wicketkeeper batsman, isn't he? That 360 thing. They tend to have that. They tend to have quick hands, although compared to the hands we've seen from Krunal Pandya, he really whips the bat through the ball. He's going to be facing the first ball of a new over from Matt Dunn, and he just dabs down at it and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. Live coverage courtesy of BBC London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Mark Church will be back at 2 when I have to do a report. Emily Windsor is here. I'm Richard Wilford.
I feel like Surrey need a wicket from their point of view. That's the only way they're going to stem these run flow down. It's just too easy for these Warwickshire batters at the moment.
Wickets are currency. At this point in a game, even more so. Dunn will try and break it up. Pandya looked like he was going to come down the wicket. He didn't. He hammers it up to mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. Wasn't far away. It would have been tight, the direct hit. But he'd committed to the single. Pandya frustrated that he didn't beat the field. He's to 59, 226 for 3.
Yeah, again that fast hand, that whip at the bat. He's got a nice high back lift. He's timing the ball sweetly. These two just look settled and in control. Burgess sort of taking the role on to take him on these last few overs, but that doesn't mean Pandya's not trying. He's hitting the ball hard, but just not quite found the gap that Burgess has.
Long on and long off back. Third man and fine leg are in the ring, and Burgess is looking to lift this wide of long on. Should only be a single. Ball is airborne nice and quickly. 227 for 3, so a good start to this over from Dunn. Just 2 runs from the first 3 balls.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to vary his pace there with this field as well, which I think is a good option at this stage. I don't want it to be too predictable for the batters. Again, that movement in the field, even the umpire as well with their left-hand, right-hand partnership.
It's good to see umpires actually doing that. There's quite a few who like not to switch these days. As Pandya latches onto a short ball, he's got plenty of this towards mid-wicket. Has he hit it all the way? He has. A second 6 for Krunal Pandya. And that puts a dent in what had been a good over. He goes into the 60s now.
Yeah, aggressive bowling that from Dunn, isn't it? But not paid off. He's going to take it on at this stage.
Well, he's shown a willingness to play that shot, Pandya. And that time he got it way in front of square. The 2 fielders didn't move. They just watched to see where it was going to drop. And then confirmed to the umpire at the far end, Paul Nichols, that the ball had carried. 233 for 3, 8 off this over with a couple of balls to go. Makes a bit of room for himself, Pandya. Hits it straight. Long on is rapidly across. Should only be a single, and it is. 234 for 3. They've added 145 now for the 4th wicket.
Pandya's impressed me as well. The way he picks up length, like sort of that hard length, he still hits with a straight bat. We saw him play one over mid-wicket. Almost an unusual way of playing it. Usually they'd be those cross bat shots, but it's worked well today for him.
A rumble of aeroplanes overhead has done. Approaches Burgess, pulling to a straight mid-wicket. Fielder crossed very quickly, and that's McCurr, judging by the floppy hat. 10 off the over, 235 for 3. 6 overs to go for Warwickshire. They still got an outside chance of getting up to 300. I'm sure that will be the target.
Yeah, I think if these two are there at 50 overs, they'll be there or thereabouts. Surrey just need to find a way to break this partnership, and I don't feel like there's an obvious way to do that. Varying the pace, going to their death bowling plans in white ball cricket to make it hard for them. But these two are just in their set. As you said, Burgess, he's not really going the aerial route. He's hitting along the ground, which takes a wicket-taking option away from Surrey.
Well, I think not that much of a surprise that Cameron Steele is coming off, but McCurr has still got 3 overs left. It may be that it's McCurr and Dunn all the way through now. They've got 3 overs left each. There are 6 to go. They may protect the youngster Laws at this point.
McCurr then, bowling from the commentary end with 3 on his back, just marking his run up with the white disc and the painted lines that you get now with the spray paint, all with funky symbols as well, I'm sure. There's McCurr into Burgess, who's gone for a ramp and misses down the leg side. It's not given a wide by the umpire. So the rare dot ball.
You have this knee-jerk reaction, well I do anyway, that you see a shot like, you see Burgess having got to 75 playing the way he is, and you look at that shot and you think, why did he need that one? And it's because you're right, he's a 360 degree hitter, but conventionally he's been doing well enough.
Especially when you got your fielders out on that leg side, and he's been hitting into those pockets well as McCurr in, and he gives himself room, hits over the offside, over backward point, cover comes round, diving stop. And he keeps it to a single. That's an impressive bit of work out on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a really good bit of support for your teammates. That Laws is out there. He's certainly been patrolling that boundary for a long time today. It is really good stop again from Tom Laws. They got a high five from Ryan Patel, who went across to congratulate him on that stop.
236 for 3. 5.4 balls remain this Warwickshire innings. partnership for 147 between these two. McCurr coming round the wicket to the left-handed Pandya bowls, and that's a slower ball, and he's hit that down to the keeper. Burgess is halfway down the pitch, wanting a single, but Pandya didn't want it. Good change up from McCurr.
Excellent slower ball, really was. He's taken a lot off that, but he's not lost his length. And Pandya looks disconsolate. Sort of thing that he sees a lot in the IPL, that sort of slower ball.
For sure, and it's so important to have those skills. Doesn't let the batter get set. They don't know what's coming down, what speed it's going to be, what line, what lengths. But McCurr charging in past the umpire again. Quicker full Yorker delivery, but dug out well. Cover fielder comes round. They think about 2, but it will just be 1. Good over so far. Oh, they're coming through for a second. That's sloppy from Surrey. No one backing up at the bowler's end. McCurr isn't happy.
Yes, but I will also say this. There's a bit of a habit these days that bowlers don't try and take the ball because they know that they're going to have somebody backing up. And by taking a bit of pace off it, that didn't help the guy who's backing up. So he's only really got himself to blame. He's got to stop that ball.
Good awareness though from Warwickshire. They were set and ready to go for that second. It's very easy as well. You quite often see players run past the wicket.
Looks like Krunal Pandya's trying to find his second wind here. He spent some time down on his haunches before receiving this next delivery.
McCurr in to Pandya. That's a full delivery, hit up to mid-off. The fielder thinks about shying at the stumps, but no one backing up, so chooses to hold it. Happy with the single, so 4 runs off the first 5 balls. Good over from McCurr.
Much better trying to halt this run of double figure overs. 150 partnership being announced to the crowd there. Excellent work between Burgess, who has 76, and Pandya 69. They came together after 2 wickets fell in 3 balls, and the Bears were in an awkward position at 89 for 3, and they've restored the balance a bit.
The right arm seam of Colin McCurr in bowls gives himself room, Burgess, and that beats extra cover and mid-off. That is a fantastic shot from Burgess. 4 runs to him. And again at the end of the over for Surrey, a boundary comes.
Terrific piece of timing from Burgess. Made that bit of room, but again keeps it on the carpet, and he's hit through the line of the ball. Takes him to 80, tantalisingly within sight of what would be a first list day century. It's only his 5th 50 in his career in this form of the game, which is quite surprising really, and it is his high score. So it's been a good hand from Michael Burgess.
Everyone loves batting at the Oval, don't they? Especially when they get in. It's renowned to be a really good batting track.
That's Tom Laws is going to come back on. That's interesting. So he's going to be preferred to Matt Dunn at this point. Has potentially got 3 overs left. 7 overs, none for 29, but still a teenager. This is a good test for him against 2 batsmen who were established. 5 overs to go, 243 on the board. Bears are looking, 285, 290 minimum here is what they'll be targeting. 300, they'll be delighted. And they'll need to latch on to Laws. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Pandya, very full, and beats the edge of the bat. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. I think he took a bit of pace off that, Laws. Good start.
Good length as well. You sort of, when talking at death bowling in white ball cricket, you either want to be hitting the top of the bat, the splice of the bat, or so they can't get under it, or go underneath the bat, and that's exactly what Laws did there. That good length didn't give Pandya any leverage to find the boundary.
See if he tries to use his feet to break up that length a little bit. He goes outside off stump. He's lifted that towards mid-off, and he's just cleared him. It's going to go all the way for 4, but for a moment there it looked like that was going to be the end of Krunal Pandya, but it just clears. I think it's Dunn who's at mid-off.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a bump ball, you know. Oh, he just chipped it straight in the air.
He's got to have chipped it. 247 for 3. It just hung. He kept on thinking it was going to drop, and it hung above his head. Hits through this one rather more convincingly out towards the boundary rider, who is Steele. Through for a single, 248 for 3. 5 off the first half of the over. Bears want another boundary. Surrey want a wicket and nothing more than singles. like in T20 now, it's considered it's a win, isn't it, if you concede less than 2 from a ball? Is that right? That's a win.
Yeah.
I remember who was telling me that, was it? I don't remember whether it was Eva the other week when I was down here, when Eva Gray popped in, or whether it was might have been Grace Ballinger at the last home game that Warwickshire played in the Championship, telling me about it being a win.
It's weird because every region, every sort of coaching staff has slightly different sort of, I guess, targets. Ours is to get 3 consecutive dot balls.
That's tough in T20 cricket, as this is hit straight by Burgess. Doesn't time this one though, so just a single. That might have rattled his wrists a little bit as well. 81 for Burgess, 249 for 3.
There's some stat that if you can get those 3 consecutive dot balls, it's quite a high percentage that brings a wicket. Obviously towards the death, that's very tough, and the other one is in the first 10 balls of a new batter coming in, we want to get 6 dots.
Round the wicket to Pandya, good looking Yorker, and then has he been caught? He has. It was a leading edge, and again it looked like it might be a bump ball, but Laws has had to sprint to his right and pull out a dive to get his hands underneath that, and he's pulled off what actually is a pretty remarkable catch. It ends a stand worth 160. Pandya is gone for 74. He can't quite believe it. Warwickshire 249 for 4.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic catch from Laws. Caught and bowled, but had to sprint quickly, dive into his right. Great agility, speed, and a much needed wicket for Surrey to break this partnership. But you'll hear the applaud from the crowd as Pandya walks off for a very nicely played 74 off 81 balls.
And not a bad effort for your first innings for your new side. 2 6s, 5 4s, strike rate at 90, having come in at 89 for 3 when they could have been in a bit of a pickle. He's produced the goods pretty well. And this will bring Matt Lamb to the crease, made a list 100 last year in this competition against Leicestershire. Very capable in the final year of his contract with the Bears as well, so he wants to take every chance he can to make a favourable impression. Hasn't got long today, 25 balls left, 249 for 4.
But that can win you a game. We talk about match winners in white ball cricket. It doesn't have to be the person that scores the 80 off 80 balls. It can be someone off at the death scoring a quick fire 30 off 10 balls or something like that. That can be classed as the match winning innings in white ball cricket, and he's got a chance to do that. But I think the key for Warwickshire here is Burgess to stick around at the other end, because if there's 2 new batters, the run flow will really, really slow. But from a Surrey point of view, if they can pick up Burgess as well and the wickets fall in clusters, then they should be able to restrict Warwickshire to under that 280 maybe, but 300 still on target for Warwickshire.
Final ball of Laws over, coming into Lamb, facing his first ball, turns it in front of square, and he'll get through for 2 there. Brings up the Warwickshire 250. They're 251 for 4. There are 4 overs to go. Mark Church is going to slide into my seat after these thoughts from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, 250 up then for Warwickshire. Important breakthrough from Laws in that previous over. And what an impressive youngster he looks. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 37 so far. The control, the length he was trying to bowl there at the death, quick under the bat, these Surrey players. And there's 4 overs remain of this Warwickshire innings. Burgess there on 81 off 73. He's been impressive. Mark Church.
Hello. Yes, well, impressive innings that from Pandya. And the other impressive thing from him was the way he flicked the ball up when he was out, a la golf when you're putting. As here's Conor McCurr. Is this my end? Short ball, first up, and swing and a miss from Michael Burgess.
It was my end, but you take whatever end you want, Churchy. You're the home man.
Well, no, this is your home now, isn't it? This is your home now, Emily Windsor. But no, as Tom Laws took the catch, Pandya was walking off, and Tom Laws just rolled the ball away. And like you do in golf, he just put his bat down, put the ball on his heel, and flicked it up, caught it, and gave it to the umpire. As in comes Conor McCurr to Burgess, and Burgess looking to cut. Good pace from Conor McCurr. So 2 dots to start the over. Burgess looking to go down towards that third man region on 81, but a A nice quiet start to this over from Conor McCurr.
Yeah, and I think this is important for how Burgess plays here. He doesn't need to change the way he's playing too much. He was scoring quite freely anyway, and for me now he's almost trying to do too much, taking that ownership in the last 4.
In comes Conor McCurr again to him. This time, he has got hold of this. He's cut it over, extra cover, all the way for 6. That's a heck of a shot from Michael Burgess. He's so strong, Michael Burgess, these days. And he's backed away there, and he's actually cut that over extra cover for 6. So Burgess moves on to 87 and 257 for 4, Warwickshire. Conor McCurr runs away from us once again. He backs away. This time he's pulling. He's got a lot of this as well. That's 6 more, I think, flat over mid-wicket. So he's definitely played catch up there. 2 dot balls and then 2 sixes. But again, it's a very powerful strike. Conor McCurr's followed him, and he's just swung that one over mid-wicket to move into the 90s. He's on to 93 here, Michael Burgess, 263 for 4.
This is where you hate to be a bowler, isn't it? Wherever you bowl it, you're bowling at a batter on 93.
Now, third man's come up to the edge of the circle to enable another player to come out. Slower ball. Oh, this could be 6 more. No, Reefer takes the catch. And Michael Burgess goes for a brilliant 93. Nico Reefer did very, very well there to keep inside the boundary rope. It was a slow one from Conor McCurr. Michael Burgess swung it into the leg side, looking for his 3rd consecutive maximum. Reefer takes the catch. Good bit of work from Nico Reefer. Great innings from Michael Burgess. Goes for 93, and it's 263 for 5.
Yeah, that's one of those. He'll be disappointed walking off because he's just 7 shy of his maiden list 800, but he will enjoy the crowd now, raising his bat. Played a fantastic innings. Really enjoyed watching him hit 360. Good power. Good improvisation as well, and he takes the time to drop his bat and gloves to sign a young fan's bat as well.
Yeah, he does. Mr. Yadav did that as well. Yadav, he
as well.
Yeah, did he? Well, that's very, very good of him. So, yeah, out comes Brooks to join Lamb. 263 for 5. So 263 for 5. We're in the 47th over. Yeah. So it's going to be Brooks on strike. But that was pretty well struck from Burgess, but good catch. Ethan Brooks' first ball, he's pulling. He's got a lot of this. It's a good half stop on the edge of the circle from Kimber at short fine leg. He's done very well there, Nick Kimber, but they're going to take 3 as the throw comes in, and Lamb is safely back for the 3rd. So Brooks off the mark with 3. Eventful old over that. 47 gone then. 266 for 5. Burgess gone for 93. 3 overs to go for Warwickshire. Brooks 3, Lamb 2. Now, where Nico Reefer was is where you do quite a bit of your fielding. Stood out there on the boundary rope. That was a very good catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Judging the ball coming at you, obviously you got quite a lot of white seats in his angle to pick the white ball out of, but B, the awareness of where the boundary rope is really challenging. So you've got to get that strong, stable base so that you don't go with the ball, and he did that superbly well. Great catch from him, and really important that from Surrey. That wicket breaking the partnership of the 2 set batters, and now both of them back in the pavilion. Yes, Warwickshire have fresh legs out there, but 2 new batters to the crease. There's Laws in and bowls, and that's dug out nicely by Brooks, and will just be a single.
Your first look at Tom Laws?
Like him a lot.
Lovely action there.
Yeah. I just think as well, for me, he's disciplined, and he seems clear on what he's trying to do here. He's trying to go under the bat, isn't he? He's not giving the batters anything to swing through, which is so important at the death. Does he have a variation as well? Does he vary his pace?
He does. He's just impressed everybody, especially in the championship stuff.
He just looks at home, calm and confident, swinging his arms as he charges in, bowls, and that's outside the off stump again, under the bat, through to the keeper. No run.
Yep. And of course everybody championship-wise, very much looking forward to Super September, as I've now dubbed it. Sadly, though, Hampshire and Surrey don't play each other again.
I honestly
it?
can't believe. In a way, it's good for Hampshire because they haven't come off on the right end of results, but it is a shame for the championship as Law's in again. Bowls, that's that full length again, but driven up. Extra cover comes round, so keep it to a single. Just 2 off the over so far. 2.3 overs remain.
Yeah, what I liked about Pandya there was when, as you were saying, when he came off, took his pads off and his gloves, and then that young man waited and he signed his autograph, and lovely to see that.
268 for 5. Then he's gone for a ramp. That's a fantastic shot. Third man in the circle. 1 bounce 4 by Brooks. The youngsters now are skillful. They're not afraid. 272 for 5.
Yeah, with you being one of the older generation, Emily, went to these youngsters.
They're a lot younger than me now,
these
Churchy.
youngsters. Well, this is younger brother of Henry, of course, and that's a very good shot from Ethan Brooks.
Really random, this, Churchy, but you know when you look at a number on the back of someone's shirt, for some reason 77 really suits young Ethan Brooks. That looks tidy, doesn't it?
Yep.
Certain numbers that suit players. Just really noticed it then as in comes Laws again under the bat. Good delivery, great comeback. Just love this length he's bowling. 272 for 5.
I think Michael Burgess did end up batting as Urgis because the B, I think, finally fell off. It sort of was trying to escape, but he walked out to start his innings. But a very fine innings of 93. Great partnership as well with Krunal Pandya.
Laws in, and that's under the bat again. Fantastic bowling from him. Just 6 runs off the 48th over. Just slowed the run flow fantastically well, Laws. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 43 so far. And gets high fives from his teammates.
Yeah, very, very good again from Tom Laws.
Does he bat as well? Or?
Yep. Yeah, Essex in the championship, he came out as night watchman, and then on the final morning, Surrey needed, I can't remember what it was, but it could have been an awkward treat, and he finished 38 not out. Just didn't look at any bother whatsoever. So yes, he does. He's a talent. No
That's the key as well, isn't it?
That, yeah.
Seeing your team home.
Yep.
He's got that about him as well.
He did. He's a very talented boy. Is Conor McCurr with the penultimate over, and it starts with a slow wide down the leg side. See what he was up to there. Just got it slightly wrong, Conor McCurr. So they'll want 300 here. I sort of said at the start 300. 273 for 5. They've sort of, from that wobble of 89 for 3, with Pandya and Burgess's very fine partnership. They're on for it now, as here is McCurr, and there's pulled away by Lamb off his hip. 1 bounce out towards Ryan Patel, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to the total.
Do you know what I'm not looking forward to fielding here? Obviously I've fielded on the boundary quite a lot. The fact that all these practice wickets and wickets go all the way to the end.
Yep. Yeah, it tends to fly, especially with the weather as well at the moment, Emily Windsor. By Thursday night, it'll be lightning. As slower ball, and this is tucked away into the leg side by Brooks, and he'll pick up a single. Moves on to 9.
It's the wicket ends as well.
Yeah, you'll be all right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I have to get at practice tomorrow, the coach, to hit him straight into it. Hopefully not dislocate another thing.
Yeah, it's horrible when that happens. At least it popped back in. That's the most important thing. In comes McCurr over the wicket, and this one's cut firmly by Lamb. 1 bounce out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. 1 more to the total. 276 for 5.
Yeah, it was one of those. It didn't really hurt. I took another catch. So it just felt weird. I took another catch after it. Actually looked at my finger and I was like, oh, it's dislocated.
Yes.
And then it didn't want to go back in, but eventually we got there.
Well done. Well done. As McCurr is in, Brooks is pulling. This will be 4. Short ball, and he's pulled it very fine, and that whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. So that'll take Brooks on to 13. and move Warwickshire on to 280 for 5. And that top 3 for Surrey are going to be absolutely crucial today. Patel Geddes steal going to be very important for Surrey today, because it's an inexperienced middle order for Surrey, and they're going to have a big total to chase. But great opportunity for them as Conor McCur's in again. This one looking to swing leg side was Brooks. Slower ball, got an inside edge. Potter's down to Kimber at short fine leg. But they'll pick up a single, 281 for 5.
Hopefully the youngsters that have been out there in the field would have learnt a lot from how Burgess and Pandya played. They didn't get off to a flying start. They got themselves in and then they were able to accelerate, and there really is that opportunity to go out there and do that today. The sun's shining, perfect day to bat. Go in, get a big one, see your team home.
Absolutely. As Conor McCur is in short again, and this is pulled for 4 by Lamb, because short finds there, but it was past Kimber. And it's away for 4, and Conor McCur 285 for 5. He's bowled pretty well today. It's just been one of those days at the back end of an innings for him, really. And there is 1 over to go, and Warwickshire are heading towards 300. McCur finishes with 2 for 79 from his 10. He's been better than that, Conor McCur, today, but as I say, just one of those days, I think, really. Yeah. For Conor McCur.
I didn't get that plan though in that last over that he bowled, really, with fine leg up. He's bowling short and into the ribs. You're vulnerable at fine leg. You need that fielder on the boundary. But he has impressed me, I said earlier. He's a skillful bowler. Laws comes in for the final over. He's given himself room, chips it over that mid-wicket boundary. Good running. They come back for the second. Shy at the keeper's end, and it ends up in Brooks's feet.
That'll be something that they will have talked about, Surrey, is the running between the wickets, because it's been excellent from Warwickshire's down a big ground like this. Well, within the first 6 overs we'd had 2 all-run 3s, so that's going to all be part of it this afternoon. On a warm day, they're going to have to run themselves ragged, I think, Surrey.
Laws into Brooks. He's gone for a ramp and play a miss. Oh no, it's gone through the keeper's legs, but luckily he gets enough on it. They think about coming back for a couple. They do, because no one's at the stumps. Good running from Warwickshire. Score will move to 289 for 5. 4 balls remain of their innings. Will they get up to that 300 mark, that landmark? It just looks a little bit more daunting if you're chasing 300 as opposed to 299.
Yep, 300. Yeah, absolutely. I think as a batting side as well, that getting to that 300 is a nice milestone, isn't it?
Laws into Brooks, goes deep in his crease and ducks it into the offside. Will just be a single. Good bowling from Laws again, bowling that full length under the Warwickshire batters' bats. 290 for 5 then. 3 balls remain. Surrey field spread. Lovely crowd in today, enjoying the sun. Some with their tops off as well, the old men.
I know.
Enjoying it. Young men as well, of course. As Laws in, and that's driven up to extra cover for a single.
It's not on the ticket. You can only take your shirt off if you're an old man.
Well,
it's not on the ticket for the Royal London One Day Cup.
You never know.
Well,
do you know what, Churchy? By the time I leave, I want to be able to get up there.
You'll be able to.
That looks remarkably high.
It's lovely up there.
The new stand.
Great view from up there.
There's Laws in again, advances, hits up to mid-off again, just a single. Great def over this from Laws again. His final 3 overs. The def has been impressive.
Yeah, very good from Tom Laws. 1 for 47. 1 ball to go.
292 for 5. So that 300 is off the cards. Keep your foot behind the line, Laws. He comes in past the umpire bowls, and that's driven out to the offside to the cover sweeper. At this point, you've got to sacrifice your wicket and come back for 2. No, they don't. So it's just a single to finish. And the score 293 for 5. Warwickshire finish then. Good batting surface. Sun is shining. Surrey going to have to bat well to chase this down, but the opportunity's there. Fantastic partnership for Warwickshire between Pandya and Burgess, saw them up to that score. It's on, Churchy, it's on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this will be a challenge for Surrey, but it'll be one they'll look forward to. Good bowling attack as well for Warwickshire, but Surrey 294 to win. We're going to have a break for 40 minutes or so, and then we'll all be back with you. But at the break, Warwickshire stuck in by Surrey, 293 for 5. It'll be 294 for Surrey to win. As I say, we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM and CWR, and on the Surrey live stream. So, players are back out there. Target for Surrey 294, 293 for 5, posted by Warwickshire. Ben Geddes and Ryan Patel are out there in the middle. Oliver Hannon-Dorby has the ball in his hands from the pavilion end of the ground. There are 2 slips in there, so this is going to be an interesting chase for Surrey. 293 for 5, built around a terrific 93 from Michael Burgess. Here is Hannon-Dorby, first ball to the captain Ben Geddes, right-handed of course, it's back of a length, he's in behind it, he plays it solidly back up the pitch, and there is no run. Good crowd in today, and they're all allowed out there during the interval as well, which was great to see. And I think Warwickshire will be quite happy with that 293 for 5. Lovely innings as well from Krunal Pandya. Looking forward to watching him have a bowl. He's stood up at mid-off at the moment as Hannon-Dorby is over the wicket to Geddes, and Geddes covers up, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. Ben Geddes so far 73 against Leicestershire at Guildford in this competition in the opener, and 35 against Durham. Ryan Patel was out second ball against Leicestershire, but then 67 not out against Durham. Cameron Steele 68 not out, guiding Surrey to a 9-wicket victory against Durham on Thursday. Is Hannon-Dorby, right arm over the wicket he comes, and Geddes forward, thickish edge, that's going to run off down towards third man, and they'll get a single as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and Smith down there does the fielding at third man, Guy Smith. And off the mark is Ben Geddes with that single. One without loss. Surrey. So another 294 for victory. That target 294. 293 for 5 as everybody's settling back into their seats around the ground at the moment. Left-handed Ryan Patel comes on to strike for the first time as Hannon-Dorby is right arm over the wicket to him, and Patel is forward and just pops this one down into the vacant mid-wicket region. And they'll pick up a single. Ryan Patel moves on to 1, and Ben Geddes comes back on to strike once again. So yes, Yates and Rhodes were batting very nicely after the early wicket of Dominic Sibley for 5 LBW to Matthew Dunn, and they'd had a partnership together of 62, and then they both went in the space of a few balls. Yates caught by Majid off McCurr for 54, and Rhodes caught by Blake off 30 for 15. As in comes Hannon-Dorby, Geddes just pushes down towards backward point, and there's no run as the fielding done in there by Ethan Brooks. But then a terrific partnership between Pandya and Burgess. Pandya actually going before Burgess. Burgess looked on for 100, but then 2009, 93. If it got 2009, Michael Burgess, I'd be on the news now, wouldn't I? 93 from Michael Burgess, as this one's turned leg side by Ben Geddes, and that rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So end of the over, the first one of this Surrey chase, and they are 2 without loss. And Geddes and Ryan Patel get together for a little bit of a natter about everything out there in the middle. I'll just run you through that scorecard of Warwickshire. There's some good games going on around the country today. But Warwickshire, that 293 for 5, built around that partnership between Burgess and Pandya. Pandya finally going for 74, Burgess making 93. And for Surrey, Conor McCurr with a couple of wickets. Amar Verdi, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Very good from him. And Law's very good again, 1 for 49 off his 10. Here's Liam Norwell from the Vauxhall end coming into Ryan Patel, and his first delivery is down the leg side, and Patel gets nothing on that as he looks to help it down towards fine leg, but came together, Burgess and Pandya, with the score on 89, and when Pandya was out, scores on 249. So very important partnership by those two gentlemen. And they did it very nicely indeed. 2 slips in there for Norwell. Coming in to Ryan Patel, and the left-handed Patel just pushes into the offside. Won't get a run as that ball just rolls in towards the cover region. It'll be very interesting to see how Surrey go about this. Craig Miles quickly up there from cover to do the fielding. Lovely sight in the interval though, seeing all the spectators out there on the outfield. As I say, very good crowd in today. Lovely day for it. Sun beating down as Norwell's in, and that's very wide outside the off stump. That's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his left hand side. Wide is the signal. Another run to this Surrey total. Surrey moving on to 4 without loss. So early stages of a run chase. A lot of the crowd are still finding their seats again. Liam Norwell turns down below us. Comes in right arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel. That's nicely played by Ryan Patel. Just turns this off his legs into the leg side. We'll get 2 as Will Rhodes goes sprinting back to do the fielding. And they pick up a couple of runs, and Ryan Patel moves on to 3, and Surrey move on to 6 without loss. That was nicely played by Ryan Patel. Just a little roll of the wrists into the leg side. I think he'll be better for that 67 against Durham on Thursday as Norwell's into him. That's down the leg side again. Another wide. So 3rd one in the over from Liam Norwell. Hasn't quite settled into this as yet. So he's going to come round the wicket now to Ryan Patel. Sorry, move on to 7 without loss. But we have got a few white fluffy clouds now. We didn't have any clouds earlier, but we have got a few white fluffy clouds now. But a perfectly blue sky. Completely blue sky. Liam Norwell, wearing number 24, comes round the wicket to Patel, and Patel's looking to work it leg side, hits him on the thigh guard, rolls back up the pitch, and there is no run. 7 without loss, Surrey in the 2nd over. But you couldn't ask for a better day for cricket. And the good news is this weather's here all next week as well, apparently. In fact, it's getting hotter again. So that will be exactly all we read about, I'm sure. Mr. Richard Wilford is back alongside as here is Norwell charging in again, round the wicket to Ryan Patel. And Patel, now shout for LBW. He's hit him outside, trying to whip it leg side was Ryan Patel. But Norwell immediately looks a bit happier coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Welcome back, Mr. Wilford.
Hello. There's a brief foray before I have to do a bit at 3. But
indeed.
But they have a short break, don't they, considering the length of the game?
Yes, I thought it was a bit shorter than normal today, to be fair.
Looks like they're doing just half an hour.
I was pre-recording an interview with the great Emily Windsor. We sort of got cut off slightly in our prime as Norwell, round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, and Patel that nips back at him, hits him up on the top thigh, rolls down to backward point, and there is no run. I think Warwickshire will be pretty happy with their 293 for 5.
It's a competitive score. Yeah. It's gettable as well. I think what we saw, as we predicted from the start, is lots of 2s and 3s to be run today. But we also saw some quite good range hitting as well from Pandya and Burgess.
Yeah, I thought they played really well, those two. As Norwell's in and driving is Ryan Patel crisply towards Kai Smith, who does the fielding. End of the over, 2 gone. And Surrey 7 without loss, needing a further 287 for victory.
So you jumped to the not unreasonable conclusion that the man with no name or number was Kai Smith.
I did.
It's very good.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Good work.
Thank you very much. They don't call me Detective Church for nothing, Mr. Wilford.
Well, yes, I'm working my way through the third of the novels about Detective Church.
Yes, he's not solved very much so far, but he turns up. That's the thing about it. He's reliable. He's not very talented, but he's reliable.
Yeah. I love the one about the serial killer who just gave up because he was fed up of not being caught. As Hannah Dolby comes in to start a new over, and that jumps up a little bit from back of a length. Does very well to control the bounce, Geddes, to steer it square on the leg side for a single. And that takes the score to 8 without loss, and that'll mess with the lines a little bit by getting the right hand and left hander switching ends.
Yeah, I think from a Surrey batting point of view here, the top 3 very important. Patel, Geddes, Steele, very important for Surrey, because that middle order, it is inexperience. Whichever way you look at it, it is inexperience.
Hannah Dolby goes past the outside edge. There's a raised hand from Yates at second slip, but there was no contact on the way through.
But then again, the thing about being inexperienced is the only way you get experience is by playing, and it's a big opportunity this for these young Surrey batters to lay a marker down against a good attack as well. That's the other thing. This is a good Warwickshire bowling attack.
Plenty of experience in the front 3 seamers, then Pandya as the spinner, with further options after that, as this is jabbed in front of square on the offside. Brooks and Lamb give chase, and they'll come through comfortably for 2. Well judged. 10 without loss. There was something about numbers 7 and 77 chasing the ball that was quite pleasing to the eye.
I was just remembering, actually, it was the game last year between these two that Tim David went mad.
Ah.
And that was sort of where he really started making his name, not just at Surrey, but everywhere. 140 odd in the blink of an eye from Tim David.
Perhaps with a long handle, does David, long levers. Short ball, big top edge. Now where's that going to come down? Is it going to be safe? Great chase, to be fair, from Sibley. He's not going to be able to get there, and they'll come back for 2. It was in the air for a long time. Initially Burgess thought he might be in the game, but whilst he was trying to weigh it up, Sibley was sprinting down to where a backstop would be, and he at least tried to get there with a dive.
I think he lost it as well in the sun. I think he's sort of indicating to Burgess there, for a minute he thought it might whack him on the top of the head as it came down, but great effort to get to it from Dom Sibley. It was up there a long time.
Not Patel's best stroke, but he'll be very keen not to get out in exactly the same way as he did in both innings in the championship game here the week before last, when he spooned it to extra cover both times. And here he pushes it along the deck to extra cover. 12 without loss in the third. So, Detective Church in those novels, he's an inveterate jogger.
Yes.
Spends a lot of time the back streets of London, which is where he sees things, he spots things.
Whilst running.
The problem is he hasn't got a clue how to piece them together.
Or how to get back to where he started.
Oh.
Due to his appalling
lousy
sense of direction. Yes. Yeah.
Wow. I'm looking forward to the next one in the series.
Yes.
Hannah Dolby to Patel again, and that one gets up a bit more than he expected. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, but he's able to defend it into the leg side. The end of the third over. Surrey 12 without loss, require a further 282 for victory.
Yeah, I think what they'll have said to themselves is get off to a solid start. That's the thing. It doesn't matter if runs aren't flying around the place. I think it'll be just get off to a solid start.
I shall see you in 5.
Excellent. Mr. Wilford's off to do his update. But yeah, the other problem with Detective Church is he may find the culprit, but then his hard-hitting interview, he just tends to ask them how they are and how they're feeling. And if they're not feeling terribly good, he tends to put an arm around the shoulder and say, oh, don't worry, it'll be all right. So, Ben Geddes on strike here for the first time to Liam Norwell, with 2 slips in there from the Vauxhall end. Start of the 4th over. Liam Norwell's in and Geddes drives into the turf and up again. That balloons to Lamb in there at extra cover. I'd be very interested to know the number of spectators that are inside the ground today. I think we're up around 2,500, 3,000 today on the Surrey live stream. See all the spectators sat there and members in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, but it's a very good atmosphere and an excellent crowd today as In over the wicket goes Liam Norwell, and that's nipping back at Geddes, and that hits him high on the back thigh. Bounces once to Dominic Sibley in there at slip. Bit of a breeze going across the ground. You can see the Surrey flag there fluttering on top of the flagpole. Must, of course, as yet say congratulations to Richard Thompson, who is the new chairman of the ECB. Well, he is, start of September. As over the wicket comes Norwell, short ball, Geddes looks to pull and threw it a bit early, hits him amidships, rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run. Very, very good man is Richard Thompson. Incredibly astute businessman. Also huge love for county cricket. So I think he's definitely the right man for that job. Wish him all the very best with that. Norwell turns again. Down below us, they've got rid of one of the slips now as this ball's over pitched and driven beautifully by Ben Geddes through cover point, and that's going to whistle away for 4. And Geddes, little punch of gloves there with Ryan Patel. 16 without loss. The fielding done in the crowd there was like an audition for that Love Island thing as it hit the boundary rope there. I'm sure he'll get a gig on that, but he's even hit his best shot. As turning once again is Norwell, coming in over the wicket to Geddes. Geddes this time turns leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Craig Miles, aggressive bit of work from Craig Miles, comes sprinting up at short mid-wicket to do the fielding. And there is no run. Rhodes has just wandered across to have a bit of a natter with Dominic Sibley. Sibley's passing on messages left, right and centre, it looks like, out there at cover. Liam Norwell comes over the wicket to Ben Geddes, and Geddes turns this one down towards fine leg. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total, one more to Ben Geddes. And in the 100, the Oval Invincibles 94 for 3 off 77 balls, with Will Jacks 42 not out from 32 deliveries with 3 4s and 1 6, and Sam Curran not out 18. He's going at a run a ball off 18 balls. Well, so that's the latest from the 100, with the Oval Invincibles in action, the men, and of course the Oval Invincibles women in action for the first time on Thursday. And Emily Windsor will be back with us a little bit later for a bit more commentary. End of that over from Liam Norwell. Here's Hannon Dalby starting the 5th. It's a short ball that's pulled leg side by Ben Geddes. They'll get a couple of runs. He hasn't really got hold of this at all, but the captain Will Rhodes has gone back to do the fielding, gets slowly back to his feet. So 2 more to Ben Geddes. He moves on to 9. Surrey move on to 19 without loss. Their target 294. We're in the 5th of their 50 overs. The sun is beating down here in South London as Liam Norwell starts moving in. Oh, as Hannon Dalby has bowled Ben Geddes off the inside edge. Looking to cut Ben Geddes. Big inside edge straight back onto his stumps, and that's a big wicket for Surrey to lose early on, because the captain's been in very good form so far. But looking to cut this one, big inside edge straight back onto his stumps, and Ben Geddes has to go for 9, and Surrey are 19 for 1 in the 5th. And Oliver Hannon Dalby has the first Surrey wicket, and Cameron Steele will make his way down there in a moment. Out to the middle, down the steps, just putting on his bits and pieces is Cameron Steele, and down the steps he comes to replace Ben Geddes, but just lay back, look to cut that, did Ben Geddes. Bottom edge, straight back onto the stumps. And Richard Wilford's back alongside, and that's a good start for a Warwickshire.
Yeah, wickets up top were going to be key, given the fact that the Surrey batting order, once you get beyond the top 4, it's a little bit you know, unknown actually, I think, in some cases, and it could be that one or two lads who really impressed today on a good surface to bat on, but there's also a little bit there for the bowlers, and that was an area, I think, as you described it, a bit too close to cut, and you get yourself into trouble then.
Well, I think the thing there was, you see it short, don't you, and you lay back, and they may have just nipped back a little bit at him, and then big inside edge. Cameron Steele making his way out there into the middle off the back of his 68 not out at Durham. Andrew's been in touch on the old Twitter saying after the Bay of Biscay, now soaking sun and commentary under Mont Blanc, swathed in cloud. It's a lovely photo.
Does that mean he's in France, or has he just got one of the pens?
Well, it looks like, well, he could have one of those.
Yeah.
It does look very nice.
He's just showing off, don't it?
Yeah.
It's poor, doesn't it? He's just showing off.
Is that France?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. See, that's what Detective Church is like. In over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby, and this is punched off the back foot by Cameron Steele down towards that backward point region, and there's no run.
You say that Detective Church is no good at geography, and yet he's very good at taking pollen samples from an oxbow lake. So
yeah,
it depends which type of geography you're looking at.
I was saying as well, the hard-hitting interviews that I conduct as well with those that are under suspicion always cause chaos.
Excuse me, Detective Church, why are you bowling him a series of half
volleys?
Yes,
exactly. Thank you. 19 for 1. As in over the wicket comes Hannon Dorby to Steele. Steele's forward and pushing this one down into the leg side. So Warwickshire lively in the field. As I say, it's a good Warwickshire attack, this, because we sort of talked about the three seamers and the spinner, then Will Rhodes as well, of course.
Well, this isn't far off being what would be a really good championship attack.
No,
well, I mean, it would be a good championship attack. And you've got the backup spin of Yates and Lamb. Ethan Brooks is the extra seamer. They've got 8 bowlers available.
Got options, isn't he? Will Rhodes is forward goes Steele, tucks this one up towards mid-on. There is the captain, Will Rhodes, to do the fielding. But yeah, that's a lovely thing for Will Rhodes, is he has got plenty of options up his sleeve. Got Pandya stood up there at mid-off at the moment under his Warwickshire floppy sun hat. Good day for a wide brim sun hat today. Might see a few more of those next week as it gets hotter. Hannon Dorby with a couple of slips in there is over the wicket to Steele, who drives. That's off a thickish edge, squirts away down to Ethan Brooks at backward point. That's an excellent over from Oliver Hannon Dorby. The wicket of Ben Geddes. 5 overs have gone, and Surrey 19 for 1, chasing 294 for victory.
I mean, it's popping into the 30s here next week, isn't it?
It is. 34, I believe, is going to be the top temperature.
I don't think we'll indulge such stupidity in Birmingham. I think we'll settle for cooler temperatures than that.
Well, of course, the hottest day ever on record, ever. It was ever the hottest day ever.
Ever?
That was at Heathrow. Yes.
Jet engines.
Recorded at Heathrow, yes.
Oh, that might be a bit artificial. I'm not happy about that. Liam Norwell to continue from the Vauxhall end, short. A bit of a miscue that from Patel. I think he intended to pull it a little bit squarer, a bit early on the shot, and in the end he finds Lamb at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Now, where's Mr. Hannon Dorby gone? He's not gone floppy, has he gone?
He's signing some autographs.
Yeah, he's gone cap. Signing autographs. Dear, oh dear.
It hasn't got hot enough yet for the Hannon Dorby umbrella on the boundary rope.
And the rolled up trousers. Yeah, we might avoid that. As Patel awaits, there's a ball down the leg side, and that'll be 5 wides. No chance of Burgess getting that. And Norwell, first over all over the shop, second over quite good, and now he's from round the wicket firing the ball down the leg side, and he kicks the ground in frustration. Has struggled to get a rhythm in his bowling this season just due to injuries and the worst case scenario, the bang on the head that he had when he was batting. 24 for 1, 3 runs as it were for Surrey. That's a much better delivery just outside off stump. Patel defends, fielders converge.
That could be a barometer of the heat, really, couldn't it? The Hannon Dorby trousers.
it's only happened once on one day ever,
and it was the hottest day ever as well.
Potentially, it was up there. It was up there. It was.
I thought it was very sensible, to be fair, because it was genuinely really hot that day.
It looked like he was going to sell ice creams for a while. Full on off stump, driven into the offside with no timing. Sibley fields an extra cover. That's much more the sort of length that you used to see Norwell operate at. But now he's just getting a warning from the umpire that he might be close to overstepping. So if he hasn't got enough on his mind with the 4 wides that he's bowled that have been worth 8 runs in total, he's now got to watch his front foot.
Well, I think the interesting one was the chat I had with Hashim Amber about it. And he said the problem was there was no breeze at this ground that day.
Norwell on and around off stump, fields neatly left-handed in his follow-through when Patel pushes.
So there was absolutely no breeze in the ground. And in the middle of a city as well, which is the same with Edgbaston. Although Edgbaston it's near Birmingham, but it's not slap bang in the middle of Birmingham. Whereas here, you've got
depends
all the
where you
big
decide the
buildings.
middle of London is.
Yeah, I suppose so. But you've got a lot round here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not far from Westminster,
no,
right? As the crow
absolutely.
flies. That's a beauty from Norwell, just back of a length on an off-stump line, and it goes past the gloves of Patel, who was offering inside it. He didn't play at the ball.
Much better
it was a beauty.
from Norwell, though. Much better. After that wide with the first delivery, he's looked much more like his old self here. It's good to see him back, because I can remember at the opening game he came on the first day and did a bit of comms with us at Edgbaston, and lovely fella.
The ball around the wicket once more, very full and whipped square. That's a good diving stop by Lamb to his left. Should keep Surrey down to a single. Backing up his bowler really well there. End of the over, the 6th. Surrey needing 294 for victory or 25 for 1. We managed to tickle somebody earlier, which is nice. And it was when we were having a conversation about the fact that Mrs. W isn't into her sports.
Yes, well, it was your quote there.
Yeah, it's the anniversary on
yes.
On Tuesday of the wedding, some 26 years ago.
I think your actual quote was she'd rather have all her teeth removed than come with you to Carrow Road.
Yeah. So thank you to John State for getting in touch.
I'm not quite sure that will be on the Norwich poster. As here is Helen Dalby from the pavilion end. Looking to pull leg side is Ryan Patel, and it hits him amidships. And it's interesting this, because we saw a bit of this from Rob Yates when his innings started. Couldn't really get the pace of the pitch, and then he did. So it's just taking Ryan Patel a little bit of time here, just to get the
both bowlers
pace.
have hit him in the midriff so far. He's trying to play these short arm pulls, and he can't get the timing right at all.
Waits again as Hannon Dalby comes in over the wicket. There he is. He's got hold of that one. He really has. That's 6. So Ryan Patel on that occasion did get the pace of it perfectly and pulls it away for 6. He loves that shot. He did that to Hannon Dalby in that opening, the opening day of this season, actually, in the Championship. A couple of those in the morning session into the Holly stand, but it's off the front foot. And he just swings it leg side, does Ryan Patel, and he'll move on to 14, and Surrey move on to 31 for 1. Hannon Dalby's over the wicket too. Patel, he's letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump. What we'll do, Mr. Wilford, is I'll stay with you till past. I'll then vacate.
Okay.
Emily Windsor will take us up to just before the 4 o'clock mark, when you've got to nip off and do your update.
Yep.
And then we'll allow Emily Windsor the rest of the afternoon to go and prepare for, I was going to say, the game on Thursday, but also because you're going out for dinner tonight as well, aren't you? So
you could have said the warm-up game she's got on Tuesday as well.
Now, there is that. As in over the wicket once again. Gone. Hannon Dalby, because Ryan Patel has had a flick outside his off stump. Big edge. And a good catch from Dom Sibley away to his left, and that's a huge wicket for Warwickshire, because Ryan Patel has gone for 14 and just played outside the off stump, and it's a good catch this from Dom Sibley, mainly because next to him Rob Yates was just moving in front of him a touch. So Surrey with some work to do here. Geddes has gone, Patel has gone, and Surrey are 31 for 2.
Yeah, that's the sort of catch that your coach gives you in the drill beforehand, I'm afraid. The shot he played, there was nothing he was going to do other than divert it into the slips. It was well away from his pads. He's just pushing at a ball that isn't there with an indecisive stroke, and you can see his frustration. He's hit a 6 earlier in the over. He's got no need to play that ball. They've got to build. You could see how Warwickshire's innings was back stacked, if you like, 89 in 20 odd overs with 3 wickets down. They accelerated from there. Losing wickets early is not something that Surrey could easily afford to do.
Well, especially with Geddes and Patel, the 2 openers back, it means out comes Josh Blake. Now, he made 44 good runs at Guildford, wasn't required at Durham, so he joins Cameron Steele. The thing that would have slightly caught Sibley's eye there was Rob Yates. He just moved a little bit to his right hand side, but Sibley hung on well. So another left-hander out there in the middle in the shape of Josh Blake. 31 for 2 Surrey. Geddes gone for 9, Patel for 14.
What Sibley did do well, he's got his body low, so there was a lot of surface behind it to cushion it, but got 2 hands neatly on the ball, but he got into a very nice position.
Hannon Dalby coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Blake, and he's letting his first one go. Outside is off stump. Nice carry into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Very good though from Ollie Hannon Dalby. Picked up both the openers now. Very fine bowler, Ollie Hannon Dalby, and podcaster as well.
Yeah, we've been a bit quiet on that front this summer. We've only managed to get 2 done, sadly.
I know, they take a lot of work.
Time has been pressed.
Yes, as in over the wicket he comes again, Hannon Dalby. Oh, and he's had a nibble at this one. Outside is off stump as Blake. Good delivery from Hannon Dalby. Excellent over from Hannon Dalby. 7 gone then. Surrey 31 for 2 in pursuit of 294 for victory.
Early change. Craig Miles is going to come into the attack to bowl the 8th over. He might want to get 15-16 overs out of his 3 frontline seamers up top to try and take wickets with the new ball. I think Will Rhodes, having already got a couple sent back to the hutch, that might well be the route that he goes down. Can use himself as well in the early part of the innings. But Miles was having a good whirl during that over. For Ollie Hannon Dalby, the joy of actually playing white ball cricket. He used to be a white ball specialist and not play any championship. In recent years it's all been championship cricket, and he's 45 wickets on this season. But that's 4 in 2 games in this competition, having not played in the T20. And he will be enjoying it. I was quite surprised actually doing the post-match interview here with Mark Robinson when he said, chance to see some of the fringe players, whatever, and he said, well, we want to keep Ollie going, we want Liam to be playing, we want Craig Miles to be playing. I thought, okay,
keep them bowling, I suppose.
Taking it seriously. Steele is facing up to the first ball from Miles and gets up onto his toes to guide it down to point where Ethan Brooks is fielding.
Well, the other thing with that as well is when Super September, as I've now dubbed it, does start, which is normally the 1st of September, but I mean in terms of championship cricket, it's quite good for players to have still been bowling, if that makes sense. Bowlers to still be bowling, rather than having had a 5-week break.
Unless your name's at Abbott, Abbas and Barker.
Yes, indeed.
They will be somewhere in a rest home for a month. So that's all. That's going to be very close. The appeal for LBW, and he's gone. Steele has gone for a duck. Craig Miles strikes in his first over, and everything about that looked right. You were kind of expecting the finger was going to go up, and Surrey are in a bit of disarray now. They're 31 for 3.
Yeah, and this is not the start that Surrey were looking for. Very good from Miles, bang on the money straight away to Cameron Steele. But that's the 3 I was talking about, Geddes, Patel and Steele. They're all back in the dressing room now, and Surrey are 31 for 3. So there's going to be an opportunity for the likes of Laws and Reefer and Blake here
because Surrey need them to do something. But very good from Miles, just straight on the money he was. And I was half expecting the finger to go up, really, because as you say, everything looked okay with that.
It's a bit like Sibley's dismissal this morning. And it's the same umpire, and he does like to think about it, Mohammed Syed. He doesn't give the LBW lightly, but when he does, he gives it firmly.
There's nothing wrong with that as well, and I think, as long as he's consistent, then you don't mind, do you, as a player?
You're almost, as an umpire, you're almost ticking off a checklist.
Yeah.
Is it hit in line? Would it be hitting the stumps? Is it too high? And once you're satisfied that those are measured, then you know whether it's good to go.
So it's Tom Laws coming out at number 5 to join Josh Blake. So, yeah, Geddes 9, Patel 4, Steele a duck.
And to put it into context, I mean, Laws is a young man, so we don't know how good he's going to be as a batsman yet. But he's been batting at 9 and 10 in the Championship.
Now at 5.
and he finds himself at 5 in the Royal London One Day Cup. And that might not be any bad thing for his career. As the first ball he receives from Miles, he goes onto the back foot. Just make sure he gets a full face of the bat onto it, up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Certainly last year, Warwickshire had a far weaker team in this competition. But you learnt a lot. Ethan Brooks made his first half century. Lamb made his first 100. Ed Pollock made his first list day 100. I know he moved on to Worcestershire subsequently. There are other players like Manny Jahal, who was bowling 10 overs in every game, sometimes bowling at the death. Ethan Brooks had to bowl at the death. And they learnt an awful lot from the experience. Jacob Bethel had his breakthrough in that. Miles bowls back of a length, and it's slower ball. It bounces again before it reaches Burgess. And he's gone through early on that as Laws.
Well, I sort of said at the start of the competition, there's no point talking about who could be here or should be here or whatever you think. No. It's concentrate on who is here. And for nothing Geddes, Patel and Steele can do now. So it's a huge opportunity for these Surrey batters in the middle order today.
Miles approaches once more, a swing and a miss outside off stump from Laws. He may want to pop that back in his golf bag for a little moment.
Positive.
Yeah.
Positive. Feet didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But, he wanders off towards square leg. Does Tom Laws.
But on the strength of teams, there's a substantial 4-figure crowd in here tonight.
Absolutely.
And you look at there's a lot in the shadow underneath the middle tier of the Galladari stand. You look how populated that is. Plenty in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. They're not put off by the fact that it might be a bit of a half-strength team. As Laws is wrapped on the pad by Miles, who starts with a wicket maiden. Great over that from the Bears' point of view. 294 the Surrey target. 8 overs in there, 31 for 3.
Yeah, I would say there's 2,500 in here. And good over that from Miles. Wicket maiden, his first one of the day. It's a very nice stop. I think there's between 2,500 and 3,000 inside the ground today.
It was notable the tail end of the Warwickshire innings when I was through next door. You could hear a lot of Warwickshire supporters enjoying the boundaries that were coming as well.
Absolutely.
So they've come down.
Yep. And there's some of the crowd on the live stream watching away. Someone in a England World Cup shirt there. I think that's more the 2019 than the classic 92.
But you can see then in the shadows behind them where people are taking cover from the sun.
Hannon Dalby is into Blake, and Blake is forward. This is the first ball of the 9th over. The left-handed Blake just pushes away into the offside, and there is no run.
There will be those in the ground who are really hoping to catch a sight and get a selfie from the Oval Invincible star Emily Windsor. And I think when she does depart, you do need to make sure that you see your public. And you give them a piece of yourself, piece of your time.
Undercover today. That's why she's walking around with her Oval Invincibles rucksack. As this one's pushed off with her pass hanging out the side of it. Pushed by Blake down to backward point, and there's no run. I'll tell you what, if you and I went into crime solving, we'd be rubbish, wouldn't we? With my sense of direction and you undercover, dearie me.
Is that brand new 2022 issue as well?
It's nice, that. Yes. But it's nice rucksack, that.
It's all right.
One of the 83, is it? It's waiting once again is Blake. Over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby. Get Emily in after this over. And this one's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Oh, mind you, I did get a piece of work merch this week, because we don't get much, do we? You know, it's the BBC after all. We've got to spend the licence fee payers' money wisely. But so that we can be seen at the Commonwealth Games, there's lots of purple gear. Not a lot of it is going to fit me. For those who don't know, I'm, on the larger side. But yeah, no, I've managed to get a raincoat with BBC Radio
Brilliant.
WM written on it.
That's
purple.
good.
It's very nice.
In over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby. Well, this one hasn't really bounced because Blake's feet didn't go anywhere, and it's hit Michael Burgess. They've got through for a bye, but he didn't really go anywhere there. Josh Blake just stood on the crease and put the bat at the ball. Pandy wants the ball. He's going through his warm-up now. 32 for 3. Well, that's nice. And unfortunately, though, the weather's been absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I did wear it when I went down to get me accreditation. But it's one of those special raincoats. It's very good. It's waterproof. It keeps the water from going through it if it rains on you. But it makes you too hot inside, so you end up being wet from... Anyway,
you know what you need?
Perspire.
You need a waterproof sporting gilet.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Wilford, those are brilliant. As in over the wicket once again comes Hannon Dalby, short ball, and Lords is off the mark in emphatic fashion. Just pulls this away through the leg side for 4. So Tom Laws, nice way to get off the mark with a crisp boundary. He moves on to 4, 36 for 3. Emily Windsor, do you have an Oval Invincibles sporting gilet? There, you don't have them.
She's trying to sell them. She's trying to sell them.
It's quite hot.
I genuinely thought Sporting Gilet were a Swiss second division team.
Yes, they are there. I'm a big fan of the gilet, I have to say.
A bit like Tim Sherwood. He liked a
good
gilet.
for all occasions.
Okay.
And they really are. As over the wicket once again comes Hannon Dalby. This is pushed off the back foot. I think they won the league 3 years in succession, actually, Sporting Gilet. End of the over, 9 have gone, and 36 for 3, Surrey, and a few more thoughts from Richard Wilford, and then he's going to be joined by Emily Windsor.
They were honoured by a burger joint, actually, in Switzerland. You could get a gilet of fish after their success in the 3rd year in a row, but yeah. Warwickshire's bowlers have done exactly what they needed to do here. They've taken early wickets, which, given the fact that it's an inexperienced Surrey batting lineup, and there's some unknowns that we're looking at here. 2 wickets for Hannon Dalby, getting rid of Geddes for 9 and Patel for 14, and then Craig Miles, but a wicket maiden in his first over, trapping Cameron Steele for 0, has given Surrey a bit more of a mountain to climb, and it'll be Miles to continue, and he's cracked through the offside by Blake, but 1 bounce to the point fielder, Ethan Brooks. Still 2 slips in place. Emily Windsor not wearing a rucksack currently.
I genuinely thought I was undercover. I didn't think that through, did I?
No.
I feel like it's a discreet rucksack, do you know the colour of Oval Invincibles is not discreet in any way. It's sort of like a mint green sort of aqua colour, whereas my rucksack is all black.
Okay. Well, see, we're sort of from the Birmingham Phoenix land, where it's that fiery orange, which I rather love. I love it. Miles, back of a length. Oh, and it's floated into the onside, and it's going to drop just short of the fielder. They will, in the end, come through for a single. So Josh Blake is off the mark, but he was in the air for quite a long time. Matt Lamb just couldn't get close enough soon enough to scoop his hand under the ball.
Yeah, this has been a great start, isn't it, from Warwickshire? And I think, obviously, runs on the board. Close to that 300 mark. They Surrey need 257 more runs to win. They can be attacking in their field. 2 slips, and the bowlers, Hannon Dalby and now Miles, is making it happen.
Took 3 wickets against his former county, Gloucestershire, at Cheltenham in the week, did Craig Miles. Oh, and he's hitting his straps here. Top edge over the slips. It was well clear of Dominic Sibley, but a false shot from Laws. It takes him to 8. The score's 41 for 3. And Miles will trudge back to his mark disconsolate. The batsman will not care. No batter cares. You don't mind. If you get 4 over the slips, you're quite happy.
Or even through the through the slips. Stop myself there.
You were going to be all right. You were going to go ships, which would have been fine. We'd have been fine.
But yeah, that's one of the best shots in the game, because it annoys the bowler a bit more. And it's 4 runs to you. No one knows where it is.
So an annoyed Miles bowls full of length, and forward watchfully walking through the defensive shot is Laws. And there's no run. You're public property now, though, you see, as a star of the 100. And I've gone on record a lot saying I preferred the women's version to the men's version, and for me one of the big differences is for women's cricketers it's one of the greatest spotlights they've ever had, and it was seized. That opportunity was seized, and the way that we've seen with the women's football this year, given a chance to shine, you've got to grab it with both hands, haven't you? And to prove for once and for all how good the sport is. Miles once again steered towards straight mid-wicket. Across from mid-on comes Norwell, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I really hope that it continues to do that this year. It's actually the Oval Invincibles, as obviously they won it last year, so my team, we're starting the women's competition on Thursday, and they've actually switched it. So the men's games first and the women's games the late game. So
nice.
We're interested to see sort of in terms of crowd numbers, if hopefully most of the crowd will stick around and stuff. But yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal last year, and hopefully the women can continue to put on a show.
Miles advances once more. That's neatly worked towards mid-wicket by Laws, but he can't find a gap. Slightly awkward throw from Kai Smith, but they don't concede any overthrows. End of the over. That is the 10th. Surrey 41 for 3, need a further 253 to win off the next 40 overs, and another switch round means Liam Norwell will come on to bowl from the pavilion end. I think for me as well, one of the keys, and this with the women's football last week, is that it's no point comparing women's football and men's football. I prefer to compare women's football now to where it was 15 years ago, and the investment, the professionalism and the coaching and the opportunity. And it's got to be got right at the grassroots level, as Ian Wright was saying so passionately last week. But you've got to compare it with itself, and it's the same with the cricket.
Yeah, I just don't think you can compare directly men's sport, women's sport, because there is that physicality to it. Men are built differently to women, and that difference is always going to be there, because that's just human. So yeah, you can't really compare the two. As Norwell in bowls, and that's driven through the covers, that's timed nicely. Fielder's chasing after it as it races over those practice wickets. He does well, gets there, and they come back for 3. Good shot by Blake. Yeah, I think you can't compare it directly, but I think the things you can compare are the skill sets, that sort of element, the techniques. Those elements you can compare, but the physicalities you can't. And I think the more professional women you see, particularly in this country, the more investment, the more people train, the more access they have to better facilities, it's just going to keep growing. And that's what the 100 tournament allows you to see, is the best of the best, and that best is only going to get better. As Norwell into Laws, driven back to him, will be no run. No
cricket fan worth their salt is going to tell me that watching Sophia Dunkley isn't box office, for instance.
Danny Wyatt.
Watching Danny Wyatt, watching Tammy Beaumont, it is box office. Watching Izzy Wong bowling fast, and you cannot tell me that isn't entertainment, because it really is, and the skill level is exceptional now.
Norwell from the pavilion end bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Laws, will be no run. And I think it's only going to get better, as you said, comparing it to where it was 15 years ago. The standard is on the rise, and the reason for that is the investment, and the structure behind it, and the good structures in the academies now that are going to bring through good players in 5-10 years. The standard is going to continue to get better and better, and it is a really exciting time for the women's game. There's Norwell at the top of his mark again at the pavilion end. Into Laws bowls, and in defence back down the pitch will be no run. 44 for 3. Surrey need 250 to win. Fantastic innings from Burgess and Pandya. Great partnership for Warwickshire.
So talking recently when I was here to Eva Gray and also to Grace Ballinger when she was at Edgbaston, the idea of having a big enough pool of full-time cricketers that you can start having 3 or 4 day cricket with a red ball would be great too.
Laws thick outside edge, past just one slip now. Third man comes round, so it'll just be a single, and Laws will move to 9. 45 for 3. Yeah, and it's only going to go, it is going to go that way, and the standard's just going to continue to rise. But I can tell you one thing: competition for places is higher than it's ever been, and it's going to continue to get more and more relentless, which is just going to make players get better and better. And yeah, it's it really is exciting, and I think the domestic structure as well is going to continue to get better, and clubs are investing more. Noel in, and that's in defence by Blake, will be no run.
Just the thought of saying to you, right then, Emily, you're going to put you in at 3 today. If a wicket falls early, I want you to bat the day. I mean, that's so different from anything you're ever asked to do. And funny enough, would suit you down to the ground, because you're a touch player. You like to push the ball around. You're not a range hitter. If the truth be known.
Yeah, but I really want to experience multi-day cricket, red ball cricket. We've never done it, but we can't do it when I have a full-time job, because I work in the NHS and I don't have enough annual leave days to have a competition like that with everything that's going on. So, but it will come when there's full-time professionals. I'm very confident that we will see a red ball game develop in this country.
Well, I'm glad they're letting you have the month to play for the Invincibles.
I'm still working.
Craig Miles pumps his arms and bowls back of a length, and that's going to be edged down towards third man for a single. Law's busy, he's up to 10. He's not been entirely convincing, but a couple of really good shots along the way. 46 for 3. So he's still fitting in some shifts during this month? Or?
Yeah, so I'm working remotely most of it. So I'm taking some annual leave. So I usually work sort of a 30-hour week. And I'm doing 15 hours a week remotely, and some weeks I've got to go, I think I've got 2 or 3 days where I've got to go back to Chichester, so back down south, and do clinic at patients. So yeah, I'm still working a little bit, but flexibility.
Back of a length pulled into the leg side. That may well go for 4, because although he hasn't got all of it by any stretch of the imagination, that is a quick area over the practice wickets. And a boundary for Blake takes him to 8. That's very welcome. And that brings up the Surrey 50. 50 for 3, 2 balls into the 12th over. So whilst they're up against it right now, needing to score more than 6 and over and 3 wickets down, they are still moving the scoreboard and ticking along. Yeah,
and I think we talked about that partnership between Pandya and Burgess. They both started slowly. They weren't striking at a run a ball straight away, but because they built a partnership, they could go later on, and this is what these two need to do.
Fuller ball, and it goes past the angle of the bat. That's a nice one from Miles. Blake will feel that he's just dragged it inside the line. There's not been a lot of joy from pitching it in short. We saw Yates top edge and get out, but he played a couple of inconclusive shots. Patel also with a top edge, but generally we've seen them dispatch short balls. Patel with a 6, Pandya with a couple of 6s earlier.
Yeah, it's reasonably long square though, but the contact, it's always a nice pitch here at the Oval, so the batters will make the most of that.
A bit in it for the bowlers as well, as Miles bowls angled outside off stump, and it's a thick inside edge, or inner half of the bat from Blake as he defends it into the leg side.
Would you say it's mainly with the new ball? Obviously I didn't see the new ball in the first innings, but the period of play that I saw there wasn't obviously much happening, no swing, no seam.
Yeah, it's only a little bit, but because good bowlers, a little bit's enough, isn't it? Sometimes it can swing too far. There was the one moment where McCurr had fielded it down in the slips, and he threw it at the stumps at the other end, and because he got it down the seam, it swung. Miles short, and that's going to be pulled around the corner down the long leg. Again, he hasn't timed that. It got a bit big on him. There is some pace in this surface. Blake will get his 9th run, 51 for 3.
It's good. I think what makes a good cricket pitch is having it a bit in for the bowlers and a bit for the batters, because then it's a real battle, and that's when the best skill sets come into light.
Yeah. Yeah, you want a bit for everybody. Certainly had that in the championship match here as well, which was a good game that finished at 5 o'clock on the final day and had its swings of power. Warwickshire had a very good third day that got them back into the game, and that was all about one big partnership when Hayne and Rhodes were batting together. Miles into Laws, who turns that very neatly in front of square. Should only be a single out to Brooks. And that will be the end of Craig Miles' over. He's taken 1 for 12 in 3 overs. Surrey 52 for 3 after 12.
Yeah, just a little partnership building. Now up to 21. Surrey will need that to keep growing. The pace of that doesn't matter too much at the moment. Put the key wickets in hand. Later in the game, they know they can up the run rate here. A lovely crowd, a lovely buzz at the Oval. People sat under us, all ages as well. Some youngsters.
Competitive score for the Invincibles men today against the Welsh Fire, 158 for 5. It's not bad in 100 balls.
Norwell to Laws, and that's in defence, will be no run.
Will Jacks, 81. Sam Curran, 26. A couple of wickets for Ryan Higgins. The Fire are 3 without loss after 5 balls. One result in the Royal London One Day Cup, Sussex beating Leicestershire by 8 wickets. Only needed just over 120 to win. Didn't take long.
Was that at Hove?
Yeah. Yeah, Leicestershire were 6 down in 13 overs, which is not a great start.
Norwell to Laws, that's nipped back at him, but played to extra cover, will be no run. Again, the sounds of aeroplanes overhead. I didn't realise, that's one thing I didn't realise being here, is how many planes fly over the Oval.
Yeah. Yeah, it was distracting Jeremy Coney the other week. I can see one there now, just glinting, just above the floodlight and to the right.
Some of them are quite low though. That one...
Yeah, well, they have to come low to land.
Oh wow, Ian, and that's worked out to mid-wicket. They run this first one hard. They come back for a comfortable 2. Laws will move to 13, 54 for 3. I just thought planes stayed in the air all the time.
Yeah, there's a pole to slide down, a bit like a fireman.
That would be quite cool. How would we get up though?
You have to shin up. It'd be tricky, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's a long way to go, especially the height, the one above us currently.
Wonder where it's going or where it's been. Oh.
Norwell into Laws. That's pulled away into the leg side. He's got hold of that one. One bounce 4 into a vacant mid-wicket. Again, short of a length by Norwell and punished. Score will move to 58 for 3.
Yeah, that just sat there, didn't it? And he's what he's done is picked his spot really well. So he's gone aerial, but he's gone very, very safe with that. Good start, really promising start. He's got a real opportunity to demonstrate what he's capable of here. I know he's only got 17, but it's a very promising effort so far.
Bowled well as well. His death bowling particularly is Norwell into Laws, and that's an outside edge, but no one's there. The keeper diving to his right, and it wouldn't have carried anyway, should there have been a slip. But good comeback from Norwell.
What does concern me is the area where that 4 went. There's the 3 gentlemen there behind a green advertising hoarding, all of whom are topless at the very least. Is that the naturist area of the ground? Because there appear to be more people with their shirts off in that section than anywhere else. There you go. I mean, I'm hoping that's sun oil on the one. Otherwise, he's very hot.
Norwell to Laws, that's outside the off stump, and in defence to extra cover will be no run.
If you're only listening, by the way, if you haven't got the pictures, there they are. It's not the most helpful thing I've said today.
Well,
but there they were for us. We could see them on the screen.
That is the side that the sun is really beaming down on them, isn't it? So they're getting the most of every ray in a suntan. Certainly an absolute belting day out there.
You'll want plenty of the factor 50 on today. I'm thinking you'd be very factor 50. Fair skinned.
Yeah, I
have to be careful.
More than factor 50.
Just my slight lack of hair. I did get caught out. Oh, maybe somebody's tipped them off that they've been on camera. I think somebody's tipped them off. Oh dear, oh dear.
That's their moment of fame.
It's like Mr. Universe, but only if it's done ironically, as Craig Miles begins a new over, and he's slashed wide of point for a single by Blake, who was reaching for that a bit. 59 for 3. I've really lost my train of thought now. They've put me off. They've put me off my train of thought. Oh, you know, the Commonwealth Games hockey last Monday morning, and it's the session, the first match was 9 o'clock, and I took my daughter, and you don't expect the sun to be as hot as it was at 9 o'clock. It was a difficult morning.
Set to be a lovely week as well.
Yeah.
Even more heat and sun. That's typical English. We moan when it's too hot. We moan when it's too cold. I'd rather have the heat.
Oh, a bit of warmth in your bones. Short of a length from Miles, neatly up onto his toes is Laws to hit it down into the ground so it goes out towards the cover boundary, currently being patrolled by former and future Surrey batsman Dominic Sibley. 60 for 3.
How does that go down in Warwickshire camp?
It didn't come as an enormous surprise within the Warwickshire camp. I think the likelihood had been mooted for some time. It didn't come as a surprise to me either, for much the same reason. And by all accounts, they took it well. He broke it to them after the end of a championship match at Northampton that had ended in a draw. Miles bowls, and that was slipped there as he defended that one. Blake picks himself up. I think there are lots of ties to this area, and the move to Edgbaston worked well for him. It kick-started his international career. He got to play 20-odd tests. He'd love to get back into that. But maybe, you know, he's played his part in a championship win. Maybe it's time for him to have a fresh challenge again. I think that can happen. I don't think people should be criticised for it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, and I guess this is his home, if you like. So
he's a Surrey boy.
Yeah, wants to come back to his club.
Miles in on middle and leg, guided up towards mid-on. Will Rhodes comes in to do the fielding, and there's no run. I just think cricket isn't the same as it was. It isn't the case of you play your entire career at one county, and there are all sorts of reasons why you might want to move on. There is always going to be movement, and you get some counties get criticised. Surrey get criticised, Warwickshire get criticised for the way they recruit players from other counties. But players' ambitions maybe to go elsewhere. Warwickshire are losing players this year, not just Sibley, but Stone and Hose. Pollock left last year. Fresh challenges. Miles in to Blake, who tries to free his arms but chops it down to the turf. A throw at the stumps from Brooks. He would have been safe anyway. He judged that pretty well. At Blake, he gets another single. He's to 11, 61 for 3.
Yeah, and I guess in a way to look at it is it's your job, it's your profession, and anything outside of cricket, you sometimes just want that fresh change, and you move between sectors or physio teams or whatever you do for work. And
is that your section? Physio
is my section. But
so you're working in Chichester now. Somebody said there's an opportunity in Eastbourne. Do you want to go and take that? It isn't that much different. Short of a length, pulled towards the mid-wicket boundary and through the mid-wicket boundary. That's a lovely shot from Laws. He's growing in confidence here. This could be a very, very useful day for Surrey from that point of view if Laws starts to blossom as a batsman at this level. He's up to 22, 65 for 3 at the end of the over.
I'm really impressed by Laws. Really impressed with the ball, and now with the batting at 5, coming in, and 22 not out, and he has an opportunity to go and build this innings, go on and get a big one. The sun's shining.
In certain other sports, I think you'd use the word baller at this point for Tom Laws.
A baller.
He's a baller.
I'm guessing you're referring to basketball.
You would use it though, since you use it in football quite a bit now, but yeah, basketball, absolutely.
Norwell in to Blake, and that's guided down to third man for a single. He'll move to 12. And the key thing about this partnership as well, the score 66 for 3, 228 to win, is it's starting to get easier to rotate the strike, isn't it? They're manipulating the field. There's a fielders out on the boundary, so that scoreboard is continuing to tick over. And when a partnership builds here, it's very hard to break. It's up to 35 now. 2 young cricketers enjoying themselves in the middle as Norwell to Laws driven, and that's found backward point. Will be no run.
The next interesting phase will be Krunal Pandya coming on to bowl, and we'll see what the spinners have got.
He's warming up now, isn't he?
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Rob Yates get a bowl as well, bowling his off breaks.
Surrey bowled a lot of spin, didn't they? Amo Verdi was very impressive.
I think it was 20 overs total, wasn't it? The other 2 split their overs. Yusuf Majid and Cameron Steele.
Norwell to Laws and an inside edge, but only finds mid-wicket, so no run. These 2 do look at home out here though. They're both comfortable in the middle. We just see it as a fantastic opportunity. There's a young kid or someone running past the sight screen. But back in the nick of time. That's one.
Well, he showed a sufficient sense of urgency there, didn't he? To not delay the game.
Norwell to Laws, bowls, and that's an inside edge again, but it's gone between the stumps and the batter, and it comes to fine leg for a single. A bit streaky that one from Laws, but he's just starting to express himself more, play his shots. That would create chances for Warwickshire. 67 for 3. That's one way that, as a fan, you don't want to stop a game of cricket, isn't it? I think that's the most embarrassing thing as a fan.
That would be the worst. That would be the worst thing.
Especially in a place with cameras.
Yeah, that would be bad. Always have to be aware if there are cameras around.
Norwell charging in past the umpire to Blake, and then outside edge to extra cover. Will be no run.
Well, I can see what the next stage in your development is, because now that you're both a professional cricketer in the 100 and a broadcaster, the day that you sent out into the field with the microphone.
Do you know what? I'd love that. It's in the 100 this year. One player does. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm a big dog enough to be given the old earpiece, but that would be so good. I think I'd offer a lot, you know. Of probably useless inside. Norwell's of Blake. That's driven up to mid-off. They think about a quick single, but changes his mind. Will be no run.
We tried it for a season on the radio for the T20. You know, the equipment is not quite as sleek as you might get on the TV, and it was Laurie Evans that we used. You know, Laurie ain't shy.
Yeah.
The technology wasn't brilliant, but it was quite funny getting him on. And every time we switched the mic on, something odd would happen involving him. It was just inevitable. There'd be a drop catch or an amazing piece of fielding or whatever. But, yeah, he never was shy, Laurie. He's one of the better finishers in the game in white ball cricket. I think he's again that 360-degree ability, and he hits the ball pretty hard, Laurie.
Yeah, I enjoy watching him play. There's a lot of good cricketers, isn't there, on the circuit now, and not just even within the international side, especially in white ball cricket.
Well, yeah, and then when people bemoan the quality of county cricket, and you just look at what you're seeing with your own eyes, you're looking today at Tom Laws. You think, what's the next one off the block? As Pandya, he's going to bowl for the first time, left arm round the wicket, guided into the leg side by Laws, picked up by Kai Smith, another youngster, 17 years of age, fielding at short straight mid-wicket. That's dragged down the leg side by Pandya, just flicked round the corner neatly, and Hannon Dolby's got a long chase, so he isn't going to win. And that's really smart. He's not trying to overhit the ball there that's down the leg side. He's just got that little tickle on it to give himself another boundary. 27 to Laws, 71 for 3.
Yeah, just use the pace of it, and the more he spends that time in the middle, the more he's just looking at home. He's definitely going to be enjoying his day out today. Hopefully he continues to impress.
Pandya round the wicket into the pads. Smith comes forward to do the fielding. Pandya, who took 2 for 54 on his debut at Cheltenham. Very experienced IPL man. Again into the pads. I think he's almost anticipating more turn than he's likely to get. It might be a sign of confidence from Pandya, but the line he's bowling, he is rather offering up the leg side to Laws, who will drive this up to long on. Miles is a very good fielder for a bowler. Does the fielding, throws to the far end. Smith, who is a wicket keeper but isn't keeping wicket. Burgess is keeping the gloves. Batted terrifically earlier today for his 93, the highest score in the Warwickshire innings. 50s as well for Pandya, his first knock for the Bears, 74. And Yates with 54, his second half century in successive matches. Croonall's going to stay round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Blake, who dabs it down towards short third man. Hannon Dolby is there quickly enough to prevent a single. 5 runs off the over. 16 gone. Surrey 72 for 3. The target 294.
Yeah, 222 more to win. Oh, Siri's come on my watch.
What were you asking Siri for?
I didn't ask Siri for anything.
Is Siri telling you you've got to go back to get changed? You're going out for dinner with the rest of the team. Is it with the rest of the team tonight, or is it?
It's actually not. It's with my Vipers teammate Charlie Dean, who she plays for London Spirit. So I'm going out with the rivals.
You're crossing the Thames Divide, as they call it these days.
No, good friend of mine. So Might as well make the most of a lovely evening to catch up, explore London a little bit, because we're obviously both from down south, so yeah, it'll be nice.
I'm thinking you're going to go a bit of Thai food, is what I reckon.
Do you?
As Will Rhodes comes on.
Will Rhodes in bowls, and in defence from Laws will be no run.
No, not Thai.
Just you know what, we haven't discussed it or decided it. It's one of those, I think we're going to go spontaneous.
Okay.
I don't know what's around. I'm going sort of her way, so she's got to take the ownership of that.
Okay, so it's up to her.
Yeah.
She's got to get that call right. No pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure actually.
Yeah.
I'm a bit fussy with my food, so.
Oh dear.
She's got a lot on her shoulders as Rhodes into Laws. That's on the leg side. That's hit in the air. Fine legs under it and takes the catch. Laws furious with himself. Bat behind his head, and he's got to go for 28. And Surrey are in trouble here now. 72 for 4.
Yeah, Ollie Hannon-Dolby watched that very, very carefully into his hands. Important wicket that. And he's if anything, he's caught it too well, in that he's flicked it off his pads and it's carried a long, long way in the air. And Hannon-Dolby has judged it. The skipper turns out to be golden arm Will Rhodes with his 3rd wicket of this campaign. And it's 72 for 4. That's a promising innings from Tom Laws, but you can see his frustration. You want to see his frustration. That's exactly the right attitude to have about it, in that he had an opportunity there to go on and make a pretty decent score.
Yeah, and I guess the frustrating thing for him is, as you said, he's got a lot of it. It was on down, sort of going down the leg side on the angle, and he's just helped it round the corner and picked out the fielder. It's one of those you could have almost hit anywhere, but unfortunately for Surrey and unfortunately for Lords, he's back in the pavilion.
Nico Reefer will come in next.
I love the fact that when he comes up on the scoreboard, he's got his current strike rate and his current runs and his current balls faced when you're walking out to the crease.
What were they?
All didn't have any form of runs to their name.
Okay, he hasn't scored any yet.
No.
Oh.
But that's unusual, isn't it, having been sat in the pavilion?
Yeah, no, so he's not out off 0 balls.
Strike rate is 0.
Okay, he needs to improve that bit.
Hopefully, from a Surrey perspective, he will do that. But Warwickshire right on top. Rhodes into the attack and picks up a wicket. As that partnership started to build, but Surrey are going to have to rebuild now. As Rhodes in past the umpire bowls and in defence back down the pitch. Rifer will be no run.
You can see why you got Hannon-Dolby as a specialist fine leg at both ends of the pitch now.
Do you reckon when Warwickshire do fielding drills, he just practices at fine leg? Do you know what I mean? Because I always think this. If I was put at fine leg, especially in the ring, I think I'd be useless because it's different, isn't it?
Okay.
The angle it comes off the bat. There's Rhodes into Rifer, and in defence again will be no run. But you don't see many coaches, or we don't, of fielding drills where people hit the ball there. But you don't.
So what you're saying is drills that are specific to those fielders that you're trying to hide.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you've got to be good at covering at fielding there.
Yeah.
And it is very different. If you're at the catches that, like say boundary catch, you're looking at, the coaches tend to just whack it up, don't they, to sort of a mid-off position. But to read the play, read the bat at fine leg is actually, I think, it's a skill. As Rhodes in, and that's back down the pitch, hit nicely, but fielded at mid-on, another dot ball.
See, in his mind, Ollie could be an extra cover. Psychologically, that's what he might believe that he is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you practice.
He could come I never get down to the ball, but he could come swooping in.
But you practice, slip catches, backward point. You tend to practice there. But actually, even a short third as well, they're not easy because you have to pick it up quite late. There's Rhodes in, and that's on the onside. Hit out to a deep square leg fielder for a single. And the other position is square leg in the ring.
Okay.
Because you don't practice there either. You usually practice at deep square.
But the two positions you've discussed there, and I've got to depart in a moment, are both very chatty positions. You have to talk to the umpire at square leg, and like Ollie, you have to talk to the crowd if you're at fine leg, and he enjoys both of those things. I better disappear and get Mark back in this seat. 73 for 4, Surrey after 17.
Yep, Surrey And a little bit of bother, Warwickshire on top, commanding position. And they want to make sure Surrey don't get away from themselves, get away from them. As we see, the left arm spinner of Pandya to continue from the commentary end. Batted fantastically well in a great partnership with Burgess. Number 25 on his back comes in, and that's driven up to mid-off. Right foot will move to 2, 74 for 4.
You know, the other one I always think, you talk about catching practice, is caught and bowls.
Yeah.
Because on the when you're following through,
Churchy, in the nets, I give the bowlers a fair few chances to practice.
Come on, Emily Windsor. Come on, Emily Windsor. But I mean, it's quite difficult to reenact that as well, isn't it?
Rifer in, and that's played back down the pitch for no run. It is, but I just I thought about that down there at fine leg, and even short fine leg. They're hard positions to field. As in comes Pandya, and that's worked out towards a deep mid wicket for a single by Blake.
Well, I think in a way the old days of hiding a fielder is nigh on impossible now, because you guys all the old 360 these days, so there aren't many places to hide really.
In and bowls, and that's a back foot punch. Great bit of work at mid wicket by the youngster, and that's a hug from Pandya as well.
Oh, that's nice to see, isn't it? Isn't that nice to see?
A hug, you get like a little high five.
That's very good.
Pandya in again and bowls, and it's same result, but this time straight to the mid wicket fielder.
Wouldn't have been able to do that last year with COVID, would he? But ain't that nice to see? And giving the young man a hug there for that bit of fielding.
His tyres are pumped now as that's in, and that's back to him. He can't field it, Pandya, but long on comes round, keeps it to a single.
Well, the one thing you would say about Mr. Pandya here is he's certainly giving it everything, because when he came out to bat, I think mentioned that he looked very, very lively when he walked out to bat. Once Mr. Wilford gets back, Emily Windsor, you head off. Because the Commonwealth final's starting anyway, so you want to have a quick look at that.
Where's your money?
Australia.
And before I leave, Churchy,
yes,
I want to know, we're going to go to Championship cricket.
Yes.
Top 3 at the moment: Surrey, Hampshire, Lancashire. I want your prediction. The final 3.
If Surrey keep playing the way they've been playing, I think Surrey will win it, as Will Rhodes is in and driving his Nico Reefer straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think it's a difficult one in that there's been this massive break.
Go on your gut.
All momentum.
Churchy.
If Surrey keep playing, I've said all along, if Surrey play the way they've played all season, they'll win the championship.
Second,
Hampshire. Third, Lancashire.
Keeping it as it is.
Yeah, I think if nothing changes, as this is driven by Reefer out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up a single. Reefer moves on to 4, 77 for 4, because look, I think with Hampshire they're always going to bowl sides out twice, without a doubt. That bowling attack is very good. What's impressed me with Surrey this season up to this point is it's been both sides of the game. It's been someone's always stepped up at the right time to make the runs, and someone's always stepped up at the right time to take the wickets. As in round the wicket comes Will Rhodes, and this Blake's looking to drive, little inside edge past his stumps, and Burgess gets round to his right hand side to do the fielding. And I think you might look back at that game here between Surrey and Hampshire and think that was possibly the game that did it, really, which is a real shame in the fact that it was early in the season, and Hampshire have obviously got themselves in a very good place since then, and a mighty fine side, as are Lancashire. As in round the wicket goes Rhodes, and driving is Blake. It's uppish, but he'll get away with this through backward point down towards third man, and there is Hannon Dorby to do the fielding. But I think just every time that Surrey have been in trouble up to this point of the season in the championship, and I mean in trouble, they've found someone who's pulled them out the fire, basically. And as long as everybody stays fit, I suppose,
It's
as well.
almost a
That's
new
the other
season,
thing. It is.
really,
That's
as
the
well,
thing
isn't
with it.
A month
It's
off.
frankly ridiculous. As in over the wicket, once again, it's Rhodes. Reefer was through this a little early. He's chipped it leg side. He's got away with that. So he's 78 for 4. Nico Reefer almost chipping that straight to Lamb.
The team with momentum and stuff, it's hard to, when you have a month off, you almost have to rebuild again.
Yep.
So
Well,
really, it could be anyone.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I mean. I think if you were, I'll stick to what I said, but the thing is, 5 weeks, it is, September's a completely different season now, as Reefer's looking to drive this time, doesn't time it at all, rolls out there towards extra cover, there is no run, end of the over, 78 for 4 then Surrey, and that target for them is 294, and we've had 19 overs. Reefer 4, Blake 14. Because, you know, Abbott, Abbas, Barker, are they wrapped in ice somewhere at the moment?
I think they're having chill. They've got their feet up.
Good on them. Quite right too. And Surrey are exactly the same. I think Amler, obviously, he's having a bit of a break at the moment. Worrell's coming back from his injury. He's got a bit of time. Jamie Overton as well, fingers crossed. And then Keemo, I think, has got a training camp or something.
Pandya to Blake, and that's played up to long on for a single.
But it is a shame that you have that 5-week break now. But it is what it is, and I'm sure all the coaches will be saying exactly the same thing. AD Beer will be saying exactly the same thing. We have to hit the ground running again.
On the back foot by Rifer will be no run.
And I think what you can't afford to do now in September is have a bad day, because that could change everything. One bad day could change everything.
Pandya in, bowls, and that's an inside edge onto pad. by Rifer will be no run. 215 required. We're into the 20th over. This is getting a tall ask for Surrey. 4 wickets down. It's Pandya in, and that's driven to extra cover for no run again.
But I'll go back to what I said. From what I've seen of Surrey this season, is every time they've been in a corner, they've managed to find a way out of it.
Pandya in bowls, and that's driven out to a deep cover fielder. Just be a single. 80 for 4 Surrey.
Tell you what, Tom Preston's had a good day, hasn't he? Blimey.
181.
How old is he? 19? Oh dear.
I feel like Hampshire need to find a way to get him in the championship side, you know. He's a seriously talented cricketer, and actually the more I watch him, the more he has as a prowess. He looks like James Vince in the middle. There's Pandya in, and that's worked to mid-wicket. For a second, stopped with the old boot there. But that's the end of the over. 213 to win for Surrey. They're 80 for 4. A long way to go. Rifer and Blake at the crease. Blake 16 not out, and Rifer 5. But it's one of those things, isn't it? And I think the championship this year has been so exciting.
It's been brilliant.
And I think it's been so competitive. And obviously I see from a Hampshire perspective, but competition for places in that side has been higher than ever. You've got someone like Scott Curry, who's a fantastic young seamer, who's not had the opportunity to get into that team. So it's going to be an exciting end.
Rhodes is in, starting the 21st over. Round the wicket to Josh Blake, who looks to drive. Goes straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Surrey's last game of the season is at Old Trafford against Lancashire. So that could be an interesting one if things happen. All Surrey will say to themselves is do exactly what we've done beforehand, because it's worked really well. As in round the wicket goes Rhodes. Blake's pulling at a short ball of the toe end of the bat. It rolls out towards deep mid-wicket, just a single.
Do you know what? We had Anya Shrubsole, obviously former England international seam bowler. She's now a Vipers coach. She's one of our bowling coaches, and I sort of have a joke at her now. But she just said, we all make cricket so complicated.
Oh yeah, it's
she
a
said
simple
it's
game.
Actually a really simple game. And sort of how she breaks it down, it is simple.
In over the wicket once again comes Rhodes, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I think that's why Surrey have had such a good championship season is Gareth Batty has just made it very simple. Very, very simple. And he'll do exactly the same against Yorkshire back here on September the 12th. It'll be, don't do anything different. Nothing's changed. All right, you've had a bit of a break, but just do what you've done in those first 11 games. As over the wicket again comes Rhodes, and this is flashed off the back foot by Reefer. Doesn't really time this, and that's out towards extra cover. And again, there's no run.
And I think like even with the, I guess, the more technology, the more stats, the more analysts will get into the game, like I totally believe there's a place for it and it's good, but you still can overcomplicate cricket. And actually at the Vipers, all we talk about is doing, especially in 50 over cricket, doing the basics right for the longest period of time.
And over the wicket once again comes Rhodes. Forward goes Nico Reefer, plays this one out towards extra cover. There was a fascinating article with Ollie Pope in the Times yesterday chatting with Steve James, and he said he'd overcomplicated the game basically in his head, and he said that in that opening test against New Zealand at Lords he didn't play the cut shot because he bit of variable bounce, and he sort of came in, and Brendan McCullum said, why weren't you playing the cut shot? And he said because there was a bit of variable bounce. As in over the wicket comes Rhodes again, and driven by Reefer straight back up the pitch. Rhodes does the fielding off his own bowling. Another tight over from Will Rhodes. Surrey 82 for 4 after 21. That runs required. That rate's going up at the moment for Surrey. And McCullum sort of said to him, listen, if it's your strength, play it. Because even if it had bounced on you and you'd edged it, it's probably going to fly over the slips anyway. And Ollie was sort of saying that he completely decluttered his head. And he just went out and played the way everybody knows he can play. Yeah,
and I think, like, to a similar sense, something similar happened to me. I think the short format game is obviously developing in the women's game, and I remember in the winter I got myself in a right tiz just trying to whack the ball out the park because I felt like that's what I had to do. And Charlotte Edwards, our coach, came up to me and she was like, what are you doing? She was like, that's not how you play the game.
Nope.
You play the game how you play the game, and there's a place for that in the side, in the squad. If there wasn't, you wouldn't be here. And I think, again, it's going back to overcomplicating things, seeing things in the eye, and you don't need to do that. As Pandya in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be a single to Blake. Here moved to 18, 83 for 4, Surrey. But because there is so many moving parts, if you like, and it's almost an individual sport within a team game, like it is best to just keep it simple, keep a clear head. And as Pandya into and bowls off the back foot, hit into the ground to extra cover, will be no run.
Well, it was this competition when I was with Graham Onions on commentary, and he's obviously now bowling coach, etc., and sort of talking about all the tricks.
Pandya in bowls off the back foot again, beats mid-wicket in the bowler, so it will be a single up to long on.
He was saying, with my lads, all I want them to do is hit the top of the off stump. Once they can do that, then we'll start on all the tricks. But if they can't hit the top of the off stump, ball after ball after ball after ball. And Ricky Clark was saying exactly the same thing, and he says it's very simple. You just got to run and try and hit the top of the off stump, then all the clever stuff you can start after that. But so yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on.
Pandya to Blake bowls, and that's whipped past mid-wicket again for a single. Blake will move to 19 off 32.
And because, you know, cricket now, there's a lot of chat about cricket and social media and everything. I think now that there's so many lines of communication and channels and things you can see and read and hear about.
Pandya in bowls and in defence, back down the wicket by a right foot.
And I should think for you as a player, it's just listening to the people you trust and cut everybody else out completely.
Pandya at the top of his mark again, past the umpire, left arm spin, bowls to extra cover again, no run.
Because you know, the thing is, and I always think this with international cricket as well, you wouldn't be picked if you couldn't play. And it's the same, you would not be playing the level of cricket you're playing if you can't play cricket. You're obviously very, very good at it. But I think there are so many channels now that come in, and people, and Ollie was speaking about it yesterday actually in that interview with Steve James, and you know, saying he just shuts everybody else out now and just listens to the people he trusts. And I think that, you know, that's a pretty good way of doing it, really.
And I think that's the thing, and I guess the beauty of now there's finances in the game, you get the opportunity to work with different coaches.
As Rhodes is round the wicket to Josh Blake, who's using his feet and then works a ball out into the leg side, short ball, and just pulled it away out towards deep mid-wicket. But at the moment, the one thing you would say is that Reefer and Blake just struggling to find boundaries at the moment. 85 for 4. Will Rhodes has come on and bowled very tidily so far. The captain, very experienced, is Will Rhodes. We'll let you go at the end of this over, Emily Windsor.
Thank you.
You have. Well, no, thank you for coming to see us. It's been an absolute joy. As in over the wicket comes Rhodes and flashed by Reefer off the back foot just to the right of backward point. He'll get a single. And that'll be one more to the total. And Reefer moves on to 7. Surrey move on to 87 for 4. So this evening it's a bit of dinner.
Chill out.
A chill out.
Long day training tomorrow.
Long day training tomorrow.
Down to the Aegeus Bowl for a friendly against the Southern Brave on
Tuesday. Righto.
I think training Wednesday, then game. It all
Game
starts
day.
Thursday.
As round the wicket once again. Always Rhodes. This is worked off his pads by the left-hander Blake. I think he's taking that off the stumps from the Rhodes reaction, but Blake gets a single. Moves on to 21. Made 44 on his debut against Leicestershire, Josh Blake. He's shaped up very well so far in his first 3 games, behind the stumps and with the bat. As I say, he was working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Now out there in the middle for the first team as Rhodes is in. Reefer, chips one almost back to Rhodes on his follow through. It's a spectacular stuntman roll there from Will Rhodes, but the ball got past him and has rolled up to Pandya. Stood up there at mid-off. He is a very enthusiastic Mr. Pandya, isn't he?
He is. He seems like a real team man as well.
Absolutely, he's loving this.
This is exactly what you want.
Definitely.
Rhodes has also bowled fantastically well so far.
Well, he has. He's just mixed it up. He's in again here to Reefer, and Reefer again looks to drive but doesn't really time this, and that just potters out towards mid-wicket. Opening game on Thursday against the
Northern
Superchargers. That's right. And then it's madness for a few weeks, isn't it?
You've got 3 games in 1 week, I think, next week.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Good luck. As over the wicket comes Rhodes then, and this is Reefer again trying to force into the leg side, but not really timing this at all. And that rolls up to Lamb. It's the end of the over. Emily Windsor, thank you so much.
No worries.
For using your afternoon to come and join us. Now go and do something more interesting. There's so much to do in London on a day like today. Go and find yourself a nice coffee shop and have a sit outside and watch the world go by.
Yeah, I will do that. People watch. That's
People
always
watch.
a great.
It's very, very good fun. Take care. Good luck on Thursday. Good luck on Thursday. So wonderful to have Emily Windsor with us. Very good of Emily to pop in and say how do and do some commentary for us. She's making her way off undercover with her massive Oval Invincibles rucksack as Pandya comes left arm over the wicket here to Josh Blake, and Blake plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. 88 for 4, another 206 required by Surrey as Pandya's in and Blake is reverse sweeping. Good shot. That's going to run away for 4. That is nicely played by Josh Blake. Gets the reverse sweep out and plays it very nicely down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Josh Blake will feel good about that. Moves on to 25 now. Surrey moving on to 92 for 4 as Pandya's in. Blake's down the pitch to him. Pandya sees him coming. Very tight delivery. Blake can only play it straight back up the pitch. Pandya sporting very nice headband and sunglasses at the moment. He's just moving his slip out into the leg side, just behind square on the leg side. Nico Reefer 45 not out in the opening game against Leicestershire at Guildford. As forward comes Blake, plays Pandya back down the pitch. That runs in there towards mid-off and there's no run. 45 not out of 46 deliveries with 3 fours. Blake's 44 came off 66 balls. He's down the pitch here to Pandya. He turns it into the leg side. Lamb doing the fielding. In there at short mid-wicket. Whips the ball back in over the top of the stumps. And again, there is no run after 24 overs. Warwickshire were 104 for 3. Surrey 92 for 4. As this one's pushed back up the pitch by Blake. Pandya trots round, does the fielding off his own bowling. And so 24 overs gone, 26 remain for Surrey. They still require another 202 for victory. We're getting a change in bowling. We are. Ollie Hannon-Dalby is coming back into the attack. So Will Rhodes comes out the attack, brings himself off, and Ollie Hannon-Dalby is brought back on by the Warwickshire skipper. Nico Reef has been out there for 28 deliveries for this 7 so far. Still plenty of time to go though for Surrey. Nico Reef for them, right-handed. Ollie Hannon-Dalby, right arm over the wicket to Reef, and Reef again just cramped a little bit for room there, looking to punch off the back foot. Just rolls into extra cover. No run as Rob Yates does the fielding. Nice innings from Yates today of 54, and then the 77 from Pandya and the 93 from Burgess. The main run scorers for Warwickshire in their total of 293 for 5 as Hannon-Dalby comes over the wicket, and Reef has got enough of this. He's gone up and over the top of Pandya, off a length, and over the top of Pandya at mid-off, and that's going to whistle away down to the long off boundary rope for 4 runs. And Reef moves on to 11. His first boundary. He'll feel better about life now. 96 for 4, Surrey. Now will Hannon-Dalby respond to that, being driven off a length straight over mid-off. Hannon-Dalby is in, and Reef looks to flick leg side, hits the thigh guard, potters away into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. Dominic Sibley's signing some autographs out there at deep backward square. All the players have been good today with autograph signing. Mr. Pandya was signing autographs when he was out, as was Michael Burgess. Very good to see that. Great innings from Michael Burgess today. Ollie Hannon-Dalby comes over the wicket. Oh, and beats Reef for all ends up. Now they've gone up for the court behind there, off inside edge. Burgess, great take, but then there wasn't really an appeal from Michael Burgess. There was from Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and there is a shake of the head from the umpire, but it just nipped back at Nico Reef for that one from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 2 for 23 for Hannon-Dalby at the moment. Very good take that from Michael Burgess. Just wonder if it had actually brushed the leg of Nico Reef. And there was a little noise as Hannon-Dalby comes in over the wicket to Reef, and Reef flashes at this one that goes past the edge of his bat outside his off stump. He's looking to force off the back foot. Nico Reef, that one going past his outside edge, taken by Burgess off his feet this time. Moving away to his right hand side. Pandya again chatting away there to Will Rhodes, up at mid-on as Hannon-Dalby over the wicket he comes, and Reef looks to flick leg side, that hits the thigh guard, rolls straight back up the pitch, and again there's no run. So Surrey halfway through their run chase here on BBC Radio London, BBC WM, BBC CWR and the Surrey live stream, and they are 96 for 4, so they need a further 198 to win off 25 overs. Blake and Reef out there in the middle having a bit of a chat about all of this, and then a punch of the gloves between those two.
Pandya will continue to start his 6th over. Pandya, left arm round the wicket, he'll come here as reverse sweep out again from Blake. He'll get a single. Actually got that in front of square, had to wait for it, so stood up fairly straight and picks up a single. One more to Josh Blake. He moves on to 26 and Surrey 97 for 4. Back onto strike comes Reefer. He drives out towards Sibley. Comes in off that cover boundary rope, sweeping up Dom Sibley. That'll be another single for Nico Reefer. He's on to 12. Sibley in that England Lions squad next week as Blake down the pitch turns this one into the leg side. Lamb was diving away to his right. Pandya's across to give Lamb a little high five as well. Great enthusiasm from Pandya. He's in once again. Blake sweeping, shout for LBW. He's outside the line there, pitching outside that leg stump, looking to sweep. There's Josh Blake. Pleading with the umpire there was Pandya. In around the wicket he comes once more. Blake sweeps again. That's nicely played. Orthodox sweep this time. Out towards deep backward square. They'll take another single. Blake moves on to 27. Moves his helmet. Wipes his brow. Hot old day out there. Nico Reefer comes back onto strike. They've got a slip in there now as Pandya's in. To Reefer and Reefer off the back foot. Hits this one down the ground. We'll get a single and that will bring the 100 up for Surrey. So Surrey 100 comes up after 26 overs. 4 off that Pandya over. So Surrey require another 194 to win this. 294 the target. They are 100 for 4 after the 26 overs of their run chase. Hannon Dalby set to continue from the pavilion end and bowl this our 27th over. Sun out, blue sky, few clouds now. Oh, Reefer shot one-handed over long on. That's got a long way into the pavilion for 6. Well, Nico Reefer there has swung through the ball. One hand came off the bat and he's one-handed swung this into the pavilion for 6. It's a good strike that from Nico Reefer off Ollie Hannon Dalby, and that moves Nico Reefer on to 19. Surrey move on to 106 for 4. Great shot from Reefer as Hannon Dalby is into him. Reefer this time just punches off the back foot down towards long on. He'll stroll a single here. Well, Nico Reefer, he moves on to 20. Surrey move on to 107 for 4. Josh Blake will come back onto strike on 27. These two coming together with the score on 72. Move Surrey on to 107. Ollie Hannon Dalby over the wicket to Blake. Blake's down the pitch, swings this leg side. He's got a lot of that as Josh Blake. That's away for 4. Good shot from Josh Blake. Good use of the feet, and then you probably heard the noise of that coming out the middle of his bat. That was one bounce and away for 4 runs. So Blake and Reefer just giving Hannon Dalby something to think about in this over. 11 off it so far, off the 3 balls of this over. Now, fine leg is coming up to the edge of the circle, and the mid-on, Mr. Pandya, is heading off down to long on. So here is Blake working this one down towards third man. He'll get a single. That'll be one more to Blake. He moves on to 32. Surrey move on to 112 for 4. Welcome back, Mr. Wilford.
She snuck off when I wasn't looking. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't you worry, old boy. No,
really
no,
long
no.
gone, or?
No, she's headed off. she's got a bit of Commonwealth Games final to watch, and then a sort of Oval Invincibles dinner, I think.
No,
tonight.
no, it's not. It's not. She's going out with Charlie Dean tonight.
Oh, is she? Oh, right. Yeah. In over the wicket once again comes Hannah Dalby, and this is driven by the right-handed reefer out towards extra cover, and there is no run. But no, lovely of Emily to pop in and see us today.
Bonus.
As I said to her, though, there was plenty of other things she could have done in London. So I think she's talking now as well about people watching for an hour or two with a cup of coffee somewhere.
Yeah, she did say that she couldn't resist the temptation to come and work with a man in sliders. So
yes, indeed. They're giving me blisters, sadly. As in over the wicket comes Hannah Dalby, and this is cracked off the back foot by Reefer. Down towards third man, so better over this for Surrey. As the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. And Surrey at the end of the 27th, 114 for 4. So 14 off the Hannah Dalby over, which is Surrey's most prolific for a while now.
See, sometimes because he bowls length and line, he can feel a bit friendly, Alan Dalby, and I think it was an element of that. Reefer and Blake now wanting to accelerate the innings to give Surrey any chance. So 180 needed off 23, feels a bit better than it did an over ago. We're going to see Rob Yates come on as the 6th bowler, just to give Will Rhodes a little bit of an option here. Pandya has still got 4 to go. Rhodes and Miles 6 each. Norwell 4 and Hannah Dalby 3. But Yates is one of 3 other bowlers that could be used, really. Him, Lamb or Brooks.
Tell you what, Pandya is a very impressive cricketer in just the amount of advice he's giving Will Rhodes, and he's dived across and hugged his fielders when they fielded off him. He batted really well. He's really thrown himself into this.
He's come to make an impact.
Yeah.
Yates to bowl to Blake. Perfectly handy with the ball, Rob Yates. Only 6 List A wickets, and a diving, scrambling stop at mid-wicket from Matt Lamb, who just rolls it along the floor for Yates to pick up again. 2 West Midlanders in the Warwickshire team, Wolverhampton's Matt Lamb. Rob Yates, Birmingham Solihull boy. This is stopped again by Lamb. Blake will be frustrated because there's a lot of space on the leg side that he can aim for, but he's picking out the fielder at the moment. Yates stands this up and he hits through it, but mistimes it, and it clunks back towards Yates. I was looking, thinking that's going long on. It barely went to the stumps at the other end.
Yep. It's a nice start this from Yates.
In again, an off-stump line, driven wide of extra cover. Miles is across quickly and will get it airborne very rapidly. He's a good fielder, and that's a fine throw. Just a single. 115 for 4. I was brief. I was slightly late, if I'm honest, because I was watching the very end of the women's hockey final at the
what
games.
happened?
England beat Australia 2-1.
Oh, wow.
So that's a good one.
That's great, isn't it?
That's one they weren't necessarily expecting. So
that's terrific. And didn't go to penalties this time. Remember the Olympic final?
Yeah.
That was extraordinary.
It was a really fun shootout in the 9th to 10th game in the women's, as Yates bowls, staying round the wicket to the right-handed Reefer, wraps him on the pads. Ghana and Kenya, who finished bottom of their groups, and I'd seen both of them play on Monday. I'd seen them lose to Wales and Scotland, but it meant so much to them as the 2 African teams who were struggling. South Africa do rather better, and Kenya got a rather unexpected penalty shootout win, and they piled onto the goalkeeper. It was imprinted in the surface as Reefer clips the ball round the corner for a single. Very tidy opening over for Yates, just the 2 singles off it. 116 for 4 Surrey, 22 overs to go, 178 further runs wanted.
Yeah, it's been quite an emotional game, hasn't it? These ones.
It has.
And,
Ailish McColgan
that
bursting
was
into floods
lovely,
of tears,
wasn't it?
and then a cuddle of mother.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really nice to see. Yeah, but the old penalty shootouts in hockey, as a former goalie, they used to be a nightmare.
It used to be penalty flicks in those days,
it
whereas
was
now
in those days. Now it's
the 8-second.
Yeah. P flicks were actually, as a goalie, great fun because you had nothing to lose. You only were going to gain. But these days, with the sort of dribbling the ball and all that good stuff, you can be made to look a bit silly. But with the penalty flicks, it was great because you just guessed which way to go and just flung yourself as hard with all your pads on.
and had a chance to be a hero.
Yes, well, I never saved one of them, but it's always good fun. Miles is back into the attack. From the pavilion end, coming into Nico Riefer, who's turning this one into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, these two came together with the wicket of Tom Laws, who made 28. That was 72 for 4. He moved the score onto 116 for 4, but that runs required is 178. The rate required is 8.15 on the board. So that run rate keeps moving upward at the moment. Miles turns once again. Comes in over the wicket and short, and Riefer's hooking, top edge, up and over the top of Michael Burgess. Burgess was trying to get back to that, but it's landed in between Michael Burgess and the encroaching Liam Norwell, and Kai Smith as well was coming up, and it landed in between all of them, and Riefer picks up a couple, and Riefer on to 25, 118 for 4.
Properly into no man's land. If Burgess was scampering instantly, he might have got a bit closer to it.
Riefer now 25 off 44. Blake 33 off 50. Miles runs towards us, comes in over the wicket to Riefer. Riefer gets a short ball, pushes it into the offside, but again won't find a run as Will Rhodes comes up to do the fielding.
So your problem with your hockey is it's not an equal opportunity sport. It's sinisterist. You're not allowed to play left-handed.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Is that what's that called?
Well, sinister is left-handed
Yes.
in Latin, so it's sinisterist. It's against people who are left-handed.
Yes. Although I did see,
I doubt that word exists, by the way, but I'm working on it.
I did see a reverse flick goal the other day that was unbelievable.
Yeah, they're skillful now.
Whoa. As in over the wicket once again comes Miles. That's short, that's cut by Riefer, but didn't really time it. And diving across to his right there is Lamb to do the fielding, and there's no run. But and all the equipment these days for the goalies, compared to what I used to wear, they've got a ton of protective equipment on. Of course, now for the short corners, players marking the posts wear the masks as well, because they do hit the ball extremely hard. Over the wicket again comes Miles to Riefer. Riefer punches into the offside. Rhodes is there to do the fielding, scrambling away to his right.
There's a habit of just rushing on to the batsman a little bit, Miles. That last ball I thought did that a bit. He played it quite well, Riefer. He's increasingly acquitting himself well, like Tom Laws did earlier. For Blake, it's been a bit of a scratchy experience up till now, but actually he's in, he's got there, he's 33, and now he's got an opportunity to try and get Surrey back into this game. But this partnership's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Still to come, Nick Kimber, and then Conor McCurt. Over the wicket comes Miles, and Riefer again off the back foot. Times this nicely, but it's straight back up the pitch. And Miles does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 29 gone. 21 remaining here for Surrey. And only 2 off that Miles over, so very good one. And again, that run rate's just gone up to 8.38.
Yeah, so that expensive 27th over for Mollyhan and Dolby when Riefer hit a 6 and Blake hit a 4. Yates and Miles have just steadied the ship again for Warwickshire. This partnership worth 46. It's the biggest of the innings.
Yep, and they're having a drink and a change of gloves out there, and a little punch of gloves between Nico Riefer and Josh Blake.
Now that we're post-COVID, do we need a combox routine a bit like that? What's the equivalent that we need to do? I don't know.
I'm not sure, really.
You know, you do a really good description of a boundary or a wicket. I mean, the fist bump's done out there. We need something here. Yates, right arm round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's just evaded Matt Lamb this time, who tried to cut off the little flick towards a wide mid-on from Blake, but he gets a comfortable single. 34 for him, and Yates again is going to stay round the wicket for the right-hander. So, yeah, I mean, I think there is the feeling that there is a little bit of turn being offered, not much, but enough to be able to stay around the wicket. And this is driven towards mid-off, and it's a misfield by Norwell that should cost 2 runs. Reefer will have 27, 121 for 4.
I think the hesitation put Norwell off there for a second between Reefer and Blake. I think he just looked up for a sec to see who was going where.
You can tell there are Bears supporters at this end because Norwell got the bird from him. This time it's neatly placed up towards long on for Miles to field. 122 for 4, so they've milked 4 runs off the first 3 balls of the over and brought up the 50 partnership. 122 for 4. Good rebuild this between Josh Blake and Nico Reefer. Trying to seize upon this opportunity. Blake makes room for himself, drives it wide of the extra cover fielder, hoping to get 2 on the arm of Craig Miles, who gets there quickly, but that's well run. Reefer, as we were saying in the field earlier, is very brisk. He's got a naturally athletic frame, and he was back nice and quickly. 124 for 2. Good over so far for Surrey. 124 for 4, I should say. If we get the score right, wouldn't it? That would help. This is well outside off stump, and he's followed it and stabbed it down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're certainly sticking in there, these two, at the moment.
They're trying to just get a little bit more expansive now. Yates in to complete the over. The reverse paddle is tried. He gets it nice and fine, and Alan Dolby's going to struggle to catch that up because once the ball is past you, it will keep on going. And that was the 10-run over that Surrey really needed. 128 for 4 after 30 overs. So we've got 20 left, 166 required. So that's 8.3 and over.
He's played a couple of those now and played them very well, Josh Blake. Turns himself completely around and then just plays the reverse sweep for 4. I think he's beginning to feel the heat a bit now, Josh Blake. Just taking off his helmet to get some fresh air in.
Well, of course, he's spent 50 overs behind the stumps as well. That and the frenetic catching practice he had before the start of play, because it was pretty hot at 9:15.
Yep.
I sat outside briefly down by the pitch side as I was getting my morning photo to put up of a beautiful sun-clad oval. It's got the sort of cloud cover at the moment that a child puts on the perfect painting of a lovely day.
White fluffy clouds, aren't there? Here is Miles then to Reefer. He's looking to pull this. Start of the 31st over, doesn't time it at all. Just rolls in there towards short mid-wicket.
Doesn't get the bat into a sort of horizontal position to pull and...
Well, I always think the bat looks very small in his hands as well.
Yeah.
He's a tall lad, is Nico Reefer. But it looks very small in his hands, his bat. He's played one extraordinary shot off Alan Dolby, one-handed into the pavilion for 6. Here is Miles once again coming in over the wicket. Short ball cut by Reefer. Nice looking shot past backward point, straight out to the sweeper on the cover rope. And they'll take the single. That'll move Reefer on to 29.
Good work from Ethan Brooks there to keep that down to a single. There was never any doubt it was only going to be a single. Shadow growing in the right hand corner. Kai Smith is very much in the gloom and murk down there.
Shadow of the floodlight pylon as well there, next to the roof shadow that's creeping across the ground at the moment.
Looks like a giant fly swatter, that shadow.
It does. Or one of those things I always think that the dentist sticks in your mouth with a mirror on. As in over the wicket once again is Miles, and Blake has gone, looking to pull a ball, gets a top edge into the gloves of Burgess. It was banged in by Miles, and Josh Blake goes for 40. He was, I just said, he was beginning to look a little tired out there. He's given it a good go, but he's danced down the pitch, had a swing at this outside edge, and Blake has gone for 40. Surrey 129 for 5.
Difficulty he had there is that he decided to come down the wicket, and then the ball's short. He's then had to play an instinctive shot, and he was never going to be quick enough to catch it up. So Miles gets a little bit of reward pitching it in short, which hasn't necessarily been the tactic today of choice, but it worked there. 5 wickets in the competition so far for Craig Miles, and a useful return to the attack for him. And that does make the landscape look all the tougher, but as we've said today, some of these young players, given an opportunity like this, you'll find out what they're really made of.
Absolutely, and he's definitely got a bit about him, Josh Blake. As I say, he's kept very nicely. 44 in the first game, 40 today. And out comes Nick Kimber to join Nico Riefer. Nico Riefer at the moment looking very composed out there. 29 not out. Just showing the Kimber stats there.
I've got to say, because of the nature of the kit, the light blue flecked kit, and his broad shoulders, for all the world he looks like a goalkeeper on that.
Yeah, no, he does actually.
Graphic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that could have been one of the football games where they're sort of giving you the team news, and there's the screenshot of the keeper.
He's giving it the full Jordan Pickford there.
He is. So, right-handed Nick Kimber. Surrey requiring another 165 to win. Problem they've got is they're in the 31st over and they've already lost the 5 wickets. Slip in there straight away for Kimber as Craig Miles is in, and Kimber has a flash at his first delivery outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge. Taken by Burgess away to his right.
Yeah, I think he might need to just recalibrate a bit, because it looked to me like he was trying to drive a short ball there. And it's as if it was premeditated. I'm going to come in, I'm going to impose myself, I'm going to drive. Oh, it's not there to drive. And he's gone through with the shot. He'll just need to put it out the back of his mind now. Forget about that, it's gone. Do what the others have done. Dig in, show what you've got.
Miles is into Kimber. Short ball, and Kimber had a little fiddle with this one. Outside the off stump. I think he was in about 4 minds what to do there. Do I try and ramp this down to third man? Do I leave it? And in the end, he sort of just hung the bat there a touch. He might get another short one here.
There's Krunal Pandya again going over to talk to Craig Miles and walk alongside him. And it might be, another short straight one like that. God, he doesn't like them. Doesn't like them up his chin.
His enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? Pandya's this. Miles is over the wicket here to Kimber, who drives very nicely away through the covers. Should get a couple of runs. He will get a couple of runs to get off the mark, and that will be the end of the Miles over. The wicket of Josh Blake. 31 gone, 19 remaining, and Surrey 131 for 5. So another 163 to win, and 19 overs to get there for Surrey.
Looks like Will Rhodes is going to return. Change of ends for him. So it's just a couple of overs for Rob Yates. I think 2 overs for 12 in that short spell. Rhodes, who did strike in his first over, got the wicket of Tom Laws for 28, caught at long leg by a man with long legs, Ollie Hannon Dolby. 4 overs, 1 for 7 so far for the Bears skipper. He might bowl quite a full length here. It'd be interesting, because you can well imagine that Nico Riefer will take him on as well. Riefer knows he's going to have to be the hero, I think, for Surrey if they're going to get near this, as he just looks to dab it down to third man and gets slightly more on that ball than he intended. And it's picked up at point, and there's no run.
Yes, and he's spending time at the crease here, Nico Riefer. 45 off 46 balls against Leicestershire, and he's 29 off 52 at the moment against Warwickshire.
He awaits Rhodes once more. Oh, and he didn't get into position there. In the end, he does quite well to just angle his bat and turn it into the leg side, where Kai Smith fields at short mid-wicket. But it's almost as if he misjudged the pace of that. I mean, Will Rhodes is by no means quick, but he's perhaps a little bit sharper at times than people give him credit for. Strong man.
Great beard.
He was the first person I saw when I arrived at the ground today, was Will Rhodes, even before I saw you. So he bowls just back of a length, hit into the ground by Reefer and fielded by Rhodes in his follow-through. He was arriving diligently at 20-9.
Well, captain leading from the front.
Sorry, are you just saying great beard because you're some sort of goatee members club?
No, he's always had a good beard, though, Will Rhodes.
Serious cricketer, Will Rhodes,
Yeah.
and tremendous captaincy last year. He's in the bowl again, and he's going to be hoiked out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder out there who does well, Ethan Brooks, to ride the bounce. They'll come through for 2. And he gets a good round of applause from Will Rhodes. I think he was right not to try and commit to the catch there, because not only might he have conceded 4 runs, he might have required some dentistry.
Yeah, I think it was one of those that had he tried to dive forward and take that, as you say, he could have been in trouble with his dentist.
Play the percentages, which was the right thing to do. Reefer into the 30s, 31, and he'll get more here. Lifts it through mid-on. Up from long on comes Craig Miles. 134 for 5. 3 off the over with 1 ball to go. Hannon Dolby now is sent down to long leg. And long on becomes mid-on.
Yeah, very much in control of this at the moment, Warwickshire. Surrey sticking in there. There'll be 18 to go after this one for Surrey.
Rhodes in, and well, that was a bit optimistic from Kimber. Although no ball has been given on height there by the look of it, and I'm astonished.
I am as well.
Will Rhodes is looking at the square leg umpires to say, really? And, you know, you look at it, the batsman has advanced down the wicket, and Rhodes has dug it in short. He's had to lean out the way of it. It passed him at throat height, but he's down the wicket a bit. Well, 136 for 5, a couple of extra runs there. And a disgruntled Rhodes comes in to Kimber, who turns him through mid-wicket for a single. 137 for 5. Will Rhodes has another stare at the square leg umpire, Paul Nicholls. And he may even have a word as he goes past it. I think he might leave it. 137 for 5. Still a further 157 runs required. 18 overs remaining. And the run rate just a touch above 8.7 required.
Yeah, and again, Reefer getting together this time with Kimber, just to have a chat about how they're going to do this. Kimber continuing to chat away to Nico Reefer. Craig Miles getting ready to come in from the pavilion end. So Kimber will be the man on strike. Miles, right arm over the wicket to Kimber, wide outside the off stump. Kimber lets it go, and no signal of wide from the umpire. I think Kimber was hoping there that there might be a wide signal.
It was on the margins, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Even with the sort of tram lines that give the umpires an idea of where the wide is.
It was kind of almost directly above, trying to judge which side it was.
Absolutely.
As they say, it gave him a decision to make.
Did indeed, as over the wicket comes Miles, and this one's turned into the leg side, and there is no run.
I have to say Kimber's a bit fidgety at the moment.
He is, but he hasn't really timed anything as yet. He's only been out there the 6 deliveries. You go and do your update, Mr. Wilford. Do you want to see if Mr. Halford wants to come in, or is he up against his deadline now?
I shall see whether he wants to.
Could have a little natter with him about all things Warwickshire. Miles in once more, and Kimber looked to drive, and the bottom hand comes off the bat. That potters towards Pandya. At a wideish mid-on position.
It's one of these odd ones, isn't it? Often when a new batsman comes in, you might have a bit of trouble getting the line at first. He's come in and he's not judging length at all. In line, he's fine. He's playing through the line of the ball, but he's trying to drive short balls. He's a little confused at the moment. That's not to say he won't settle, but
Well, again, Yates took a little bit of time to get going this morning as Miles is in. Short ball pulled by Reefer. He's got a lot of this. That's going to go away for 4. It's a good shot from Nico Reefer. Will Rhodes was moving to his left at mid-wicket, but that was well struck by Nico Reefer. He'll move on to 36, 142 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good shot. There was an element of risk because it wasn't that far away from where Rhodes is, but with the best will in the world, they've got to take some risks if they're going to get close. And Reefer is the best place to do it because he's got himself in. We've already seen that he's got good hitting range, and he's got plenty of that.
Yeah,
good shot.
That was a good shot. Where does Miles go now? As over the wicket he comes, and this one's pushed off the back foot this time by Nico Reefer. Get a run there. But no, I've really enjoyed watching Mr. Pandya in this game so far. Been a great enthusiast out there. Pandya been giving advice to all the bowlers and to Will Rhodes. Atmosphere a little subdued at the moment. It's a nice atmosphere, mind you.
Contented. It's a contented atmosphere.
As in again comes Miles, looks for the Yorker. That almost gets under the bat of Kimber. And that's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side. End of another over for Surrey. 33 gone, 17 left. Surrey 142 for 5, chasing 294 for victory.
Well, Rhodes continuing to rotate his bowlers. He's going to bowl his 6, but I think you'll then find the next over at the pavilion and it'll be taken by Liam Norwell. Miles has got 3 left, Hannon Dolby 3 left, Norwell 4, Pandya 4. And once Rhodes has bowled this, he and Yates between them will have got through 8, so they're reaching that point where the 5th bowler's allocation is nearly used up. Still with some flexibility up his sleeve. He's also got Ethan Brooks, who's a perfectly good seamer. He bowled a lot of overs in this competition last year. It's the skipper who skips in to start a new over, bowling to Kimber, who looks to slap this through the offside. No timing, fielded it mid-off by Norwell. Has a shy at the stumps. He'd have been home, Kimber, to be fair. Gets his 5th run. 143 for 5. He looks at the moment a little bit like a tail ender at 7. And with Conor McCur's not bad.
No.
Not bad at all at 8. And Yusuf Majid, it's again very, very early in a young player's career to know what his real position will be, but it may well be that he's pretty well organised when he comes out. If he comes out, of course. Rhodes in. Oh, and that's going to be edge for 4. Probably would have been short of first slip if the truth be known. A lot of pace had come off that. Reefer, little outside edge, wide of Burgess. Takes him to 40, 147 for 5.
I think we're in that position now from a Surrey perspective. You don't really mind how the runs come. And that one was a thick edge from Nico Reefer, but just past the right hand of Michael Burgess. Whistling off down to the boundary rope for 4. Mr. Pandya had to go and fetch that in his blue sunbrimmed hat.
Halfway there, 147 for 5, another 147 required. 16 overs left after this one. As Reefer cuts this square on the offside, Sibley is across, should keep them down to a single. Gets the ball into the air very quickly, and he does. 148 for 5. For Surrey to have any chance of winning this with 99 balls left and 146 required, then they're going to need Reefer to score a sizable chunk of those runs. But you're probably going to need him to get 100 to win the game.
Yeah.
He's done very nicely so far. As Kimber awaits, makes room for himself and plays that through extra cover. Needs to get 4 for it. Sibley's given up the chase. That will improve his confidence. By some distance, his most convincing shot yet. And he brings up the 150 for Surrey, 152 for 5. And Nick Kimber has 9.
Yep, and this was on the up. Slower ball, waited for it and then smashed it through the covers for 4. Good shot from Nico Reefer.
Young players are showing the right attitude to this task. As he awaits Rhodes again. That's a slower ball. It's lifted out into the offside. It will drop short of Sibley though. Another single. 153 for 5. 1 ball left, is it, in this over? Or 2? Yeah, 1.
1.
Already 11 runs off it though.
I just thought he may have picked Sibley out there, sweeping on the cover boundary road, but Sibley had a long way to come in.
This is where Reefer now has to exercise a little bit of control. They've got 11 off the over. Needs to be a low risk shot, this final ball. And it is. He drives it, can't penetrate extra cover, but he's done the right thing. Impressive knock building from Nico Reefer. He's 41, Kimber 10, Surrey 153 for 5, 16 overs left, 141 required.
Yep, and that run rate now up to 8.1. Mr. Wilford's nipping off next door, and then he'll be back with us after his update. Looks like Liam Norwell is going to come into the attack from the pavilion end. So 153 for 5 now. Warwickshire. It's getting quite warm in this commentary box now. It really is just beginning to heat up. Oh, Hayden's off to press the air conditioning. I always worry if I do that the floodlights are going to come down or something, that it's all attached to the same sort of thing. It's going to be Liam Norwell then, down there from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Apologies, pavilion end. Back into the attack. And Nick Kimber, the man on strike. 141 to win off 16 overs for Surrey. Norwell 6 overs, no mains, none for 28 today. Over the wicket he comes, and this is driven by Kimber up towards a deepish mid-off, and there is no run. 153 for 5 Surrey. The wicket of Josh Blake left them 129 for 5. So as I say, they're hanging in there, trying to take this game deep at the moment. The Surrey batters. Norwell, over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Kimber. Plays him very studiously. Straight back up the pitch. Norwell does the fielding off his own bowling once more. There's sound of some kids nearby, I think, having a nice day out at the cricket. Hope they're enjoying themselves. So you couldn't ask for anything more cricket weather-wise. Absolutely beautiful day today. Liam Norwell tosses himself a catch. Then over the wicket he comes. Kimber swing and a miss. Looking to go down the ground. Head came up. That beats the edge. That's taken by Michael Burgess. Moving away to his right hand side. Really did aggressively go after that. Kimber swings the bat in his hands. Now waiting for Liam Norwell. Comes in over the wicket, and this is driven again, but hits the fielder at extra cover, ricochets away. There's no run there. Just at the moment, Nick Kimber's hitting the field at the moment, which will be frustrating him because he struck that one pretty well. But it was straight at the fielder. Kimber looks at his bat. Just waiting for a change in the fielder. Almost as if they wanted to get a helmet. Getting the man back at deep mid-wicket now. Warwickshire. Over the wicket comes Norwell. This is hit very hard by Reefer. That's 6. That's gone over a wideish long on for 6, but again made a lovely noise off the bat of Nico Reefer. It soars away for 6. Reefer moves on to 47. Surrey move on to 160 for 5, so another 134 required by Surrey. 294 is their target. Norwell over the wicket to Reefer, who's driving again. out through the covers towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll one more to the total, one more to Nick Kimber at the end of the over. So 35 overs gone now. 165, 12 off that over. So Kimber keeping this scoreboard moving with Nico Riefer. Who are we getting? I think we're going to get Pandya back into the attack. So getting Pandya back into the attack. He has got another 4 overs up his sleeve. Bit of a chat out there in the middle between Kimber and Nico Riefer. So Pandya ready to come left arm round the wicket. Krunal Pandya. Well done to Mr. Wilford. He's headed back. I'm going to ask him a favour at the end of this over. As Pandya, a couple of practice deliveries there towards mid-off. Nico Riefer with that fearsome strike down the ground for 6 in the last over. He's up on his toes here. Punches this one out towards extra cover and there's no run. Welcome back, Mr. Wilford.
Hello. I've misplaced Brian Halford.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no, I was hoping to find him, but he's not around at the moment.
As this one's punched off the back foot by Riefer. I was just going to ask if I could nip off at the end of this over for a call of nature, if that's all right.
Call of duty?
Thank
line
you.
of duty?
Yeah, line of duty, whichever it is. I do like Mr. Pandya's headband. It's very smart with his sunglasses on. As driven by Riefer down the ground towards long off. Nico Riefer moved on to 49 now. Never made a 50. Hasn't played a lot of List A cricket. Nico Riefer. He's played nicely today for these 49 runs. I'm off 67 balls. As Pandya's in and Kimber will push this one down the ground towards long off and they'll take another single. Yates comes up to do the fielding. Surrey were in trouble. When Blake went at 129 for 5, they were in trouble. They're still in trouble, but these two are hanging on in there. As here's the 50 for Nico Riefer. It's his first one in List A cricket. He's played very nicely here today as Nico Riefer gets a warm round of applause. 164 for 5, sorry, but a good innings this from Nico Riefer.
Yeah, 69 balls by the look of it. There we go. 2 6s and they're big ones, and 3 4s. That second 6 was in the air a long time.
Huge strike, it really was. As Pandya's in and Kimber can't get this one away. End of the over. I've just got to nip off for a sec, but Richard Wilford is here.
I shall run through some scores. We'll be fine.
164 for 5.
So 130 required from the last 14 overs. Doable in the modern game, that's for sure. We'll see how they go. Elsewhere, the Invincibles have beaten the Fire by 39 runs in the 100. 158 for 5 from the Invincibles, 81 for Will Jacks. The Fire could only muster 119 for 6. 3 wickets for Narayan, 2 for Tom Curran, 1 for Sam Curran. Middlesex needing 269 to beat Durham in the Royal London One Day Cupper, 197 for 1 in the 33rd over. Century there for Stevie Eskenazi, 101 not out. Mark Stoneman made 62. Gloucestershire, I believe, have beaten Somerset by 5 wickets just. They have actually won it with a 6. Taylor 77 not out as they chase down 200. As the first ball of a new over from Norwell is pulled with powerful arms but not great contact, but they'll get 2 as it's rolled its way out towards Cow Corner. 2 more to the impressive Riefer. He's 52. 166 for 5. Taylor had earlier taken 4 wickets to restrict Somerset to 199 all out, so he's had a day. Sussex beat Leicestershire by 8 wickets very quickly. That match lasted less than 51 overs. Leicestershire 120 all out. Sussex got that in 109 balls. As Riefer hammers it straight again, he loves hitting straight. Just be a single up to the long on fielder. 167 for 5. Kent needing an unlikely 397 to beat Hampshire. Are in even unlikelier territory at 196 for 8. Blake made 62. Felix Organ has taken 3 for 35. Low scoring game at Old Trafford. Derbyshire need 2-2-2 to beat Lancashire. They're 135 for 5 with 13 overs to go. Masood could be the key. He's on 61. Norwell, slower ball, floats outside off stump. Square drive from Kimber to get another single, 168 for 5. Northants at the county ground need 344 to beat Essex. They're 212 for 2 in the 29th. They've got a real chance of chasing that down. Saif Zaib, who when he gets going can be pretty spectacular. He's 123 not out. Young is 69 not out. They have a real opportunity there. One more score to give you after Norwell comes in. That's a wide outside off stump, left alone. 169 for 5 with that wide. Yorkshire need 247 to beat Worcestershire at Scarborough. 177 for 4 in the 35th, so they need 70 more. Hill is 92 not out. Johnny Tattersall, the new captain, made 45. Be interesting to know how many balls Saif Zaib's faced for Northamptonshire. He does score at a ferocious rate when he gets going. Reefer is looking to go through the gears here, and he's launching the ball towards mid-wicket. Will it clear it? Along comes Lamb, and as Lamb held on to the catch, I think he has. He's gone down in a bit of a heap, but that is a crucial wicket. Reefer trying to hit it over the top of mid-wicket. Lamb had quite a lot of ground to make to get to the ball, and then just about held on to it in the outfield. It was a slightly awkward tumble on one of the practice wickets, but Surrey are 169 for 6, and an innings of increasing quality from Reefer comes to an end, caught by Matt Lamb off the bowling of Liam Norwell for 53 off 72 balls. That's a fine catch in the outfield from Matt Lamb, but equally a very promising innings from Nico Reefer. And I mean, that's the point, Mark, is that you've got here young players given an opportunity, and Nico Reefer is only going to grow as a cricketer off the back of that innings of 53.
Absolutely, and it took a very, very good catch from Lamb to see the back of him, because he struck it pretty well actually, and Lamb did very well there. He had Sibley bearing down on him as well, which is a scary thought at the best of times, but especially when there's a ball hurtling towards you as well. So he did it excellently there, but it was a good innings from Nico Reefer. And 169 for 6 now, Surrey. And out comes Conor McCurr to the middle.
I mean, like so many outfields, so much of this surface is quite cushiony underfoot. There, not so much. You're on quite a hard surface because of the astonishing length of the square at the Oval, with practice wickets at either end. And that side in front of the gas holder is where the current up-to-date practice wickets are, the most recent ones, the ones that are being used for nets this morning, are over there. So it's always a little bit more uncertain underfoot. It's actually quite shocking when you set foot on an outfield on the county circuit that isn't quite cushiony. And I saw a T20 match at Northampton earlier this year, then went back about 2 weeks later for the championship. I could understand the misfields.
Yes,
it's like a rock.
Yep, absolutely.
At Northampton.
And the other one is sort of at the outgrounds as well.
Yeah.
They especially with the weather that we've had.
Norwell in to bowl to McCurr, who just dabs him back down into his follow-through. Might take Conor McCurr a little while to get himself in here.
Absolutely. But yeah, that run rate now up to 9.49. Surrey have stuck in there. Warwickshire have just bowled well here. They have not given the Surrey batters much to go after. They've just built the pressure up on Surrey in these middle overs.
Norwell 1 for 41 in his 8th over, guided down towards third man, almost cut off by backward Point, who slid in, but Kai Smith in the end has to tidy up. It was Craig Miles who couldn't quite complete the fielding, but a successful over for Liam Norwell. 170 for 6 Surrey. So the tail of the tape is they need 124 in 13 overs, which is just above 9.5 runs an over.
They do, and I suppose for Conor McCurr, he can't take too long here. He is very capable of hitting a long ball. Still to come, Matthew Dunn, I would have thought, will be next, then Ammar Verdi, and then Yusuf Majid, who we yet to see bat in the competition. And yet is going to continue down below us from the Vauxhall end. He's got 3 overs remaining. You can see his earring glinting there in the sun, his headband on and his sunglasses.
Bit of showbiz.
It's an excellent look, isn't it? And still not as rock and roll as his brother is. His delivery is punched off the back foot by Conor McCurr, straight in there to extra cover. Will Rhodes does the fielding. And there is no run. Pandya is in here to Conor McCurr. Quicker one, just nudged into the leg side by Conor McCurr. Guy Smith slides round, does the fielding. They'll pick up a single.
There's a slight hint of Johnny Depp about Krunal Pandya's appearance.
Yes, there is, isn't there? 171 for 6. As Pandya round the wicket, Kimber punches off the back foot straight into extra cover, and there's no run.
He's not a fighter though, he's more of a fitness fan, so he's going to be in Pilates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, very good from you. Rory Burns is the real Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
As in round the wicket again goes Pandya, and this is slog swept by Kimber. He's got a fair amount of this. And has that gone all the way? They're just double checking.
Miles has signalled 6.
Yeah, he's just got enough on it to get it over the rope and away for 6. And yep, there's the signal. So Craig Miles signalled it once, signals it twice. Good shot that from Nick Kimber. And swung away for 6 runs. Kimber moves on to 19. Surrey 177 for 6. As Pandya is in again. And Kimber this time is forward, but Pandya's taking all the pace off that. He has to wait and wait for it.
He's always limping now, Pandya.
Oh no. Now, Warwickshire don't want to see this. He's down on one knee at the moment, is Pandya. Yeah, there's a definite hobble on. He's felt something in his groin area there, as Mr. Pandya. One, so to speak, 177 for 6.
Since I suggested he was a fitness freak, it's all gone AWOL.
I know, as he's in again here to Kimber, and Kimber is chopping this one down towards third man. It's a good half stop there from Norwell. Dived away to his left, got something on it, and they'll get a single. End of the Pandya over. And 178 for 6, Surrey. Kimber has 20, and McCurr on 2, and Surrey still needing 116 with 12 overs remaining, and Liam Norwell will continue from the pavilion end.
So the problem there is that there was a 6 in that over, but the run rate required still went up by the end of it, and that's the difficulty. You know, they've taken 8 off the over. They need 9 2/3 an over now, so a couple of boundaries every over required. Is Pandya?
Yes, he's
going off the pitch,
hobbling off at the moment.
Well, that might be the end of him after 8 overs then.
Fingers crossed that's nothing too serious, because he's been absolutely terrific today. His enthusiasm has been very infectious.
So Will Rhodes will have to possibly reconsider his options a little bit here. Norwell is in, it's driven in between the extra cover and the mid-off, and it will go for 4. He's just got enough of that, and Kimber is starting to go through his paces now. He's up to 24, 182 for 6.
He's a big lad, he's a strong lad as well, and he sort of sighed this, didn't he? Inside out, away through the covers for 4.
Well, one more boundary this over, and they're back in business. Hannon Dolby's whirling his arms at short fine leg as Kimber turns it through square. Should only be a single. In comes Lamb, 183 for 6.
Yep, Kimber 25 now off 24 deliveries. Conor McCurr 2 off 4 balls. Conor McCurr in a T20 game against Somerset here struck the final ball of the game for 4 this season. Saw him make runs against Warwickshire in the Championship as well.
Norwell short wide, and that will be called a wide down the leg side. Not a lot doing there.
Yeah, he's annoyed with himself there, Liam Norwell. Speared that one down the leg side. Give Surrey an extra delivery and an extra run, of course. Still 3 figures required by Surrey, 110 to win.
Do with a wicket this over the way it started, Norwell. And he goes past the edge. Has he taken the edge? Yes, McCurr has given himself out before the umpire's finger went up. 184 for 7. Well, they need a wicket. Burgess takes the catch. McCurr has gone for 2. And another useful breakthrough for the Bears.
Yeah, very good bit of bowling that from Liam Norwell. But yeah, Conor McCurr looking for the drive, just nipped back a touch at him. And he, as you say, gave himself out. He just walked off. Did Conor McCurr, so very good from you there as well, Mr. Wilford. And
doesn't work often, use it sparingly.
No, very good from you. McCurr goes for 2. Surrey 184 for 7, and this is getting tougher and tougher at the moment for Surrey. I just think what Warwickshire have done very, very well is in those middle overs, they've just squeezed this innings a touch. And Conor McCurr slowly making his way off, and I think it'll be Amar Verdi up next. Yes, it will. So Amar Verdi at 9 again for Surrey here in his short sleeve sweater. So Amar Verdi is going to march out there to join Nick Kimber. But Surrey have had a couple of 50s in here and a good 40 from Blake, that 53 from Reefer. But they've just been very disciplined with the ball here. Have Warwickshire, and unless an absolute miracle occurs now, Warwickshire are going to win this one. But Surrey, again, it's a young Surrey side. They have stuck in there.
Yeah,
they'll have learnt a lot from this today.
And you've got that 12-player group that you were talking about earlier, who are going to play all these games. Very frustratingly, that the updates at Northampton are few and far between at the moment, which is it's frustrating because I'm on Save Zabe watch. He is 123 not out off 86 balls. Northants chasing 3-4-4 to beat Essex, 212 for 2 in the 29th, but we know no more as first ball that Verdi receives, he dabs down to third man. Kai Smith does the fielding, 185 for 7. It's one of those, all agencies are currently struggling to get updates from Wantage Road. It's one of those moments. But
I've seen that Gloucestershire have beaten Somerset.
Yep.
You did the scores. I think Malai nipped to
whilst you were doing some very important business. You
yes,
don't have to tell me. No.
Sorry, I'm a caller nature.
It happens.
It gets to my age. It's a long old day. 50 overs.
38 again. Well in. Slower ball and Kimber swings and misses. That did for him.
Oh, I wish. Kent 220 for 9 against Hampshire. So that's going to be a massive win for Hampshire, isn't it? Because Hampshire posted 396 for 5 at Beckenham. That is going to be a massive win. Middlesex cruising against Durham, 227 for 1. Stoneman, he loves a bat against his old county, 62 for him.
Norwell sprints in again, chopped down. Is everybody on the leg side in front of the wicket is in the deep, so they get a very comfortable single. Kimber makes his way to 26, 186 for 7, 108 runs required, 11 overs to go.
Yep, and Stevie Eskenazi is 116 not out. And Robson 42 not out. Eskenazi, I'm surprised that Eskenazi wasn't slapped up for the jolly old 100, because his record in T20 cricket is exceptional.
How many teams are there in the 100 now?
There's 8, isn't there?
8.
I think, yeah.
So there's about 140 players, 150 players involved in that.
Yep.
Obviously there's a fair few overseas players amongst them. But yeah, Eskenazi's an interesting one.
Yep.
Because there are 1 or 2 players playing in that competition that, and I'm not going to mention anybody's name because it's really unchivalrous, but there are 1 or 2 players in that competition who are involved that are real head scratchers. Because you think, well, really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's Hannon Dalby to bowl the 40th over from the Vauxhall end, coming into Kimber, and Kimber waits for this and swings it into the leg side, and he'll get a single. That will move Nick Kimber on to 27. Surrey move on to
187 for 7.
You rarely see a more genuine example in the professional game of somebody getting their eye in than Kimber here, because the first 10-15 minutes he was out there, he did look in a spot of bother, picking the length of anything. And now he's quite steadily moved to 27. It's a difficult situation because he's got to try and go through the gears now.
He has.
But again, he's built on a difficult start.
Hannon Dalby is into Verdi, and Verdi just dabs this one to backward point. He'll take the single. Amar Verdi gets scurrying down to the bowler's end. And Amar Verdi will move on to 2. Surrey move on to 188 for 7. Warwickshire's next game, Mr. Wilford, next week.
Oh, it's soon.
Yes.
It's soon.
I know, I'm a bit like this at the moment.
Yeah.
Surrey are in action again on Wednesday at Radlett in the London Derby against Middlesexers. Hannon Dalby comes in over the wicket to Kimber, and Kimber slashes this in the air, up and over the top of backward point. Lamb, that was a horrible one for him because he looked back and it was in the sun and it was going over his shoulder, and they'll get a single. And Kimber moves on to 28, 189 for 7.
Friday. They don't play till Friday.
That's okay.
And I mean, this is only their second game.
Yes,
so
I know. They're building them up for the back end of the group stage.
They're
playing the last 5 in 5 days.
they're up against Sussex. Yeah, they've got quite a lot in the following fortnight after that.
Over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby to Amar Verdi, bouncer, which Verdi's ducking underneath. Yeah, Surrey next week have got the Wednesday game against Middlesex. I think they've got a game on Friday as well, from memory. Better check that. They all do sort of morph into one at the moment. Let's have a look at that. Surrey playing on Friday? No, I've got that completely wrong. They're not playing on Friday. They are definitely playing on Sunday at Hove, though. As Hannon Dalby is into Verdi, another bouncer, which Verdi ducks underneath.
See, from next Friday, the Bears then have 4 matches in 8 days. They go Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, and in fact, the last of those 4 games is their trip to Radlett.
Right. Yep. Radlett for me on Wednesday.
Well, that'd be fun.
Yes, no, absolutely. I haven't been to Radlett for a few years, I must say.
I've never been there. The only Middlesex out ground I've done is Uxbridge.
Yes, Uxbridge or Southgate was nice as well when they used to play there. They're now at Merchant Taylor's as well. As over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby, and Verdi, he's picked him up and slung him over mid-on for 4. So Amar Verdi threw the bottom hand into that. He's a very popular lad, is Amar Verdi, and people always enjoy watching him bat as well, because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. And Verdi moves on to 6, and it's 193 for 7.
That surprised Ollie Hannon Dalby. We go into the final 10 over power play now. 101 required off 10, so the run rate required is above 10 and over. But it doesn't look like the Bears are going to be able to count on Cridor Pandya now, because he's gone off injured. I don't think he's returned, has he?
No, I haven't seen his floppy hat.
Yeah, he was indeed floppied.
Yes.
So that could be a bit of a concern. Might be that Will Rhodes is going to have to bowl extra overs. But they might bank on their senior bowlers being able to get the last wicket. They're keeping Norwell 1 back. Craig Miles is going to come on to bowl his 8th. I've only been to 1 Surrey outground. I've been there twice. The question is, which one?
Whitgift.
Oh, look at that. He's gone straight for Whitgift.
Yeah. They don't play there anymore.
No, I went there 2 years in a row.
Yeah, it's nice, Whitgift. Very nice. It's got a zoo.
Well, it was very disconcerting when you go to get a burger and there are peacocks wandering around your feet, but you know. Miles in, bowl short. Does he get a top edge? No, it just goes through untouched to the wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. Kimber with a pull shot that came almost in 2 stages there.
The Dominic Sibley's bastion of learning. Whitgift School. Yeah, indeed. Been a few there. Jason Roy.
Yeah.
Laurie Evans. David Ward
was the master in charge of cricket, wasn't he? Yeah,
still is. Yeah.
Lovely little pavilion, and Used to be a nice array of tents, one of which was the media tent.
Yes,
and I remember John Major paying us a visit when we were in there.
Yes.
And I think Warwickshire got absolutely mauled twice. As Miles bowls back of a length and he's cut out towards the cover boundary. It will only be a single out to Ethan Brooks. 194 for 7.
Yep.
Ali Brown seemed to really quite enjoy the size of the boundaries there.
Yes, well, a few did. Graham Napier hit 16 sixes in a first-class innings there in the championship game. It's just basically more and more balls kept sailing down the Brighton Road of an afternoon. Graham Napier enjoyed himself.
There's a lot of fun watching cricket there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Guildford now is the
I've got colleagues who've done Guildford with you, but because the Bears have been there a few times, especially when it used to be Martin Bittnell's 14-wicket match territory on a regular basis. Short ball that Verdi swings and spins round. Lovely pirouette. I mean, the style marks are excellent. The prospect of Willow and ball being in close union was never really there.
Well, I've just had a request to say hello to Gaz and Molly in Sydenham, who are watching and listening away at the moment. Hello Gaz, hello Molly, and they're big fans of Amar Verdi.
Okay,
so they'll be enjoying this at the moment, the Verdi repertoire.
Well, this next shot is in honour of Gaz and Molly. Whatever he does, this is how Amar Verdi is going to repay your faith. And he swings and misses as he was backing away towards square leg. And the umpire's at point at the moment, and most people in the ground think it's because of the direction of the sun, but it's actually because he doesn't want to get trodden on by Amar Verdi during this over.
I think he's given himself a bit too much room there.
Yeah,
Amar.
He's
actually better.
He's overestimated the length of his arms.
He's actually better when he just stands still. A bit like that 4 in the last over. He just stood still and hit it.
Yeah.
Here he's sort of jumping, trying to give himself a bit of room.
I think that might be true of many batsmen.
Yes.
Miles bowls, he stays still this time, but it's a good Yorker. The only thing that was wrong with it was 2 inches outside off stump. And it goes through to Michael Burgess. And this is proving a good over from Miles. He's taken 2 for 30 in 7 overs and 5 balls. Run rate required is teetering on the brink of 11s.
Yeah, this is one of those sort of slow ends to a game where everybody knows what the result's going to be.
Probably.
It would take something quite spectacular.
Well, Nick Kimber's got other ideas. This is guided up towards mid-off by Verdi, and actually I think the Bears would take that as a result. And it looks like Hardik Pandya is returning with both legs safely underneath him.
Well, that's good for Warwickshire as well. There's a few games to come, as you were saying, so it's good to see Pandya back out there.
And yet Rob Yates is going to come back into the attack and bowl another over of spin. So they're going to get that one out of the way.
He's hobbling and eating, so he's got some fuel on board now, as Mr. Pandya.
Maybe he was cramping.
Could be that.
Maybe he was cramping. Yeah. He can't bowl for a while.
Nope.
But he is, as we would say in Birmingham, chobbling.
Is that the official?
Yeah,
I like that.
He's chobbling on something.
He certainly is. He's obviously got his favourite blue hat on, because he's had to cover up the logo.
Yeah.
So it's obviously an old favourite, but he's not. I wouldn't say he's moving freely at the moment, Mr. Pandya, but it's very good to see him out there, and he's been really impressive today. His whole body language has been absolutely first class today. It really has. Always remember him going over to the young man, Mr. Smith, after he'd done a diving stop, to give him a hug off his bowling. As Lamb is in here from the Vauxhall end with his Yates, apologies, with his off breaks, and this one's turned into the leg side by Amar Verdi. He'll get a single. More to the total. Rob Yates today with the bat, 54. Sort of got cut off in his prime a bit. Rob Yates just started to get going.
Yeah, one pull shot too many. Yeah. It almost perished to an earlier one.
As here goes Kimber. Now, this is a big old strike from Nick Kimber, and that is into the stand for 6. So as Mr. Wilford said, Nick Kimber's certainly not given this up. He just needs Verdi to stick around with him. That's the thing. And Kimber moves on to 29.
particularly good piece of fielding in the crowd. Look, crowd catches are one thing, but you've seen the ball all the way. This has come off a plastic chair and has been snared above his head, left-handed by a gentleman. I mean, that's a good piece of fielding.
Very good, very cool. Oh, he's going again here, Kimber. Has he got enough of this one? Yes, he has. That's away for 6 more. So it's back-to-back 6s. And, well, Nick Kimber here, Ethan Brooks did his level best to get to that. Great effort. But because Pandya can't bowl, he's had to go to Yates. And he's gone 6-6 now, as Kimber.
He's got his fingertips on that as Ethan Brooks, but it wasn't enough.
Effort. It really was. Kimber's on to 41. Well, we said it would take a miracle. Well, I did. As round the wicket. Here's Yates again. Kimber backs away, looks to cut, beats the edge. Good response from Yates. He wasn't going to give him anything to get underneath there. And nicely taken by Michael Burgess. Kimber 41 from 32 now. Yates is round the wicket to him. Here goes Kimber again, inside out. Wow, has he got hold of this one? That's 6 more over extra cover. That's a heck of a shot from Nick Kimber. And he moves on to 47, but that is very well struck. So that's 3 6s in this over from Yates. Kimber on to 47. Surrey 214 for 7, keeping it interesting. Yates will come over the wicket now, quicker one, and Kimber sensibly just plays this one down the ground and just take a single. He moves on to 48. 215 for 7, so that's a big over for Surrey. It's 79 more required, 8 overs remaining. But what about that from Nick Kimber?
See what I said? You were making assumptions here. You were making assumptions. You never quite know. The run rate required has gone down below 10 thanks to a Kimber surprise. And 20 off that over by Yates. When he came on, they had to go. They had to go for it. You enjoyed that. Yeah. So they had to go for it. That was the over that they had to pick upon.
Wow, this is very good from Nick Kimber. Very good indeed. Can he keep it going? That's the thing here. Emil Verdi, the non-strike is in, just needs to keep him company.
Kimber did the right thing. He kept the strike. He's on 48. He's facing Craig Miles, all full toss, and that'll be a no ball. And Craig Miles had a bit of an issue with that this season. In the T20s, he got called for a few, and it'll be a free hit. So, 2 more to the score. Free hit. Kimber running through the gears. The first 15 runs looked awkward. His confidence has grown, and now he's playing a fine hand for his team. Closing in on a half century, 217 for 7. Elbows pumping, Miles comes in again. Short ball, hits him on the back and the shoulder. It beats the wicket-keeper though, and they should get a couple of runs here. It's chased down by Norwell. They'll go down, I'm sure, as leg byes. Will it? It's going to go down as runs.
Well, somehow.
Well, in which case Kimber has got his 50. I don't think there's any bat on that whatsoever.
I think that's a bonus for Nick Kimber.
So he reaches his 50 off 37 balls. We know he's hit those 3 big 6s in the last over from Rob Yates. And he's keeping Surrey alive. I won't say the game is quite on a knife edge yet, but it isn't just drifting away quite as it looked like it might have been 15 minutes ago. He awaits Miles again. He slashes this out towards long off. He could be in trouble here. No, it's through the hands of the fielder, who is a little bit slow approaching the ball. It was Will Rhodes of all people, and it's 6 more. Kimber to 56, 225 for 7. Definitely game on now.
Wow, this is very good from Nick Kimber. It really is, and whatever the surprise is from him, he's keeping it going. He really is. He struck that one fiercely.
Well, it's not a cheap plastic toy in the middle of the egg, is it?
No way.
Miles approaches once more. He's looking to launch this in the leg side. Can he find the gap? No, it plops. It was a bit clothed. They're going to run for 2. Verdi having to run hard, and he's out. It's a direct hit from the boundary. It's Dom Sibley with the throw. And, well, the key is that Kimber isn't out. So they get 1, but they also lose a wicket off that ball.
Yeah, it's a great bit of work from Dom Sibley. Also very sensible from Miles, actually. He just let it go and it hit the stumps. Could see it was going to hit the stumps. But Amar Verdi doing the right thing, trying to get Kimber back onto strike and keep strike, and couldn't beat the throw. So this will be the problem for Kimber. He's going fantastically well. Got Matt Dunn out there, who's a very sensible head. Matt Dunn to join Nick Kimber. But this was always the problem, I thought. Kimber might keep going like this. It's just whether he can keep partners at the other end. That's the thing for him. But Matt Dunn is a very sensible player.
He's only been dismissed once in List A cricket. He's got an average of 19. His high score 10 not out.
He's got a good technique.
Different opportunity this, isn't it? With 68 runs required, and there are still 45 balls left. And if Kimber sees at least half of those, they're going to have a chance. And taking his helmet off, you can see he's drenched, Nick Kimber, but he's also enjoying himself.
Well, the other thing is he's got a good guy at the other end, because he's a laid-back character in these situations, Matt Dunn. So he'll be a good guy for Kimber to have at the other end, because don't forget, Yusuf Majid is yet to bat for Surrey in a game, so you'd feel that Dunn would have to do most of the work here with Nick Kimber.
Those of you watching the feed, it says 224 for 8. In the ground, the scoreboard say 226 for 8, which I think is correct.
Yeah.
Short ball, and Kimber tries to lift it over the wicketkeeper, gets nothing on it, and there's no run. It's been updated now, because the 6 had been put up as a 4, but it's now been updated, so that's bang on.
Bang on. 68 more required by Surrey. Very good from Kimber.
And as young cricketers, you've got to go in and enjoy these situations, and he got through a tough part at the start of the innings, and now he's flourishing.
Yep. And it's great to see, isn't it?
And going in a similar situation, he'll know what to do. He'll know how to get started. Miles into Kimber. That's a good Yorker. He digs it out. Miles and his follow through. Looks to throw down the stumps. Dunn gets through comfortably for a single. Miles looks a little bit sore as he picks himself up.
He's done a forward roll there. Miles, hope he's okay. Did a full forward roll, but it means Kimber keeps the strike.
227 for 8. That is the end of the over. Say the umpires, the scoreboards don't agree. They think there's another ball left. And there was a no ball at the start of that, so
the scoreboard's gone a little chaotic.
Or have the umpires gone a little chaotic? Is that a ball short?
Well, if it is, they will get a message, and they'll all have to go back to where they started. So I think they're double checking this now.
Yeah, the umpire is backing off to square leg. Paul Nichols is in communication with the official scorers, but he seems to feel that it is the end of the over.
So it'll be Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So that one over from Rob Yates, that's it. And now Hannon-Dalby is, oh, hang on, they are double checking this for that delivery, whether there is a ball to come. No, we're all right.
Yeah, I think they wanted the scoreboard to update, and it has now to 43 overs. So
67 off 7 for Surrey. Hannon-Dalby is into Kimber, swing and a miss from Nick Kimber. That's one bounce into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
Yeah, slow bouncer from Hannon-Dalby. Just took the pace off, but we do know that Kimber can get plenty of purchase on his cross-batted swat.
He certainly can. Whatever happens from here, it's been very good this from Nick Kimber.
Been a good game of cricket.
He has. He's keeping Surrey in this game at the moment. As Hannon-Dalby is in, Kimber has absolutely smashed this for 4. So that has whistled away through extra cover.
That made a lovely noise off the bat of Nick Kimber. It really did. This will be surprising Warwickshire now. Rhodes won't be panicking just yet, but he will be thinking to himself, hang on, where's this come from? Kimber's on to 62, 231 for 8. Hannon Dalby into him again. Kimber drives, thick inside edge. That's going to run away for 4 more. A diving Burgess can't get to that. And it feels as if the cricketing gods are with Kimber at the moment, doesn't it? Everything he's trying seems to come off, and even if it doesn't, it's still flying off to the boundary, right?
You earn a bit of fortune, don't you? And he's worked hard to get himself to 66. So,
wow.
Well, I mean, why not? Hannon Dalby would be frustrated. Warwickshire will feel they've got to take the wickets here.
Absolutely. They do not want another 6 overs of this from Kimber. Hannon Dalby over the wicket to Kimber. Short one, Kimber swings it leg side, looking to split the 2 men on the boundary. He has, despite the best efforts of Brooks. He's dived full length. Brilliant effort from Ethan Brooks. But at the moment, Kimber middling most things. He's on to 70 here, Nick Kimber. 239 for 8.
One of the things you learn in this competition, and we saw it last year with so many young players and unknown players, that some of them are going to blossom, some of them are going to show you what they're all about. Last year, people playing against Warwickshire had never heard of Jacob Bethel, and he was knocking them all over the shop.
55 more to win for Surrey. Hannon Dalby is in. This is hit down the ground by Kimber. He'll get a single this time down towards long off. The other thing I suppose here is how they manage this. And that's why I think Dunn's a good head to have at the other end.
Well, this needs to be 4-2 or nothing from Dunn. And you know, no risks, because you don't want to be down to your last wicket and put pressure on the schoolboy, effectively, which he is. Yusuf Majid, who showed, again, more positive signs with the ball, has had a good tournament so far, looks a very well-organised cricketer, and might well be perfectly capable. He's only batting at 11 because he's not played. He's not had a chance to bat at this level yet. He could be a lot better than 11.
Matt Dunn, left-handed, waits for Hannon Dalby. Hannon Dalby's in. Oh, Dunn's swung one up and over, just the top of mid-on. It was a great effort from Craig Miles, jumping back, but Matt Dunn, well, I've never seen him try and swing one like that before in my life, Matt Dunn. But he gets away with it a touch, and they pick up 2 more, and Matt Dunn and Nick Kimber with grins on their faces. I think they're enjoying this at the moment. And 6 overs to go. That was the final ball of the over. And Surrey require 53 off 6.
Well, I don't think it'd be unfair to say that was rotten shot selection from Dunn. But it's worked out. Will Rhodes is going to bring himself on now. Liam Norwell was expecting to bowl the next over. Krunal Pandya is talking to his captain, and Will Rhodes, who likes to bowl Yorkers, is going to try and not give Kimber the opportunity to free his arms. 52 runs required off 6 overs. The run rate that did go above 10 is now down to 8.67, which is a bit of a win for Surrey, but the caveat is always going to be 52 runs required and only 2 wickets remaining. Rhodes, who has taken 1 wicket today. Never easy to finish teams off in this competition if they play with the freedom that Kimber is. He's going to steer this up to long on, who's going to sprint in to try and keep it down to 1. He wanted to come back for 2, and it was a good throw, and he makes it back just in time. And Warwickshire get done on strike, which is what they would have wanted to do.
Well, this is what I mean about managing this. Now, Matthew Dunn, there was me saying, very sensible head. First ball, he tried to absolutely launch it over long on, but he got away with it. But he knows exactly what his job here is. Matt Dunn, just get Kimber on strike. That's the thing here. This is great stuff. It really is. Whether Surrey get there or not, Kimber here has just got out there. Took him a while to get going, but it could be his day, this.
Dunn is standing almost on middle and off, As Rhodes comes round the wicket, he slashes it off a top edge. He goes behind square in an area where he's going to get 2. 4 to done, 245 for 8. The other unknown at the moment in this equation, 5 overs to go after this. Norwell, Miles and Hannon Dolby in theory have got 1 each. Can Pandya bowl again? He'll reach the point while he's whirling his arms now, as if he wants to give me the answer, which is very obliging. But he in theory has got 2 overs to go, and he will have been back on the field long enough to bowl now, I think. As Rhodes beats the outside edge of Dunn, he looks at the umpire pleadingly for a wide, but particularly given where he's standing anyway, he's not going to get much in his favour outside off stump, because he's almost there anyway. Well, Pandya's directing the field at the moment.
Matthew Dunn, I've never seen him play like this before.
He might feel he's never had the chance.
Shot a ball at the moment from Matthew Dunn.
Playing his natural game today. He's launching this towards mid-wicket. He's found the gap, 4 runs. That's a great hit. Kimber applauds with his bat on his hand that shot from Dunn. 249 for 8. He doubles his score. He's up to 8.
I think what's happened here is Matthew Dunn played a couple of gorgeous shots at Guildford. One drive through extra cover, which I described as like Brian Lara. And I think he's just riding the crest of a wave at the moment.
Well, I've noticed he has got something in common with Lara, to be fair.
Yep.
They both bat left-handed.
Exactly.
Beyond that, nothing. Rhodes round the wicket again. He looks to launch this. It's going to drop short of Pandya. Decides not to throw at the stump. Single. 8 off the first 5 balls of the over. They only need 8.5 and over.
Yep.
They're getting the job done again. 250 on the board. 250 for 8.
Well, Dunn's just called Kimber to him for a bit of a natter about all of this.
Massive playing surface today, which we talked about right at the outset, and that means there's a lot of space out there. You get your 2s, you get your 3s. There's a big gulf between boundary fielders that you can target. Will he go for it on the final ball of the over? As he does look to slap Rhodes behind square, and he's got it off a thick inside edge, and it will go for 4. It wasn't his most convincing shot, but the day is with him here. Yeah. Kimber to 76, 254 for 8, 40 to win off the last 5 overs. If they don't lose all their wickets, they're probably going to win the game.
Well, the miracle's on here, and Nick Kimber's having an afternoon out, which is fantastic to see. It really is. And he's chatting away to Matthew Dunn out there in the middle, because he's keeping Surrey in this game. Now Matt Dunn will be on strike, and Pandya is going to come back into the attack.
But I stick by what he said. For the first 15 minutes he was out there, he looked like a tail ender batting at 7. It was really, really difficult for him. Massive credit is you get through that period, and then when the only resort he's got is to play his shots. Yep. And he's now demonstrated his capacity, his ability to hit the ball. He's a clean striker. He's hit it in good areas. And the most important thing is he's put anything that goes wrong out of his mind. Yep. And that over where he took 20 off Yates has made the game alive.
Absolutely. And he picked his bowler as well. As Pandya is in. Flat delivery first up to Matt Dunn, who's smashing this one down the ground. And they'll pick up a single. And nothing against Rob Yates' bowling at all. But he was bowling then because Pandya couldn't, and he just picked that one over and thought, right, this is it. And 3 6s in the over from Nick Kimber. Now, we know how he's going to go about this, but he's doing this against Pandya now. So Pandya on for 36.
I mean, the attention to detail here is even down to who's at short fine leg, who's at short third man, who's at backward point. He's switching them all round, Pandya.
He is. He's taking his time about this, understandably. Kimber 76. Pandya's into him, and Kimber drives down the ground. Hasn't really timed this. They'll want 2. Dunn's coming back. Here comes the throw, and there's back for 2, which means that Kimber stays on strike. Ooh, 37 more needed.
Probably shouldn't have been 2 there.
Yeah.
I think Rob Yates should have got that ball up and airborne a lot quicker. Wasn't a great throw when it did come in. Dunn set off from the outset wanting to. Knows he has to get back to the non-striker's end quickly.
Kimber settles himself down over his bat once again.
He's looking leg side. Here he goes. He's got hold of this. He's absolutely nailed it. Said he was looking leg side, and that's exactly where he's gone. And this is against Pandya. And he's suddenly Kimber onto 84 here. 263 for 8. Brilliant stuff, this. It really is.
The emergence of a new hero here.
It is. It's fantastic.
Whatever happens in the next 20 minutes.
Exactly. Absolutely. As Pandya's into him again, he's backed away, looked to cut. Oh, he's bowled. And Nick Kimber's wonderful effort comes to an end. He's backed away. Fair play to Pandya. Fizzed it in there. But what an effort that has been from Nick Kimber. He goes for 84 of 51 deliveries. It's 263 for 9, and he has done a wonderful job there, Nick Kimber. One of the most exciting innings you could wish to see from Nick Kimber, but he's gone for 84, and Surrey are 263 for 9.
Well batted, young man, and he's going to have more opportunities. And you know, the early wickets going down, Surrey fans and people who cover Surrey, other rooms here, saying, oh, well, there's not a lot they can do. It's a very short batting order. You do not know until these guys get a chance. And that's why Surrey have got this 12 guys that they're going to take round and play in these games. And that's just an exceptional innings. And this is not over. It will not be over until either they get the winning run or Warwickshire take the 10th wicket, because you have no idea how Yusuf Majid can handle himself at this level. Not a clue. Well, he's handled the bowling bit of it pretty well.
Well, he's looking happy about it as he marches out there to join Matt Dunn, but what an effort from Nick Kimber.
Well, he's coming out to bat in the Surrey first team in a competitive game for the first time at the Oval, a couple of thousand people in, sun's shining. He's got a chance to be a hero. Might as well have a smile.
Absolutely.
We'd love to be doing it.
Yep. Well, I'm not sure.
Well, no, we'd like to dream of being able to do it.
Oh, without a doubt.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying me and my current physical condition. Yes. I'd like to go out there in this situation.
If I'd walked out there, now the crowd would have gone home. But no, fantastic effort that from Nick Kimber. It really was. And wonderful, as you say, Richard, to see a young man go out there and smash it. As here is the first ball for Yusuf Majid, and he's pushing it down towards backward point, and there is no run. Now, what you have to say is that pendulum has swung back towards Warwickshire now, with Kimber out, as Yusuf Majid looks to run this one down towards third man, beats the edge, taken by Burgess, and fair play to Pandya as well. That was just experience from Pandya. He'd just been swung over the leg side for 6, and then a little quicker, looking to cut and bowled him. But it certainly made it very, very interesting. 31 more needed by Surrey, and 4 overs in which to get them.
And Will Rhodes has got 1 over left from each of his 4 frontline bowlers. He doesn't need to use himself again, because he and Rob Yates have got through 10 overs between them. So he's going to turn to Craig Miles here. I think he feels he's the man most likely to take a wicket. He is his death bowler, and I think rather than saving him for the 50th over, he's going to try and get it done now.
Yeah.
31 runs required, 24 balls to go. It would be a great equation if there was more than 1 wicket left for Surrey.
Absolutely.
From their point of view. But Rhodes 1 for 36 and Yates none for 32. Between them have gone for 68 in their 10. Miles to bowl to Dunn. He just pushes it out in the offside. There'll be a single there. And Warwickshire initially won't mind that, because they want to find out what Yusuf Majid has got. He didn't get much on the first 2 deliveries that he received from Pandya, but Pandya knew exactly where to put the ball against a teenager. I'm fairly certain that if required, Pandya will bowl the next over from this end. So I don't think they'll want him at the very end, so I think over 48 will be his.
Well, the good thing about that as well is you sort of look at this Surrey 11 in the first couple of games, and you thought, right, there's some really good, talented batters in there, but who's the one in the middle who might be able to launch the ball out the ground, basically? Well, Nick Kimber's just proved to be that man, and don't forget the innings as well of Nico Reefer of 53. Yeah. That kept them in it.
Miles in, dab back down the wicket by Majid. Yusuf Majid picked up by Miles in his follow through. Miles has got to avoid wides. He's also certainly got to avoid another full toss because he'd already been no balled for one. And Will Rhodes doesn't need that at this point. 264 for 9. What a good game of cricket the
Brilliant.
people who've come here to watch today. Already seen nearly 560 runs, 14 wickets, some big hits. That's a wide down the leg side. That's exactly what Craig Miles didn't need to do. 265 for 9.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that Warwickshire will have learned a bit out of this as well, because they didn't know a lot about Nick Kimber, but at points they were just feeding exactly where he wanted to go, and I think they will have learned an awful lot from this for the rest of the comp with their bowling.
When he stopped trying to drive short balls and started pulling them into the crowd, things were working quite well for him. Miles goes past the outside edge of Yusuf Majid, who looks up in the air in frustration. He was just trying to guide it down towards third man.
And this was always the issue I had was, Kimber could well have kept going, but how are they going to manage this to get over the line, because they didn't have many wickets in hand. And Yusuf Majid here in his first knock for Surrey, just trying to lay bat on ball at the moment, and that run rate's going to start climbing again.
Well, 2 runs off the first half of the over. 1 boundary keeps them alive at the end of this over. They'll be more than happy with that. Miles in, driven up towards mid-off, and there'll be a comfortable single. Pandya limping onto that, very uncomfortable in the field. He may turn out to be a doubt for Friday the way he's going. 266 for 9. First professional first team run for Yusuf Majid.
What you would say with Pandya though is he's certainly put it in today. He's gone back out there. He's got that wicket, huge wicket of Kimber. In the context of this game, that was a massive wicket to take at that point.
Made 74 with the bat earlier today as well. Short ball pulled, clothed really by Dunn. Should only be a single. Kai Smith attacks the ball, and there is indeed only the one. So 1 ball left in the over. There's only been 4 runs off it. 28 needed off 19 balls.
And what the other thing I would say is, at one point there, Warwickshire did look scrambled. They did look scrambled.
Oh yeah.
And it may be if and when they get this, I think we dodged one there. We really did, but it was just fantastic from Nick Kimber, and it was his afternoon. It was great to watch.
Miles into Yusuf Majid, just bowls a slow straight one. He's just driven up to mid-on. It should only be a single. Oh, they're coming back for 2 here, and it's just too high at the non-striker's end. Well, there should certainly not have been 2 there. Will Rhodes doing the fielding. Yusuf goes to 3, end of the over, 269 for 9, 25 required, 3 overs to go, 1 wicket remains. It's live cricket from the Royal London One Day Cup from the Keir Oval. Mark Church and Richard Wilford, courtesy of BBC London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR.
Right, well, Matthew Dunn now really has to channel his inner Brian Lara with what's required here. 25 off 3. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's marching down below us, so he's coming back into the attack here. The only thing with Hannon-Dalby bowling at this point is there's a bit of pace on it.
I'm surprised it's not Krunal Pandya.
Yeah, I would, unless he's really struggling. I think it would be tougher for Matt Dunn to hit the boundary rope off Pandya than possibly Hannon-Dalby, mainly because he'd have to do all the work. But here with Hannon-Dalby, there'll be a bit of pace on it. So Pandya's actually at short fine leg. There are 2 back on that leg side boundary rope. Start of the 48. 25 more needed by Surrey. Dunn's on strike. Short one, swing and a miss from Matthew Dunn. And that's into the gloves of Michael Burgess.
I think there were ironic cries of wide from Warwickshire supporters down below us there, because that was above off stump.
Yes. I tell you what though, for the big crowd in today, it's been a terrific, entertaining game, hasn't it? It's been a bit there for everybody. Wonderful stuff. Pandya's still directing traffic at short fine leg. Here is Hannon Dalby, swing and a miss from Matthew Dunn. Very good bowling that from Hannon Dalby.
Just varying the pace.
Well, the thing is, he's done this in T20s before, hasn't he, Hannon Dalby?
Yeah, he was considered a death bowler in T20 cricket.
Yeah. So he's been in these situations before, many a time, and took all the pace off that one. Still 25 required by Surrey. Hannon Dalby comes round the wicket to Matthew Dunn. Matthew Dunn! What have you done here? You swung Ollie Hannon Dalby miles back. Wow! Over mid-wicket. There's your inner Brian Lara. Thump from Matthew Dunn. He's got an awful lot of that. And that's soared away for 6. 275 for 9. 19 more required.
Wasn't fooled by the pace on that one.
Nope.
Absolutely got it flush, and it was a no-doubter from Dunn.
Oh, that's gone a long way.
That was 6 the moment it hit the bat.
Absolutely. So 19 more required. We're in the 48th over. As round the wicket comes Hannon Dalby to Matthew Dunn. Another slower one, and Matthew Dunn has chipped it over the top of the covers. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Throw comes in. Dunn, is he home? He is just. Because Burgess has taken a bail off. Matthew Dunn's almost fallen over and done a forward roll trying to slide his bat in. But he's got bat for 2. So Matthew Dunn keeps the strike. 17 more needed.
Teasing and arcing its way away from Kai Smith. Ethan Brooks in rapidly onto it. Gets the throw in. Just gets himself home.
Oh, this is great stuff now. Ollie Hannon Dalby. Round the wicket he comes to Dunn. Dunn swung him again. How much of this has he got? 6 worth. Because he stood there and launched it, has Matthew Dunn. And this is what we talked about. With a bit of pace, it means that Matthew Dunn doesn't have to do as much of the work, but still, it's a heck of a shot that, actually. It was in the slot, but he's absolutely nailed it. And Surrey require 11 more now. 283 for 9. Hannon Dalby, last ball of the over, and Matthew Dunn will just knock it into the offside with an open face, keep the strike. So Surrey now require just 10 off 2 overs. And that's a big over in the context of this game. It really is. The first couple of balls right on the money, and then that massive 6 over the leg side. And then a 6 at the back end of the over as well. And Matthew Dunn is 26. And there are 12 balls to go. And Surrey require 10 for victory.
And the only question for Will Rhodes is, who's going to get you a wicket? It's got to be a wicket. And, Krunal Pandya had made his mind up for him because he'd already got his hat off. But I didn't understand him not bowling the 48th over at all. It just didn't make any sense to me that last over was bowled by Hannon Dalby. Pandya was the man most likely to take a wicket. He's also been economical. He's gone for less than 5 and over. Will Rhodes is the only other bowler that's gone for under 5 and over. And Pandya bowls to Dunn, stabbed into the offside. There's a quick single. So 9 now required, 285 for 9. Dunn had only got 19 runs in his one-day career before today. He's now on 28. It's tremendous stuff.
Love it. 9 needed off 11 balls now for Surrey.
But Pandya against the youngster Yusuf Majid. Dunn will be saying to him, just keep it out. If we get a single, we can get a single. We've got plenty of balls left.
Yeah, you see a dot ball here isn't the end of the world either. 9
runs off 11 balls, just don't get out. He pushes it into the offside, nicely up towards long off for a single. You also wonder whether Warwickshire could afford an extra man in when the youngster's on strike. But they can just tick along on singles here. They haven't got to play a big shot at all to get to the target.
Well, it's 8 off 10 balls now for Surrey.
That last over was so expensive in the context of this game. Quicker ball by Pandya, nurdled into the leg side by Dunn. Will only be a single. And Will Rhodes, I think, has got to be a bit more proactive with Yusuf on strike and try and force him to play a bigger shot. There are too many places for singles at the moment, with only 4 in the circle.
Well, it's all they need to do. 7 off 9 balls required by Surrey.
Straight through long on, towards long on or long off is a single. Dabs it into the offside. They come through for a quick run. It is tight, but it's there because they went straight away. They knew what they were doing. The youngster goes to 5, 288 for 9.
Oh, this is marvellous stuff, isn't it? It's very good cricket as well.
They're playing intelligent cricket.
Yeah, they are. They've worked all of this out, and this is why, as I said with Matthew Dunn, he is a cool, calm head in these situations.
Pandya wants the fielders in the ring in closer to try and prevent a single here. Dunn has got a lot of room to work in. He lifts it into towards the leg side and he beats the fielder. It goes for 4. They only need 2 for victory now. What a knock this is. Matt Dunn up to 33. Surrey 292 for 9. They didn't look like they had a prayer at 184 for 7.
That's clever cricket from Matt Dunn.
He's decided to play a calculated risk there. 7 balls to get 2 runs. Pandya into Dunn, who drives it up towards long off for a single. The scores are tied.
Wow. Well, what was so impressive with that from Matthew Dunn was Pandya did what he needed to do. He brought the field up because they were just knocking the ball around, and Dunn immediately went bang straight over the top for 4. So scores tied. Warwickshire need a wicket, Surrey need a run, and there is 1 over to go, and it's going to be Liam Norwell to bowl it. And this has been absolutely remarkable from Surrey. Nick Kimber got it going with that magnificent innings of his of 84. But when he was out, there was still a hell of a lot of work for Surrey to do. And Matthew Dunn's played a gem of an innings here. 34 off 18 balls. Now, run-out's going to be a big part of this because all the field comes up.
Kimber had taken run rate out of the equation. That's one of the things. He'd taken run rate out of the equation.
Here we go then. 1 needed by Surrey. Norwell comes round the wicket to Dunn. He's bowled Matthew Dunn. Would you believe it? Oh, Matthew Dunn, he got a length delivery and he's looked to swing it over the leg side. And Matthew Dunn has gone and we are tied. 293 all out, Surrey. What a game of cricket we've seen here. And you can see what Matthew Dunn was thinking. Get it up there and get it over the top with all the field up. And Matthew Dunn swung across the line, gets bowled. But Richard Wilford, we have been treated to an absolutely brilliant game of cricket here between 2 sides. And Matthew Dunn gets a pat on the back from Dom Sibley. I could see exactly his thinking there. Field comes up, 1 required, go over the top. Fair play to Norwell. You miss, I hit. What a game that's been, and we're tied.
Yeah, the long lost Yorker, incidentally, which Warwickshire should have been using quite a bit in the last 10 overs. But they were tended to go short. They were putting it into an area where Kimber could get his arms free, and he played that brilliant innings. You said that the Bears' minds got scrambled. They did. They never really recovered them either. Even in those last couple of overs, the field settings weren't smart. They were giving singles to the youngster, Yusuf. That enabled Dunn to keep on strike as often as he needed to. And in the end, Norwell gets a tie. Moral victory is all Surrey's because they've come from nowhere to get back into this game. You'd written it off. But they came back into it.
Genuinely, hands up from me there. I thought Surrey had no chance. And absolutely no chance.
And you look at this, we talk about Warwickshire having a sort of bowling attack that they've been playing in the Championship this year. The biggest problem they've had in the Championship is knocking teams over, is getting 7, 8, 9, 10 out. And exactly what they've struggled to do in the Championship, they've struggled to do in this game as well. It's like a little microcosm of their season. Earlier, Burgess 93 and Pandya 74. Great partnership of 160 to set up a score of 293, which we felt was good. It wasn't huge, but it was good. Rob Yates had made a 50 as well. But, you know, not just Kimber, not just Dunn, but Reefer with an excellent 53 as well, who got better and better as his innings went on. Lots of encouragement for Surrey. Norwell ends up with 3 for 50. But yeah, I mean, Warwickshire will feel absolutely defeated, even though they've managed to snatch a tie on the final ball of the match.
Yeah, and I think there as well, that the character that Surrey have showed, this young team, the character they have showed there. But yeah, I'll put my hands up. I didn't think, and the reason I was saying that was, there's a bit of experience about that Warwickshire bowling attack, and there's no experience in that Surrey batting at that point. But all credit to Kimber, and then all credit to Matt Dunn as well, and Nico Reefer earlier on, and all credit to Liam Norwell there, because he gets that wrong with the field that was set, obviously, with the scores tied. And that was game over. But wonderful game of cricket. What a wonderful advertisement for the 50 over comp as well there, Richard Wilford.
With a great crowd in.
Oh, brilliant.
And again, a reminder, there is a hunger to watch this cricket. And you know, the ECB need to understand that spectators want to come down to their counties on a Sunday when the sun's out and watch a great game of cricket. And they've seen that. Match tied. Shake hands on it. Good day for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you've just said, our beloved game there, what an advertisement that has been.
Yeah, 22 players having a right good go. 7 hours and 11 minutes later, we're no further forward than we started, but we've been entertained.
We have indeed, and thank you for your company, Mr. Wilford, as always. Emily Windsor, thank you. And even though that's one of the great games, it's still, I think it's up there with, she'd rather have her teeth removed than go and watch Norwich. So thank you very much indeed to Richard Wilford. Thank you to everybody. Great game of cricket. Have a good rest of the weekend, everybody, and we'll be back with you again next week with the score here. And the news from here in South London is Surrey and Warwickshire. This game has been tied.